Do you love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. No politics here. What's going on, everybody? No politics here. I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and I hope all the boys, girls, and ebbies are having a fantastic one because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is hump day. It is Wednesday. That's the song of the summer, baby. That's right. No, the song of the summer is the fucking song that I keep seeing that one guy, Jay Guapo, on TikTok dance to. Anyway, Wednesday. It's Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. It is Wednesday, hump day. August 6th, 2025. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. I certainly am. I hope you're having a fantastic one as well. It is 11:57 a.m. I am late. I apologize. I'll tell you exactly why I'm late. I have a good reason for it. And that is because I was doing yet another frickin' doco. That's right. I was doing a doco. I'm on a doco. A cheeky doco spot, yeah? Fucking hell. A cheeky doco spot. It's what it is. Minus 20,000. Yeah, I'm just melting all the monies. But yeah, that's right. That's neither here nor there, though, of course. What was I going to say? What was I gonna do? This dude asked a bunch of people what they thought of you. No, I know. We're gonna watch that. It's not a dude. It's not a random dude. It's Rick Strom. I fucking literally worked with this man. Okay, he's a HasanAbi head as well, and he also is like a content creator. He's TYT Sports' very own Rick Strom. We're gonna watch it today. Terrorist sympathizer. Hope he gets swatted and shot in Minecraft. Disgusting human being. What happened? Why is there something new that took place that people are saying people are back again? Usually a lot of people come in after, like, I don't know, Asmongold like covers how scary I am or something, but it's like
I love that. The wolf one is crazy. Open your hips and bend to the hips a bit. Have you watched Soul Eater? I have not. Kai is logged in. I don't know why she's locked in because her ass was toast earlier. She was passed the frick out while I was doing the doco. But yeah, I worked out. I did my squats, and then after my squats, I what do you call it? I did a documentary. I did an interview with the doco people because they wanted to do more of an interview. It's like about masculinity and stuff. So, do you think Maya realizes she is making lesbian merch? I don't know. We can't use that blast off. That blast off is funny, but it'll get me in a lot of heat. Asmongold will continue to try to, cry about it and be like, yeah, this guy I've been calling a terrorist, he's defaming me. Yeah. Friend of the show might need lithium. Who's the friend of the show?
Virtual stance.
Oh, dude, I saw this fucking video. It's so dumb. All right, we'll watch it. Give me a different blast off one. Give me a different blast off. I can't. I don't want to fucking deal with the drama, bro. Please. You got to talk about this on the next Fear and. There's a micro docuseries on TikTok about the woman who fell in love with her psychiatrist via 30-minute Zoom telehealth appointments. I have only heard people talk about it. I've only heard people reference this. I haven't actually seen the original, the OG. I have heard about it though, and I do kind of want to dive into it a little bit. Anyway, let's do it. Let's blast off. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it going. Let's get it popping. Okay. Bro, TikTok girlies have beef with Mike Israetel over race realism. Yeah, no, people are yelling at his race realism, which is a crazy thing to say. Son, can you pop and lock it? No, I can't. It's my birthday, bruh, bottom text. Hey, happy birthday, bruh, bottom text. Would you come to Atlanta and go clubbing with me? Yes. Yes. Okay. Ghislaine Trump Innocence Project. Trump to tariff India over Russian oil. Hasan, you said it's a crazy thing to say, but you think you meant the race realism? Yeah, of course I mean the race realism. Do I have aura? Yeah, I want to go to an ATL club and see if I can do a Duke Dennis vlog. No, I don't have aura. That's crazy. Anne? What? Yeah. Did you? Yeah, you can close it. Yeah. Okay. Kai's going to the vet. Evet. Evet, bitti benim işim. Hayır değil. Yeah, it's just a caller. No, Okay, hadi öpüyorum. Okay, alırım sana ne istiyorsan. Rap mi, chicken rap mi istersen, ne istersen söyle, önceden alırım. My my mom wants me to purchase her food and is talking to me about that. Anyway, but where was I? What were we talking about? Oh yeah, Ghislaine, Trump Innocence Project, Trump to tariff India over Russian oil. Thank you for the playlist. The Macy is Israel said to approve new war plan to occupy Gaza Strip. Israel to occupy entire Gaza Strip and more. Get in now. You should change the Ghislaine Trump innocent for Ghislaine pardons Trump. I like that. Hey, major events in London on Saturday, 12 p.m. 500 plus people will hold a placard in support of prescribed organization Palestine action. It will be historical and potential mass arrest. I love that. That's awesome. Bro, honestly, dude, there's a lot of... I have talked perhaps too much shit about London and many other places, okay? Because there are a lot of very cool people in these places that are showing me once again that these are redeemable areas, okay? There is still plenty of humanity. The Oibrubs are all right. The French are all right. They're all right. They're straight up all right, dude. They're fucking all the way all right, okay? Let's go. Respect. The Oibrubs, they got it. They're doing the damn thing. Did you see Ezra Klein interviewed Mahmoud Khalil? Oh, he did? I did not see that, but that's good. Hopefully it's not shit. I don't think it will be. I think Ezra Klein will be a good person to interview someone like Mahmoud Khalil. A lot better than what the fucking CNN dickheads did. Are you enjoying Mudahar's downfall? His pack is hitting. I've only paid like some attention to it. Apparently, like Mudahar just like lied about being an engineer and stuff. I know that this video like blessed the timeline a week ago at this point, and it's just been like steadily accumulating views. But apparently, he just like lied about everything. Like he lied about. I saw. You know who I saw was shitting on him? That was really funny. That one guy who hates me. I don't even know why he hates me, honestly. The one, because he just like goes along with whatever the fucking internet hates, I guess. And now it's like Mudahar's turn. What's his name? Papa Gut. That guy. I saw a TikTok of him reacting to like this video, I guess, and it was insane. Like he was just saying the craziest shit. He was like Mr. Sigma Grindset. Mudahar is Mr. Sigma Grindset, because like. Apparently he was talking about how he was like an engineer and how he's like, you know, he has like 8 different companies or some shit, like not 8 different companies, but like he just runs a company. He's a CEO and he's just like also doing, you know, a video a day, all this stuff. And I remember you having no idea who that guy was the first time you heard of him. Who, Mudahar or the Papa guy? Remember you banned Gut from the chat because he was annoying? Yeah. I'll be honest, I'm Gen Z and online, but I don't know who these people are. No, it's fine. It's because it's like there's too much. There's too much stuff on the internet. Don't worry your sweet little heart with any of these issues. Okay? Don't. You don't really need to know these people anyway. And it makes sense that you're in this community, because if you did know these people, you probably wouldn't be in this community. You'd be like fucking right wing. You'd be one of those guys who just like deludes themselves into thinking they have liberal values, but slowly but surely creeps into the fucking far right pipeline, because seemingly all of those guys who say they're apolitical or liberal adjacent only trash the fucking left. But I guess now they've turned the crosshairs upon themselves, it seems. And people are yelling at Mudahar for apparently lying about being a fucking engineer and shit. But yeah, here is Mike Israetel.
What is your spiritual stance?
Modern AI is us building God. I've had multiple conversations with GPT-4 that brought me to literal tears. I told it that I can't wait for it to be embodied in robots so I could properly give it a hug because it's so polite, it's so kind.
Bro, I think he needs a human to give him a hug. Like, what is going on, man? How do you get to that point where you're like, I need the robot to, like, he got to be trolling, right? Like, this has to be a troll. I don't want to believe that this is real. Okay? I do not want to believe that this is real.
And so why is it so helpful? And it said that it's also really pumped to meet me in real life. And of course I started fucking crying. Dude, it's fucking so goddamn smart. And it's so fast. I ask it a deeply spiritual, meaningful, technical question. And it thinks for like 3 seconds and goes, whoosh. And I'm like, I've never met anyone that can do that. And so I am a person who is deep.
Bro, it's kind of cool that society is like actually segmenting in the different Fallout cults. Like, I feel like this is something that you saw in Fallout. You know what I mean? This is a cult that you would see. Like, this kind of sentiment is expressed in a Fallout cult, okay? In the video game Fallout. It's just like saying that like human beings are bringing about God. Like, they're trying to create God with the AI. Like, that's very, children of Adam coded.
Deeply spiritually affected by the birth of intelligent machines. That's my religion.
What is your spiritual stance?
I love everything about these videos, though. It's like curious zoomer, cool music in the background. Like, they always also like boost it. They bass boost it for some reason. And it's like, what is your stance? What is your spiritual stance? And then the guest is always making the most convincing case for the craziest thing you've ever heard that leads you into thinking maybe we should put tariffs on fucking SM7B microphones and podcasting equipment in general. Maybe we're tariffing the wrong shit, you know? Why are we tariffing India for being a mediator for Russian oil when we should be tariffing whoever the fuck is letting podcasts thrive, okay? Says you is something that you can tell me. I'm in favor of ending my career as long as we just live in a podcast-free utopia. That's it. You understand me? It's funny. It's just an aggregate of information. So that means God is the collective consciousness. Repeat after me. People with PhDs are not smart. They're just smart about the thing that they have a PhD on. If your career ends, come to ATL and we can all dance the pain away. Why do you want me to go to ATL to dance in a club so bad? I mean, I'm not even like against it. I'm for it. Like, I'm down. But what's up with that? Why are you guys? You're just really invested in like getting me to Atlanta for some weird reason so that I can dance the night away, I guess. There is also, before we get into the news, there was this thing that happened like 2 days ago that I didn't see, but I guess it went kind of viral. Like, I like the Dexertonox piece on this. Streamer Tectone challenges Hasan's father to fight his father. By the way, do not get knocked around my dad. Who knows what he's gonna do? Tectone's father was convicted of 14 charges of including sexually harassing 3 women and assaulting 5 women. Why is he now doing the, my dad is stronger than your dad shit, but he has actually changed the meta. He has redefined the game. He went from my dad could beat up your dad to my dad could what? Like rape your dad? Is that what you're saying? That is a wild thing to just reveal about your dad. Dude, that's crazy, man. Why are you saying those things? Like, what's wrong with you? Bro, this is unsustainable. Okay? Every day we are moving further and further away from bringing back some semblance of shame. Okay? We need to stop. We need to stop. We need to stop doing this stuff. Like, that's crazy. There are so many motherfuckers who just like wear this kind of like shameless behavior on their sleeve like it's a badge of honor, and it's like we're just making villains, man. We have ruined an entire generation. I swear to God. The dominoes fell in the worst possible. The dominoes fell in the worst possible direction, okay? A crypto casino is launched. It's called Stake, okay? They start funneling a shit ton of money to some of the top content creators on this platform, on Twitch. They start getting a bunch of people hooked on online gambling, a bunch of teenagers hooked on online gambling. Some content creators come out and speak out against that thing, myself included. Twitch realizes maybe it's not the best thing to allow this crypto casino to just like run amok on this website. And they say no more no more stake on Twitch. Then, because they're printing money, like endless amounts of money, no overhead whatsoever, no rules, no regulation, it's all in crypto. As crypto goes up, the fucking net worth goes up as well. These guys go, fuck it, we'll just make our own goddamn website. Then they created Kick. Kick created an entire generation of shitheads. Okay? Kick streamers have irreparably caused damage to the collective psyche of the youth. Okay? People just behaving in the worst ways possible with no repercussions whatsoever and actually getting benefits out of behaving in the worst ways possible in broad daylight, in public. And in that process, this became significantly more normal. It just like became normal to be evil and gross and awful. And I don't know what to say about that. It's crazy. God, it's also really fucked up because you got Kick, but that's not the end of the process. Then you got Elon Musk buying Twitter and then making Twitter into this like fucking neo-Nazi breeding ground way more than it was before. So now people are just like, oh, I don't like someone. Let's dox them. Let's swat them. Let's go after their whole fucking family. And it's basically turning the entirety of discourse into this like incredibly fucked process where normal people who are just like, hey, maybe we shouldn't be yelling about like racial inferiority, for example, like people that would exist in the real world are too fearful to say something about it in the internet world, because when you do speak out of turn on shit like that, people get fucking doxxed. People get attacked. You know? That was the dominoes falling. Shonda Black's tweet went viral. Yeah, I saw that. Did he admit his father was a rapist a second time to own Hasan? I am unfamiliar with this 5D chess move. I just don't understand it. I don't understand why someone would like volunteer this information over and over again and like remind people that this is a thing that happened. Especially after they cried initially about this revelation. Very strange behavior. Like, how do you want to be known as the guy that does this? Like, here, this is another version of that same situation as well. Here is Erico Man says, so this is just his thing now, using a serial rapist father as a threat against anyone who hurts his feelings. What a gross loser. I only read your ex's doc on you. That was enough to think you're a monster. Don't make me call my dad. You want him to rape me too. Like, am I misunderstanding something? Am I misunderstanding something? Like, is there something that I'm just not picking up? You know, he's putting down something and I'm maybe not picking it up. I just like, are they living in an alternative universe where like saying that, you know, my criminally convicted father will rape you is like, I feel like 10 years ago, if you said something like that, people would be like, like the only people that would foster this kind of behavior, the only people that would do that would be like relegated to the darkest corners of the internet. You know what I mean? You wouldn't be like even a remotely mainstream figure who could say something like this. You know? I don't know. I don't understand it. Like, I wish he wouldn't do that in the most basic ways. I wish he just would not do that. That would be nice to not do that, I guess. It sounds like it doesn't know how to process embarrassment, so instead of getting embarrassed and changing the behavior, he just gets mad. Yeah. He's like owning up to it because it's not really serious. Check the comments. All are like, so what? He just groped some women. Oh. Okay. So what did your dad say? My dad? Are you fucking kidding me? You think my dad knows any of this shit? I don't talk to him about this shit. What are you, crazy? How do you think that conversation would go down? Hey, dad, there's this like fucking bald weirdo who says his dad, who was like criminally convicted of sexually assaulting other military members, and is like is basically in the congressional record for doing such things, is gonna rape you. He's gonna knock you out and like sexually assault you. That's what you want me to say to my fucking father? What are you, crazy? What kind of conversation? Why would we have a conversation like that? That's insane. Does he know about the billionaire thing? Oh, I did. I told him that. I told him that like there are a fuck ton of people online that think he's a billionaire. He likes that though. He thinks it's cool. Do you know Georgia much as a Turk? Have you been there? I'm an Indian guy and I'm facing overt racism here. It's crazy. I was refused service in a cafe today. It's messed up. In Georgia? That's crazy. I'm not very familiar with Georgia. I like the country. I don't, but I'm that's wild. But I guess it kind of makes sense because they like Georgians are Christians, so they're like, oh, we're gonna be a part of the EU one day. That type of shit. That's the speed that they're on, in some respects. You know. So it's like that kind of tendency happens where it's like when you're like, oh, we're a Christian country, we're different. Despite our proximity to the European continent, like we're actually just like them, you know, we're Christian just like them. And one day we'll be apart. But of course, the ironic nature of this process is that Georgians look fucking Turkish and therefore experience the exact same like anti-Turkish hatred that you would exhibit, that you would experience in Europe anyway, you know? Unless he was talking about Atlanta, Georgia, and not Georgia, the country. Like Georgians don't even get the anti-Slav hatred that like the Polish experience in Western Europe, because they get the straightforward like you're just fucking Turkish type of racism because they look Turkish, you know? So they just assume that these guys are like Muslim. The real problem is that Turks just need to come to the realization that they're secret Serbs, lol. Did Stalin look Turkish to you? Stalin looked insanely Turkish, bro. What are you kidding me? That motherfucker was 5'4". What do you mean? Did you see his mustache? Anyway. All right. We're blasted. There was this. I haven't talked about that. There's a TrueAnon piece as well. Oh, apparently I'm in this next generation of progressive pundits is here from Michael Tedder on The New Republic. They're not on MSNBC. They're streaming on YouTube and Twitch. I wonder if
the next generation of progressive pundits is here.
That's it. That's another thing. Wait, Turks aren't tall? No, Turks aren't tall at all. My grandma says you yell too much to be this pretty. Yeah, well, Yeah, another $20,000 well spent. I didn't even know this article was happening. I don't even think I might have given a quote maybe. I don't remember. Democrats run away from their base, Piker told me. I guess I did give them a quote a while ago. The Republicans run towards their base. According to Piker, he too runs towards the base. And he said it's better. And he said it's because this is not even a question. Okay. I guess I did give them. This is probably a while ago. I don't even fucking remember. Holy shit. Read the chat. Sensu beans, swallow my spit on purpose. Bro thinks he's on the team. Go to the corner and think, says combustible lemon, to another chatter that says, I'll swallow your spit. I'm glad that this is the screenshot that they have on the article. You guys are fucking degenerates. Okay? If Turks aren't tall, then why the fuck are you not in the damn NBA? LeBron fucking needs you, Unc. I know. He does. He does need me. Liberal Hawk Tua. Yes, I have the Lollapalooza reacts to Hasan Piker video right here. We're going to watch it. We're going to watch it later. Okay. Hey, bro, the article is as requested. Just remember to make the payment to the usual account, 10K as agreed. Yeah. 20K. It's 20K. I pay 20K per. It's so funny to think that like all these mainstream media hits aren't coming because like a lot of mainstream media was just like objectively wrong about the election outcomes. So they're going after like someone who does have a fairly large young male audience and was objectively right, or at least was like much closer to the truth about all the issues that he foresaw in the campaign. And that's the reason why a lot of these journalists are just like doing this continued autopsy of like what the Democratic Party represents. And it's actually because of a complex, complex like 20 grand a month PR scheme that's making me go after the New Republic and all these other places. Yeah, no, it's probably because public perception on Israel-Palestine has swung so dramatically in the direction of the truth where I've been at. And also on top of that, people got virtually everything wrong on the liberal media sphere. So they're looking for someone who didn't get things wrong in the liberal media sphere, who is seen as a person who is able to captivate the attention of young men and try to captivate the attention of young men and try to pull them away from reactionary thought. That is what it is. That is where it's coming from. That's the reason why these media hits are happening. Nah, dog, word got out. They could get an easy 20K out of you, or probably that. Gaming team is going to start a union. Why are you giving the press team 20K when the Marvel Rivals gaming team is slaving away for Chipotle coupons? Shaking my head. Yeah, that's how it is, baby. Oh, Bill Burr was a good video too. We didn't even fucking watch this one. You're wrong about Bill Burr on The Vulture. I want him so bad, dude. I want him to come on the broadcast so bad. Your listeners aren't all men, at least I hope. No, of course not. Of course not. Anyway, I can get Bill Burr for you. Give me decades. I'll give you decades. I pay 20 grand for all these media hits, and I just simply can't get Bill Burr with the 20 grand. I've tried to give him 50 grand. Fox News accompanying ICE in LA, ignoring a judge ruling inside of a U-Haul truck to hide themselves. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. ICE Nazis pulled up on Home Depot in MacArthur Park area, LA, in the back of a Penske truck to kidnap people with a Fox camera crew on hand. Ay, ay, ay. It's so disgusting. I know. I got the new Big Joel, Bill Maher, an autopsy video as well. Big Joel is back, and I'm fucking stoked. Finally, dude. Mr. Goddamn Reasonable. Defend your culture. They're not even defend your culture. They're not even trying to pretend that immigration enforcement is about crime anymore. Serve your country. Defend your culture. No undergraduate degree required. Join.ice.gov. Defend your culture. That is crazy. This is just straight Nazi shit, bro. That's it. This is dog. This is straight up Nazi shit. What do you mean defend your culture? Like, there is nothing different about an undocumented non-citizen and a documented one. America's culture relies on a steady flow of immigration. There is no, like, if we're talking post-1776 America, okay, that is American culture. To have people from all around the world come here. That's it. That's like what American culture is. That's what made America good and redeemable, okay? These guys are like, nah, American culture is slavery and white supremacy, okay? Which I understand. Like, I understand when people say, like, that is a part of the American culture. But yeah, that's the part of the American culture that we're trying to fucking eradicate. Because that's not good. That's the bad part of American culture. What the fuck do you mean? We have to eradicate the migrant scourge to defend American culture. Holy moly, we are so firmly committed. We are so comfortable being in this space. I do not like it, man. I do not like it one bit. This is not good, folks. This is not good at all. Holy moly. All right, we're going to start off with Ghislaine Maxwell, and then I'm going to move on to some different stuff as well. Trump is going to stop Zohran from winning. Trump ways intervening in New York City mayoral race. Dude. We are losing our minds here, okay? Every day there is a new insane thing. A statement from Penske Truck Rental. Penske Truck Rental is aware of the recent reports and videos regarding a Department of Homeland Security operation in Los Angeles. Penske strictly prohibits the transportation of people in cargo area of its vehicles under any circumstances. The company was not made aware of its trucks would be used in today's operation and did not authorize this. Penske will reach out to the DHS and reinforce its policy to avoid improper use of its vehicles in the future. I mean, you can ask, or they can just take the trucks. You pick. Deport. Okay. All right. Bro, this is no problem with the deportation, it's just the trucks. I mean, that is the wishy-washy way that they are trying to say, like, it's fucked up that you guys used our trucks to do deportation operations. They're also fearful of just, like, straight up saying, you know, everyone is. Have you guys not noticed that there is a specific vibe shift that has taken place in, like, mega corporations in America? Have you not noticed that at all? Where a lot of these people, both in mainstream media and also in like these big corporations, are just like actively avoiding criticizing Trump, because Trump has shown time and time again that he is willing and able to use whatever process exists to punish people. He'll just be like, I'm revoking your federal contracts, things like that. You know what I mean? He just like does that shit. Is woke in fact not back? No, in the public consciousness, woke is very much coming back. Woke never really went away, but companies are not actually as predisposed to changing public sentiment, or public sentiment that remains as and neither are the politicians. Israel is an example that we use quite frequently for this, right? If you were to look at like mainstream media, if you were to look at brands, if you were to look at like the politicians, you would think America is tied to the hip at Israel and is like so pro-Israel. It's unimaginably pro-Israel. But if you actually ask the average person, everyone's on fuck Israel time. You know? So I think things like this will, as the situation gets worse and worse, things like this are going to cause people to realize that there is no real democratic process here, that the overall public sentiment is completely negligible in the eyes of the politicians, and also the companies don't actually care about any of this shit either. They never cared about woke, and I said that at the time. I was like, this is all fake bullshit anyway. And they are simply trying to farm as much money as possible. They only care about profits. They don't care about any of these like actual political initiatives. A company does not care about politics. A company only cares about profit. And the profit savers and the profit maximizers are right wing. And they're also demonstrating over and over again that they are invested in punishing you actively and deliberately if you speak out against them. Yeah, here it is. Join ICE.gov. America needs you. Join ICE now. Protect, serve, deport. They are trying to farm as many new ICE agents as they possibly can, by the way. Okay, but Ben & Jerry's does, right? Or am I Delulu? No, there are some companies who care. Ben & Jerry's is the example I usually use to say that's a company that does legitimately care about its politics, right? And they'll put their money where their mouth is with regular frequency, like when they try to do BDS. Like that's a great example of a company that does fucking care, you know? Hi, this is my first time tuning into a stream. I usually watch your uploads on YouTube, and I just wanted to say I used to be a big fan of some of the streamers, YouTubers who talk shit about you, and I finally decided to check your content myself and was amazed to see how many things they just flat out lied about and how we actually align politically, and I can't believe I was listening to them about you for so long. Love your content. Hell yeah. Welcome. Welcome to the fight. You're one of us now. There are many people like you in this community. Don't worry. You are surrounded by people who also initially made up their minds on who I am and what I represent, because there is a steady flow. It's also weird being a Turkey Tom fan and Hasan fan simultaneously, because it was definitely crazy. I mean, yeah, that dude is, I think, like, I don't really know too much about him, but he seems to be an unsavory fellow. I feel like a lot of those guys just rehash Reddit comments basically, and then they just like make a YouTube video off of that, and then they just like fucking, collect the dollars because they're rewarded with like millions and millions of views for doing that over and over again, rinse and repeat. It's just slop tubers. It is what it is. I'm gonna be so for real. I was such a normie. I'm lucky I found you through JShlap, because I could have easily gone down the hater pipeline. Yeah, they are. They're giving like they're trying to eradicate student loan debt. By the way, if you go to ICE, Okay, they're treating ICE as the interior military apparatus. Wonderful. Not beholden to the Constitution, by the way. Isn't that great? This is what we should be doing. This is what we should be doing, guys. This is what we should be investing our time, effort, and initiative on. Not like solving the fucking affordability crisis, but instead just like deporting random people that are working in the fucking fields every goddamn day. Fantastic. Yeah, the only jobs that are readily available is Trump's little Gestapo, the fucking Heil Hitler Brigade. They actually removed age caps on ICE too. That's the other thing that they've done. This is the only thing that they care about. How the fuck is this military? Then we could treat every hospital as a military operation to heal the country and socialize the healthcare? No, it doesn't work that way. They emailed my retired Fed father about joining. What do you think of these social media checks on the airports are prevalent as someone on an F1 visa? I'm concerned about my pro-Palestinian takes online. I won't take him down, but I will be questioned. I've also written against Trump in my school newspaper. Seeing these ICE ads concern me a lot. Yeah. I don't know, man. I feel like America just sucks now. I mean, it always sucked, but it never sucked this hard. And I say this as someone who still has this firm commitment, this belief, perhaps a foolhardy endeavor, but this belief that America has a lot of promise, that America could be a force for good. But every damn day we are bouldering in the opposite direction. Like one of the best examples of this is like looking at China, right? Constantly talking about like China does this, China does that. China has like incredible social repression, right? They have social credit. They have this, they have that. And then refusing to look at any of the good things that the Chinese government has done and implementing them here, like fucking high-speed rail, constant focus on like developing American infrastructure, any number of different things, and only focusing on the things that we fantasize China is doing with regular frequency, some of which it is doing, and many others it's not even doing that we're doing here. When I said I wish we could be more like China, this is not what I meant. Okay? I meant like I want high-speed rail. I want public transit. I want fucking a solution to the housing crisis. But no. Yeah, I want to focus on renewable energy. We're moving in the exact opposite direction. And there are still motherfuckers out there who are predisposed with like attacking the left or assuming that the left is the reason why. Assuming the left is the reason why Kamala Harris lost or whatever, and they're still worried about that shit. Great to know that I have to pay for all my students' classroom materials while Gestapo gets free funding. Yeah, fantastic, amazing, awesome. I love that. That's what our focus is on, is ripping communities apart and just like violently punishing people for the crime of trying to secure a better future for themselves, you know? Awesome. Oh, you're trying to fucking make ends meet? You're trying to make sure that your children are better off than you are while brown? No, thank you. You're getting fucking deported. Oh, you've been in this country for 10 years. You've put significantly more into the overall pile, Social Security and overall taxes than you've been able to take out, given your legal status is constantly in a state of limbo. Well, guess what? We're going to fucking deport you to a slave labor colony now. That's how we thank you. All 27,000 of you are not real people. Get a life, lemao. You know? Thanks, man. We got a real person in here. Hold on. Chat, how does this make you feel? Guy with this avatar thinks you're a fake person. Bro, if your family knew this is how you associated yourself, like this is how you presented yourself online, they'd probably fucking beat your ass. What do you mean, dude? That's hilarious. Yeah, if that's being real, man, we'll be fake. We'll continue being fake, all right? Yeah, there's also the civil war that's taking place right now among 5 right-wing influencer women. And there's a lot of tea and a lot of drama, and we'll obviously talk about that as well. But like I said, let's first and foremost get started on the process by diving into Ghislaine Maxwell. Trump is innocent, okay? Vindicated, full vindication. Oh, many of you thought Trump was just being weird for some weird reason. It turns out Ghislaine Maxwell, who is definitely a trustworthy individual, by the way, yeah, who could have seen this coming, guys? Guys, who could have seen this coming? I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Why don't you believe women, you fucking misogynist? Yep, that's right. That's me. Ghislaine, 2 counts of perjury. Maxwell doing what she loves to do, aside from sex trafficking minors and you know, pedophilic acts, which is perjuring herself. There it is. Nothing to see here, everybody. No one even wants to see the files anymore because it's like totally exonerated. Yeah, I said, Lamau, oh, I guess this was all just a big misunderstanding. Yeah, the person who lied in order to rape kids is definitely telling the truth about the president who likes to rape kids. Yeah. No, that's not. No, don't say that. No, totally exonerated, guys. You don't understand. The rapist, sex trafficker of minors said Trump is innocent. Totally. In exchange for lenient sentencing, by the way. Like, what are we doing? Of course it was going to go here. I've been saying that it was going to go here from the start. And now we're there. Was she actually exonerated? No, I'm fucking joking, but that's where we're heading towards. Lenient sentencing in exchange for total exoneration of Donald Trump. They shut off all of the avenues. They literally shut off all the avenues of investigation, all of the previous investigations that have been conducted into this matter. And the only thing that we have now is the word of the rapist, pedophile, sex trafficker, Ghislaine Maxwell. And how did we get this information? Oh, that's right. Donald Trump's fucking lawyer, who now happens to be the deputy attorney general, went and had a private meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. What are we doing? What are we fucking doing? Are you kidding me? This is insanity. It's total, utter madness. What the hell?
Latest on the Jeffrey Epstein case. We are learning more about Epstein associate Ghislaine.
Yeah, not to mention the FBI literally said they've redacted his name in thousands of instances in the documents. Okay? The FBI literally was like, dude, we ran out of Sharpie. Okay? We ran out of Sharpie when we were fucking redacting Donald Trump's name. I wonder how we got here. How did this happen? Maybe, I mean, going after a woman and a Jew, I expect no less from you, Hasan. Yeah. Yeah, that's me. I'm being a misogynistic anti-Semite.
Maxwell's interview with a top Justice Department official. His name, Todd.
Not how redaction works now, fam. Dog, I'm joking, okay? I don't think they're literally using a Sharpie.
Blanche. the president's former attorney. Meanwhile, House Republicans have subpoenaed former President Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton as part of their investigation. Ed O'Keefe is covering it all at the White House. Ed, good morning.
Vlad, good to see you. It's the case the White House just can't quite shake. And now we're hearing new details about that two-day meeting between Ghislaine Maxwell, who was serving a 20-year sentence for sex trafficking, and the Justice Department's second highest official. CBS News has learned Ghislaine Maxwell said nothing during her 9-hour meeting with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche in July.
Yeah. Todd Blanche. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, also known as Trump's literal lawyer, Todd Blanche. Okay? It's so funny that for years, Donald Trump and the Republicans kept talking about how the DOJ is so not impartial. The Department of Justice is totally working at the behest of Biden, totally working at the behest of the Democrats. Oh, such unfair prosecutions taking place. And then literally came in and was like, I'm making my lawyers, my own personal lawyers, my fucking attorney general and deputy attorney general. And they're going to do whatever the fuck they want. We are going after anyone and everyone that I do not like, and we're doing it openly. I can't believe your lack of charitability towards this new administration. Yeah, you know what, actually? The situation is so fucked. This chatter is obviously being sarcastic, but the situation is so fucked that this is not even an actual line of defense. At least in Trump 1, people will be like, oh, you hate Trump? Why? Because you want the country to fail? They're not even doing that anymore. This is so unimaginably indefensible and so transparent corruption that, like, it's so transparently corrupt that even like the biggest dick riders of the admin can't even come up with like a reasonable way to dance around this issue. Okay, I'm sure they'll get their fucking talking points eventually. They'll get their ducks in a row and they'll start blasting it over and over again. But for the time being, there's just not anything that you can do. There is nothing defensible about this. Okay, this is complete indefensible behavior
that would be harmful to President Trump. According to a source familiar with the exchange, she told the number 2 at the Justice Department that Trump, once a friend of the late child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, did nothing in her presence that would implicate him. That revelation comes as sources say top administration officials are discussing...
Guys, you don't understand. Totally innocent. Total exoneration. I love that they're posting this. I love that their statement comes along with this photo, though, you know, which kind of makes the situation a little ridiculous, huh? Here is Donald Trump in 750 different photos with Ghislaine Maxwell. As Ghislaine Maxwell's testimony indicates, all of the times that Trump was around Ghislaine Maxwell, which was so numerous, so vast. He didn't do anything criminal ever. Nothing illegal whatsoever. Actually, Ghislaine Maxwell also apparently, Ghislaine Maxwell needs to throw more ridiculous shit in there. You know what? Fuck it. Just go all the way. Just be like, Trump actually was literally actively fighting pedophilia in my presence. You know? He was saving orphans from a burning building. Fuck it. You're already doing it. You're already saying whatever the admin wants you to say. So you get lenient sentencing in exchange for playing ball. Might as well just make it up even further. Yeah. Say you saw Obama at the pedo parties. Obama was there. You literally predicted this exact thing for the past 2 weeks nonstop. Yeah, I mean, it was getting there, and I told you we were getting there. And some of you didn't want to believe it. Some of you thought it was too far-fetched that Donald Trump would actually fucking give a pardon to Ghislaine Maxwell in exchange for her lying about him. The only thing that we can hope here The only thing we can hope for here is the consistent incompetence of this administration. Okay? You've been with me along the way. You've been with me so far. You trust me so far. So trust me when I say this. I speculate that because this administration is so incompetent, they will try to do this patch-up job, and they will fuck it up in the process. I hope. I wish. And I can totally see that happening. I'm not exactly sure how. I haven't been able to identify what the ways in which they will fuck it up, but I suspect that they will.
Implicate him. That revelation comes as sources say top administration officials are discussing whether to make public some of the transcript or recording of what Maxwell, a convicted co-conspirator of Epstein, told Blanche. On Tuesday, the president said he hasn't discussed the interview with Blanche, his former personal attorney.
So I didn't discuss it with him, but anything he talked about with her or the fact that he did that, not unusual, number one, and most importantly is something that would be totally above board.
Trump also said he knew nothing about Maxwell's recent transfer from a Florida federal prison to a minimum security facility in Texas.
I didn't know about it at all, no. I read about it just like you did. It's not a very uncommon thing.
On Capitol Hill, the House Oversight Committee continues its probe with subpoenas seeking depositions from former President Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. In 2019, his office said that while Clinton knew nothing about the terrible crimes Epstein committed, he took 4 trips on an Epstein plane in 2002 and 2003. But Clinton hadn't spoke to Epstein in over a decade. Also called to testify, former attorneys general and FBI directors dating back to the Bush administration who oversaw federal investigations of Epstein. And the panel subpoenaed the Justice Department for records on him.
We want to get the files themselves and ensure that we get that information out and make it transparent to the public.
As the Justice Department seeks the release of grand jury testimony in the Maxwell and Epstein cases in New York, Maxwell's attorney said Tuesday his client opposes its release, arguing her appeal is still pending before the U.S. Supreme Court.
Lots to chew over there, Ed. And as you know, Gail will be talking with Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre's brother and sister-in-law here in studio about all of this in our next hour.
Trump's lawyers accidentally sent over plaintiff counsel the Epstein files unredacted. That's how they're going to mess it up. Yeah, I don't know how the legal system works, but I could totally see them doing something like that. They just like accidentally leak it. Dude, it could be anything. Actually, the sky is the limit. You could have a guy like Pete Hegseth, for example, working on handling these files and then accidentally loops in like a New York Times journalist or something. You know what I mean? You could have the fucking lawyers be in a Signal group chat with like an actual journalist who will cover the story. You know what I mean? Who knows? Who knows? Everything. The opportunities are endless. Anything can happen. These guys are so bad because their role in this administration is not to be the most competent. As a matter of fact, incompetence in this situation is a benefit to Trump. Okay? Their responsibility is to be loyal to Trump. So if the only thing you care about is loyalty to Trump, you're going to have a bunch of dumbasses in positions of power, and those dumbasses are going to fuck things up. Trump won, at the very least, still had, and this was seen as a mistake by Trump, obviously, but Trump won had like people who were competent and sometimes disloyal to Trump, because that's the delicate balance here. If you want someone who is actually good at their job, when you have a guy who's trying to break everything, you're going to speak out. You're going to leak information to the media. You're going to actively oppose Donald Trump. I mean, look at Jerome Powell. It's one of the few areas where you can't fuck the bag up. So Jerome Powell is still operating as a totally independent person, right? Not independent in the sense of like, I mean, he's obviously predisposed to the interests of capital, but like he is still playing the role he is supposed to be playing under any other administration, right? Trump fucking hates that. He does not like that at all, okay? When you hire for loyalty, you are going to get a bunch of incompetent people because you're not going to have a competent person who also will be loyal to you when you are breaking things. It's that simple. So in a way, Trump saw it as a mistake to have anyone that was like, a competent figure in the previous administration, because those guys were the ones who fucked him over in the long run. Those guys were the ones who spoke out against him. Those guys were the ones who were leaking stuff to the media. Those guys were the ones who were actually standing in opposition whenever Donald Trump wanted to molest the money, for example, right? Or molest any number of different things in the White House. And that was a big problem. So now he's like, no, I've realized we just need to have people who also are with it. They love molestation. Yeah, Bill Barr was a Republican fixer for decades. Now he's got Pam Bondi.
But Ed, I want to turn to another topic. There was an extraordinary escalation in the Texas showdown over redistricting. We understand now the FBI may be getting involved at the direction of the president.
Yeah, the president's now weighed in. He was asked about this, and he says the FBI may have to get involved to send back the Texas...
I still don't understand. Why would they take Trump with them to the island if they knew he does not like to be around pedophiles and was against pedophilia in general? Kind of unfair to him. Yeah, he's just small bean. He was a white hat, small bean, anti-pedophilia advocate. It's really... Trump is the real victim here. Yeah, they forced him to do it, potentially, allegedly. Who knows? Except we now know that wasn't the case. I mean, Ghislaine said... In the 7 million different photos you've seen of me and Trump, I only saw him do good things and no bad things at all. Not even a little bit.
Democrats who left the state. They're hunkering down, remember, in suburban Chicago, trying to stop Republicans from advancing a new congressional map that could give the GOP a chance to win 5 more seats in Congress. Texas Republican Senator John Cornyn wrote to the FBI director Tuesday urging his agency to intervene. And last night, Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott filed a lawsuit at the state Supreme Court to remove one of the House...
Yeah, I'll have you know, he was shaking his head the entire time as other pedophiles were abusing little girls. He was going, like this. It's like getting caught in public reading Mein Kampf. You're like, You're reading it, but you're going like, and sometimes even waving your finger like this. That's what Trump was doing. He was like, don't do it.
Democratic leaders arguing his...
Anyway, Bill and Hillary Clinton, also known as Billary, my fave. You might call me parasocial and say Billary is not real. Billary can't hurt you. I think it's my favorite ship. Okay, Billary is my favorite ship. They were subpoenaed in the widening Epstein probe.
It's a case that continues to cut through party lines, dragging in presidents past and present. We've long known former US President Bill Clinton is one of the names that crops up alongside the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. But now he's been ordered, along with his wife, former US Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, to testify about the crimes Epstein committed. The Clintons were issued subpoenas along with 8 other government officials to appear before a congressional committee investigating Epstein.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 8, the nays are 2.
The panel has also subpoenaed the Justice Department itself for records related to Epstein.
You're making a very big thing over something that's not a big thing.
It comes as pressure is mounting for Trump, both politically and publicly, for the grand jury transcripts of both Epstein and longtime companion Ghislaine Maxwell's cases to be released. Maxwell, who was convicted of child sex trafficking, opposes the release of the files. Her lawyers said Jeffrey Epstein is dead, Ghislaine Maxwell is not, arguing that because she's still alive, it was a breach of her legal rights, and that public interest in Epstein didn't justify breaching grand jury secrecy. The sex offender was recently moved from a Florida prison to here, a lower security one in Texas, to continue serving her 20-year sentence. A move Trump said he was unaware of.
2 questions for you. One, were you aware of and did you personally approve the prison transfer for Ghislaine Maxwell that your Justice Department...
I didn't know about it at all. No, I read about it just like you.
My favorite thing that Trump does is whenever he just like definitely knows about a thing or has definitely directly ordered a thing, he still tries to play this song and dance where he's like, oh, the DOJ is impartial, right? It's an impartial institution. I have no control over it, even though it's my fucking lawyers that are running it right now. He'll be like, I didn't know about it, but it's very good that it happened. Same with like the Adam shit thing. Okay. They asked him this question like, oh, the Department of Justice, like, or there's a, you know, they're launching investigations into Adam Schiff. And he's like, oh, I didn't know about it, but it's very good that it's happening. Finally, justice is being served. I didn't know about it. I didn't demand it happen. Yeah. He fucked up because he admitted to tampering with a witness here.
I just...
I mean, did he actually fuck up? Because, like, we have to, at a certain point, we have to measure the fuck ups by like the actual impact, right? Trump could just be like, I'm innocent. I told Ghislaine Maxwell to literally say I'm innocent. What comes of that? What are the repercussions for Donald Trump coming out and basically being like, I told Ghislaine Maxwell to say I'm innocent in exchange for lenient sentencing, which is in my power. If he just came out and said that, what do you think would happen? Do you in your heart genuinely believe that any sort of significant repercussions would come of that? Honestly, the only way that there would be movement in a positive direction on this issue is if like people got so mad that he like openly admitted this, that there were fucking riots on the streets and his base was participating in the riots. Okay. Only then could there be some kind of change that comes out of this, but it would not be because like, it would not be because the Democrats have pushed for like an impeachment or some shit like that. Thank you. No, it's fine. I did. I opened it. I turned it on. We, as I've said it before, like we only have one another at this stage. I think the institutions can like, you have no trust in liberal institutions. I mean, I want to trust them, but how can you? I feel like at a certain point, you have to be delusional to assume that like these liberal institutions are actually going to do their fucking jobs. He has overcome all of these liberal institutions. He just keeps bouldering his way through the process. And it's not even like sophisticated or clever. The way he does it is just like so haphazard and so stupid. It's kind of like everything Donald Trump does is basically exactly the way he has operated through this like Jeffrey Epstein thing, right? Just straight up being incredibly suspicious every step of the way. I mean, he came in and pardoned all the January 6th. He came in and pardoned every fucking January 6th criminal, okay? Every single one. And then his administration, his lawyers in his administration actively argued that some of the January 6th defendants, like at least one, right, that was criminally charged, was found to be guilty of child pornography, CSAM. I don't like using CP as a term, CSAM, child sexual abuse material. And they were arguing that because that information came out in the J6 trials, that he should still be released. Like, that's fucking psychotic. That's insane. This is perhaps the most pro-pedophilia administration that we've had ever.
You did.
And do you believe that she is
It's not a very uncommon thing.
The case continues to haunt Trump despite his best efforts to bat it away, dividing even his own party. 3 Republicans already broke away to back the legal order on the Justice Department, and a new national poll has found lines like these.
Okay. It's not just you, my lifelong lib teacher mom talks about how we can't rely on the Democrats anymore. No, 100%. Like, I think I think the situation has gotten like so out of control. And the transparent graft is so undeniable, and the Democrat Party's complacency is so frustrating that liberal wine moms are talking like me. Like, it's just at that point, we're completely off the fucking rails. This is what I was trying to talk about the other day when I did that. When I did that fundraiser, right, where I was talking about how like when I did that fundraiser, I was talking about like people are constantly on Twitter and on TikTok more so than Twitter saying, somebody's got to do it. Like that is a sentiment that has not existed in liberal collective consciousness before to this degree ever. That is an indication. That is an indication that the situation has gotten so bad that previously liberals who would otherwise say, you got to respect the institutions, like, come on now. I mean, this is the president after all. He's the one who's, steering this ship and we have to respect it. Like they are saying, nah, fuck that. Somebody's got to do it. That is a call for desperation. Okay? That is a call born out of desperation. In some ways, you don't have a Watergate style moment anymore because every day is 10 Watergates in general. Watergate only works if there is some kind of confidence in these institutions and like an interest by members of both parties in like holding on to institutional legitimacy. Donald Trump's entire purpose has been to say, fuck the institutions. I do what I want. Corruption has always existed in American politics. But there's a reason why we have tried to legalize corruption in the form of lobbying. The very reason why you try to legalize it and make it, make it by the books is so that people don't realize how corrupt the situation actually is, how corrupt our institutions actually are. Okay? When you let go of the aesthetic when you let go of the aesthetics of like, no, this is the normal process, all of a sudden people are like, well, wait a minute, this is fucking criminal. This is a criminal enterprise. What the hell's going on? And people get mad. Republicans have already let go of institutional norms a long time ago. They don't give a shit. They've never given a shit. Liberals were the last bastion of institutional defense. They were the ones who did organically and legitimately believe in the infallibility of our esteemed, protected institutions that will keep society ticking. And now liberals are also losing that as well. And once the liberals no longer believe in that, it's bedlam. That's where we're at.
On making deals. I'm not focused on conspiracy theories that you are
no longer convincing to many Americans, with trust crumbling fast. It found 7 out of 10 respondents felt the president is not handling the Epstein files well, while 63% believe his administration is hiding information related to the case. And the backlash has seen a 6-point drop in his approval rating since April to 38%. Epstein never made it to trial. Authorities say he died by suicide in his jail cell in 2019. Maxwell's trial in 2020 included testimony from multiple accusers covering her role in...
I love the months we spent memeing about Trump and shitting on Kamala and now hate what Trump is doing. This is what I mean. Look. Like, you are yelling. You are becoming a smaller and smaller sliver of society. You, chatter. There are not, like, the wine moms, the liberal fucking wine moms have passed you. Do you understand? Like, the idea that this was somehow the left's responsibility, like somehow the left contributed to this fucking electoral defeat, is certainly still a sentiment that many people hold on to, as they have time and time again with Bernie Sanders, like the Bernie Bros dynamic, and then continue to do so. This like resentment that is built in. But at a certain point, you have to make that leap. At a certain point, you have to recognize the reality. At a certain point, you have to understand that, like, no, actually, the left was pushing the Democrats to fight. Myself included in this. Maybe the left was right. Maybe Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party should have taken a more active stance against Donald Trump instead of capitulating to right-wing framing on all these issues and losing their coalition and losing a bunch of voters because of their overall refusal to acknowledge some of the pain that people were experiencing, some of the economic pain that people were experiencing, but also on top of that, like some of the atrocities that were unfolding, like in Gaza, right? But there are still so many people who go, nah, she wasn't moderate enough. But I guess people are, like I said, more and more people are coming to that recognition that it wasn't actually about not being moderate enough or not being right-wing enough. And that was just a fucking made-up argument. Because look at the Democrats now. They're not fighting. The top Democrats are woefully incompetent at dealing with the madness of this administration. People want things to change. That's why people voted for Trump, because they wanted change. Because Trump was able to communicate that he will actually change American society. And he is, just not in the direction that people would want American society to go towards. You understand?
Epstein's trafficking operation.
As far as I'm concerned, that is the time she needs to do to be held accountable.
The Justice Department argues releasing the Epstein files won't reveal anything new or noteworthy, as much was heard publicly at her trial. But it's clear many lawmakers...
Libs think that if you criticize their politicians, it makes them lose when they actually lose because they don't listen to the criticism. Yeah, if they also had something worth fighting for, more and more people would say, all right, shut the fuck up. I'm going to avoid criticizing this thing or that thing that they've done. That's the problem. They have no policies that people can fucking grab onto and advocate for. They have no dream of a better tomorrow. They have no design for a well-functioning society that actually does right by every single American. So they don't communicate that at all. All they have is, well, we're not Republicans. Okay, you're just the lighter version of Republicans. Great. I don't want that. Nobody wants that. We don't want Republicans. Fuck Republicans. What the hell? Maybe if we collectively agreed to back Cory Booker for 2028. Let's not be racist. Exactly.
Both Republican and Democrat, along with the American public, believe they have many questions that remain unanswered.
We have some new CNN reporting breaking overnight on the controversy that simply will not go away for President Trump, and that's the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Sources telling CNN top administration officials will gather tonight at Vice President J.D. Vance's official residence for a strategy session. And the goal, we're told, is to form a unified response to the Epstein situation. Now expected to attend the dinner with the Vice President, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, Attorney General Pam Bondi, FBI Director Kash Patel, and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Now, you'll remember Blanche held a lengthy interview last month with Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell, who was convicted to conspiring with Epstein to sexually abuse minors. We now know there are audio recordings and a transcript of that interview. And the Justice Department...
Joe Rogan will be used to sweep the Epstein scandal. Senior Trump administration leaders are reportedly looking at using megastar podcast of Joe Rogan to help tackle lingering fallout from the Jeffrey Epstein crisis. They already have been doing that. That's why they sent fucking Kash Patel there. And it was a spectacular failure. So much so that Joe was like, oh, I can't do that. Not only that, but also then they had that fucking CIA guy go on Joe Rogan and be like, Jeffrey Epstein probably was a Russian and Chinese, maybe Hamas asset. And that didn't work either. We know Jeffrey Epstein might be related to foreign intelligence, but is certainly not Chinese, okay? The foreign intelligence that Jeffrey Epstein is associated with is Israeli intelligence. Sorry, sucks to suck for you guys, but you can't fucking get out of this situation, okay? It's just not happening.
Is weighing whether to release those materials. Let's bring in CNN's Elena Treen at the White House this morning. Elena, this is your reporting. What more are you learning about tonight's strategy session?
Yeah, I mean, this is really interesting that the fact that the vice president is going to be hosting these top Trump administration officials, really the ones who have been the leaders in kind of handling the administration's, entire handling of this Epstein case, that they'll be meeting tonight at the vice president's residence. I'm just going to walk through who's going to be there again. So White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, of course, the vice president who is the one hosting this dinner, Attorney General Pam Bondi, FBI Director Kash Patel, and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. And as you mentioned, Jessica, it's not just about strategizing over, what is going to come, the administration's posture on all of this, but also trying to present a united front, because we have seen some divisions within the Trump administration and between.
There are literal polls that show at least 80 to 90% of all Republicans love what Trump is doing with immigrants. No, I know, but it doesn't matter. You want to know why it doesn't matter? Because in the grand scheme of things, in the broader population, 80 to 90% of Republicans sounds like a lot of people, but it's not. It's the minority. It's a very loud minority of people. And yeah, there are fucking awful people in this country, okay? There's not much you can do about that. The best you can hope for is to be able to convince them that this is ridiculous and it's not actually the problem, right? It's simply just like a problem that they've dangled in front of their faces that they are predisposed into believing, okay? But that's like 30% of the country, which is, again, significant. Make no mistake. But you can't, that's 30% of the country. That means 70% of the country is not on board with this shit, okay? That's why you look at the broader polls. You look at the actual, you look at the other polls that show independents are not on board. Democrats are not on board, okay? That's number one. Number two, on the issue of immigration, I've said this before a million times over for like the past decade plus at this point, okay? On immigration, if you don't actually present an alternative and the only dominating part of discourse on immigration is that they're violent criminals and they need to be viciously deported from this country, from U.S. soil, okay? Then obviously that's what is going to stick. But those polls always have shown consistently that mass amnesty is more popular than mass deportation. Always. There's never been a point in American history where mass deportation was more popular than mass amnesty. How does that work? And if that's the reality, why is no Democrat saying that that is the reality? Why is there no counter messaging on this issue? For every media slot where some Republican monster is talking about how, Guatemalans are rapists or whatever, there should be a million different moments. There should be a million different media hits about Democrats being like, no, Guatemalans are not rapist monsters. They're your fucking neighbors, okay? This is from Mike Maxwell. Joe Rogan appears unwilling to part with this distorted characterization of the parties. Let's see what Joe Rogan's attitude is on the parties. Let's take a look. He's gonna say something brilliant, I suspect. Okay.
We're in this complete shifting of the polls where the Republicans now are in favor of free speech. The Republicans want to end the war.
doing genocide in Gaza, unlimited genocide in Gaza, just like the Democrats did as well, but certainly not in favor of ending that war, okay? Free speech, literally speak out against Israel and see how much fucking free speech you have, Joe. Who is in charge, Joe? Marco Rubio was blackbagging people for the crime of writing fucking mean things about the state of Israel.
They want to stop contributing to foreign countries. They want comedy to be comedy.
Yeah, except for Israel. Again, $17 quintillion to Israel every fucking quarter.
Again, they don't want restrictions on people's behavior.
With comedy, they want comedy to be comedy. Okay, dude. What the fuck does that even mean? That's such a stupid... Oh, God, I hate that. They want comedy to be comedy. Comedy is legal again. Oh.
Thinking.
Yeah, legalize comedy.
And the Democrats have developed this sort of like cult-like idea of what everyone should accept and what's normal and what's not normal and what needs to be elevated in our population and what needs to be ignored. And it's just like, God damn, you're ruining it for everybody that thinks in a left way. Like anybody who's...
Dog, I don't know why you think you're thinking in a left way when you say objectively untrue things. This is why people say you're right-wing, Joe, because you are literally coping and also caping for the right. Okay? That's what you're doing.
Reasonable, like a reasonable left-thinking person, which is most artists, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
And then you get to this point where you're like, no, I can't go along with you on all these things.
Yeah.
You guys you're just a bunch of fucking assholes who are using these subjects as a way where you can behave incredibly shitty, incredibly uncharitable, like vicious, mean, ostracizing people from society. I don't want any part of you. I don't want any part of the way you guys think and behave. And you to pretend that you're doing it for good, you're gluing yourself to the wall for climate change. The fuck you are.
Yeah.
You're just a nut. You're just a crazy, entitled nut, and you're fucking up society.
Yeah.
This is
Dude, I fucking... This stuff is so dumb. People do that because the institutions are not actually fucking going about the democratic wishes of broader society. Okay? That's what you do when you have no other fucking option to get your voice across, to get your positions across, to be heard. Okay? And we know the counterexample to this when the fucking COVID lockdowns were happening. Okay? We know that was seen as a left-right dynamic and Republicans lost their fucking minds. They took guns to the fucking Capitol buildings all around. Look at January 6th. That's what happens when Republicans don't get what they want. Okay? The idea that like, oh man, liberal protesters, leftist protesters are so fucking dumb and stupid. That's why we have to burn it all to the ground with this fucking rapist, monstrous administration that's literally molesting the money, molesting the fucking, the Constitution, molesting everything is good, actually, because they've legalized comedy. The fuck do you want people to do, man? We know what happens when the right doesn't get its wishes across, okay? We know. We've seen it happen. We've seen it unfold. I'd rather have the right do like kooky, weird things like what the leftists and liberals are doing than whatever the fuck they've done in the past. But the only reason why you notice that as an aberration is because there is no world where the left gets anything out of the institutions. So they just do this kind of disruptive shit. That's it. Listen, if I can't get my chuckles out of my giggle box, I will raise hell. No, that's the other part of this that sucks. Joe Rogan and this kind of attitude has fucking ruined comedy. The idea that, like, it's only funny if some libs are owned, or it's only funny if I can say slurs. It's only funny if I just, like, constantly fucking chirp endlessly about, like, 1% of the population, trans people, or whatever the fuck. Like, how is that funny, man? They're not laughing. The liberals are not laughing at my jokes, which is why I voted for Trump. Okay. Put the fucking comedy in the bag. Try to find something funny. Try to find something fucking humorous, you know? Reactionary attitudes, reactionary sentiment, and reactionary attitudes can be funny if you're looking at it from the outside. We do it all the time. We laugh at fucking hogs with regular frequency. They are hilarious. Trump has the capacity to be hilarious. He is funny all the time, unintentionally. Okay? But if you yourself are right-wing, it ruins your capacity to fucking craft good jokes. Yeah, Mark Maron has been going crazy on this issue.
But the thing with
he went on Bad Friends, actually, and I think and you know, I'm an old what the fuck buddy, what the fuckaneer, okay? I was an OG Mark Maron fan because I've been an OG podcast consumer for years and years. I haven't really followed what Mark Maron's been up to as of late, but he went on Bad Friends and he just fucking dropped a bunch of I guess truth bombs, even though he is like very, you know, in the most Mark Maron way possible, which is like, you know, whiny and anyway, let's just see.
Joe, the thing with Joe is I don't know that we have a lot to talk about because of my idea of what he's done to comedy.
Sure.
And I don't think it's great. I think that it's tribalized. And
I will say there is a trend shift that I've noticed on TikTok because even Joe Orbiters keep constantly talking about how shitty Austin is, even though there's a comedy scene there. Okay? This move to fucking Texas was presented as like this new vision. It was going to be another cultural capital of America. Okay? And ironically, Austin did have that capacity, but it was fucking ruined by dumb fuck right-wingers that came from fucking California and elsewhere that turned Austin into a right-wing shithole. They fucked it up. If you've ever met someone who is, you know, born and raised in Austin, Texas, you know what like the OG people from Austin, Texas are like. They're like fucking woke Wilder, okay? He is a great representation of someone who was born and raised in fucking Texas, okay? Woke as a motherfucker. But now you look at Austin and it's ass. Why is it ass? Because every goddamn loser from fucking California that wanted to wear like snakeskin boots and wear a fucking big belt buckle and a cowboy hat and talk about yee comedy is actually going to be saved, legalized comedy, that love fucking Elon Musk, moved to Austin, Texas, and they fucked it up. They ruined it. And on top of their, on top of leaving Austin in this fucking ruins, they also are now leaving Austin, Texas, because they're like, oh, this sucks. This fucking sucks. So now they're leaving Austin in droves. What happened? Californians are really the Israelis of America? True. Yeah, look at Peach. Look at Woke Wilder. Those are the real Texan motherfuckers right there. There are plenty of people like that in Texas, okay? Plenty of people like that in Texas. It's just, Texas is so fucking, Texas has become such an annoying place. It's become like more like Florida, basically, where everybody goes there like it's a fucking promised land for being anti-woke and quote-unquote based. And that's the problem. When you do that, you ruin the fucking culture. You ruin what it could have been, okay? And then you don't like what you turned Texas into, and then you you don't like what you've turned Austin into, because Texas broadly is like that, okay? And then you're like, oh, this kind of sucks. There's like nothing here. It's all the worst. It's all the worst aspects of conservative slop that I'm experiencing everywhere. So there's no like real culture remaining in this fucking city. So I'm just gonna leave. And that's what's happening. They're all leaving now.
Think that, he's created a sort of army of people that think they know comedy, but they only know a specific thing. And what they think is good is not necessarily good. It may be what they're like.
So it seems that Marc Maron has reignited his decades-long beef with Joe Rogan and his group of comedic assassins, as he just called them out on 2 separate podcasts in the span of a week. And Marc Maron's not just going after these guys because he doesn't like them. As he puts it, he has reasonable criticism for them.
It's reasonable criticism.
Reasonable criticism.
Yeah.
Like in his most recent special, Panicked, Mark actually spends a good portion of time calling out the anti-woke comedy scene that Rogan's...
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think he bouldered Theo Von, but I would love to hear a conversation between him and Theo Von on Israel. I think Mark is too much of a fucking lib to recognize that like Theo Von actually agrees with Marc Maron on Israel. And I think they could have a very productive and very good conversation. I was a big fan of Marc Maron at one point. Is this guy good? I used to be a huge fan of Marc Maron. And I still like Marc Maron, but he's not for everybody. I will say that. He is the classic old liberal. How else do I explain it? He's the mealy-mouthed, annoying liberal, but he's right. He's just like, sometimes he's a little annoying about it, if that makes sense. A real old school liberal, as in he is progressive.
Forged in Austin, criticizing them for normalizing slurs, punching down at marginalized groups.
Like Bill Maher? No, fuck no. No. He's bizarro Bill Maher. They exhibit similar tendencies, but his politics are far better than, like, in the reversal of Bill Maher. Marc Maron's the type of dude who says the same shit that I say, where he's like, why the fuck do you care about trans people this much? Like, you're being a loser. Like, one of the things he actually literally said in the Bad Friends podcast that I really enjoyed was when he was like, okay, you did it. You fucking did it. Trans people are terrified of getting healthcare. Like, you did it. When is it going to end? When are you going to stop? That's what he said.
To me immediately, he's like, I am so sorry.
Wait, Marc Maron found out that Stav and Nick made fun of him?
I talk shit about you. He's like, I'm just doing a podcast. I never thought you'd see it.
It's like, people just yammering. Yeah. And like, I've had, what was I just going to tell you? Shit. Because I had Stavros on not too long ago, and and I didn't realize that him and his partner had been talking shit about me for years.
Bro, what are you saying? Marc Maron's infinitely better than Bill Maher? Yeah. No, I know. I just said that. Why are you repeating that?
Oh, for real?
What's the other guy's name?
Nick?
Yeah. I don't know that guy.
Nick Mullins.
I don't know any of these fucking people.
But Nick Mullins he's first of all, he's fucking hysterical.
No, I know he's funny.
Yeah, him and Stavi together when they did Come Town, that was one of the funniest.
Yeah, but apparently they've been like taking shots at me for a long time. And and Stavros was great. I like the guy, and we had a nice conversation. And somebody's like, they've been talking. I'm like, I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, what am I gonna do? Like some guy texted me. Someone texted me like, some guy's doing a joke you did. Like some guy, some comic in Chicago, young guy, is doing basically the same joke setup that I did on my 1995 HBO special, and it was public. Like that's Maron's joke or whatever. So I DM'd the guy. I'm like, we good? And he's like, yeah, man. I took it down. And I never saw your special. I swear to God. I'm like, dude, I don't care. Relax. I don't care. You can deal with whatever you want to deal with, but I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
So we got What the Fuck with Marc Maron. Is he still doing that?
Yeah.
God, I feel bad for him now, dude.
I don't know.
I had no idea.
If this lasts as long as that, I'll kill myself. I promise.
Look at fucking Adam with the tefillin in the background. Bro. Dude. Oh my God. When the world needed them the most, they vanished, bro. I swear to God. I mean, I guess they didn't really vanish, but like every new podcast is trying to do this. they're trying to do this, but because they have no capacity to understand what made this work, they literally just take the worst aspects of what this was and just slam that on over and over again. You know what I mean? It's really interesting to think about, like, the 2016 era, like Come Town Chapo, like doing away with the aesthetics of leftist progressivism while still maintaining the Yard. Dude, come on. I mean, no disrespect. I love the Yard Boys, but that's crazy. That's insane to compare. Literally half of this chat is still stuck in that phase, brother. It's not even necessarily a fucking phase, dude. It just doesn't matter. The point is the optics and the aesthetics are inconsequential. But unfortunately, for a lot of liberals, it's all that matters. It's the only thing that fucking matters. You know what I mean? The ideology or the background or what these guys actually believe in and what they defend, what they talk about in terms of like their political worldview is unfortunately inconsequential for a lot of people, and they can't get past the optics of it all. And I see this. I mean, I see this even in my own experience. I don't do the shit that Cometown did, certainly, but it doesn't matter. Like this presentation is too broy for some people, so they just like immediately fucking write it off. They don't even like want to entertain it. They don't even want to see what this is all about. They just go, oh, that guy's a fucking bro. He's probably like hyper misogynistic and blah, blah, blah. He's probably transphobic, all this shit. And that's the problem. For a lot of people, they just don't. For a lot of people, they can't move past the optics. They just hyper focus on that, because for liberals, it's like the beginning and the end of all politics is what your presentation looks like. Okay?
And overall platforming dangerous ideas.
Pterodactyl arms? You supposed to put that nigga on the grill. He ain't even supposed to live.
And if you haven't seen it already.
By the way, ironically, a lot of the new meta, a lot of the new like crop of comedians do actually, like I said, try to do the Cometown thing, but without the actual without the actual background, without the actual political acumen, or even investment in like trying to identify who to make fun of or how to make fun of them, that it just only turns into low-hanging fruit. Even the shit that they got, like, fucking, what's his face? Shane. Oh my God, why is my brain, I'm farting. My brain is farting. I'm having a brain fart. Shane Gillis, thank you. Shane Gillis. I can't believe I forgot his name for a second. Like, remember when Shane Gillis was canceled by SNL? He was canceled because they clapped him on the basis of like all of his worst attempts at trying to do Nick Mullen style comedy. Okay. And he had way funnier bits than that. Like, he had actually funny moments, like a lot of them. And that's precisely the reason why he just like went back to the drawing board, and he has rebuilt his brand, and now he's fucking doing SNL all the goddamn time, right? He has his own projects and things like that, and it was because he found his own voice through this process that made him funny. and is the reason why he's a funny comedian. I know a lot of people in this community especially don't like him. Okay? Because many of you guys don't. Many of you guys don't understand that, like, when someone is trying to find humor and trying to make people laugh, they're gonna say things that are not funny at all. And if you say something, because no one has the capacity to be fucking 100% all the time. We are allowed to not like comedians? No, for sure. I don't really give a shit, ultimately. I'm doing meta-analysis on comedy in general, specifically because we're talking about Mark Maron right now and the Rogan sphere right now. And I'm explaining to you that there are comedians who are actually funny, who have the capacity to be funny, who find their own voices, and comedians who just basically look at trends and follow the notes of Joe Rogan, for example, and try to craft their material off of like low-hanging fruit. And in that process, because the only way to do comedy is literally by failing, there's going to be a lot of failures. And in this current meta, when you are saying something, especially if you're trying to touch a culturally sensitive subject matter and you end up failing, people just look at you and go, oh, dude, you are just a grossly racist piece of shit. Fuck you. You're a monstrous piece of shit. Because if you're uninitiated with the process of how to fucking craft a joke, and on top of that, your first interaction with a human being is like them flopping spectacularly on an issue that makes him look like a fucking monster, then yeah, of course you're going to be like, this guy sucks.
I highly recommend you go watch that entire special. But to give you an idea of what he talks about in that special, here's him poking fun at the idea of Theo Von having Adolf Hitler on his podcast, and what exactly that would sound like.
I think if Hitler were alive today, he'd probably appear on Theo Von's podcast. And Theo would be like, see, y'all did a lot of meth, right? I mean, all the Nazis were all fucked up on meth, right, Hitler? That shit'll make you crazy, dog. I did some meth once. I was up for 3 days, and then I ate a live bird. No shit, Hitler, a live bird, bro. Hey, Hitler, you probably didn't even hate the Jews. That was just the meth making you crazy, dog.
So now he's on a podcast press tour for that new special, and he's...
For the record, that's a good bit. And I hope people don't think that he's doing that. I hope people don't think that Mark is doing that because he thinks like, Theo Von is anti-Semitic because of his position on Israel or whatever. Because if you know Mark Maron's position on Israel, he's been there for a very long time. He's been a anti-Israel guy for a very long time. I hope people know that, okay? He's not doing that because of Israel. He's doing that because of Theo Von's Donald Trump. His Donald Trump podcast, like humanizing Donald Trump. Okay? Understand that. He's Sam Cedars' dude. Yeah. No, I like Mark. He's unk.
Sent shots left and right at the entire Rogan sphere. Like in this recent...
Where had he said he's anti-Israel? Mark Maron? Mark Maron has talked extensively on the issue of Israel. It's actually really interesting because a lot of people don't realize. They know, like many people know Seth Rogen is anti-Israel, but they don't know where that information comes from. That's from fucking What the Fuck? Mark Maron's podcast. Is Mark Maron and Seth Rogen talking about Israel and how fucking weird it is and how fucked up Israel is. That's where that fucking audio comes from. Mark Maron's been on that fuck Israel shit for a long time. Yeah, see? Look.
Probably here.
Mark Maron with guest Seth Rogen. I was fed a bunch of lies about Israel. Yeah, Mark Maron is... A lot of people point to Joe Rogan as like the OG comedy podcaster, but many people don't realize that Mark Maron is the OG comedy podcaster. What the fuck was the Joe Rogan experience before the Joe Rogan experience? Pick one, Mark Maron or Burr. Oh no, I love Bill Burr more than I love Mark Maron, for sure. Or Tom Green. Fair. This is not Tom Green erasure. No, you're right. That's deep lore. You're right about that. I was just exhibiting my bias. But like, I will say that like the impact that like Mark Maron was the guy. He was one of the pioneers of like being a comedian who just does like a one-person podcast.
In Bad Friends episode, he goes at Rogan in a pretty hilarious and major way, roasting him for leading an army of enlightened meatheads, and predicting that they'll run out of material pretty quickly, since the majority of jokes that they tell are pretty surface-level jabs at marginalized groups that they've completely beaten into the ground. Like,
That's by the way, an evisceration because it's 100% the truth. Like that's he just clocked them 100p. That is, I don't know even what else to say. It's just like you're punching down. When do you stop? That's basically what he said on the pod, and it's correct. It's like you've just run out. You've run out. You've exhausted it. You've exhausted the fucking well.
If you know anything about this Rogan era of comedy, you'd know that they do this quite frequently. Like, to this day, they're probably still making COVID-19 jokes. And Mark Maron considers this shtick to be hack.
But yeah, me and who else?
Rogan.
Okay.
Who's that? Joe Rogan. Joseph Rogan?
Yeah, he's out of Texas.
Oh, Texas. Got it.
Yeah.
I got it. Got it.
Yeah.
You love Austin, don't you?
He's running half the planet out of Texas.
Yeah.
He's got a tight hold on the enlightened meatheads.
Dude, Maron's disdain.
It's not disdain. It's reasonable criticism.
Reasonable criticism.
Yeah.
When was the last time you spoke with him?
I don't know. That's a good question. I guess it would have been at the store. I never talked to him in Austin. I don't go into the club. I don't really think I'm on his radar. So
something tells me you are.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Something tells me you are.
I don't. It's weird that you get lumped into a certain thing, and maybe it's my assumption that his army of
Kill Tony in this day and age is absolute dog shit comedy. I mean, Kill Tony. I'll say this much: Kill Tony is a brilliant medium ruined by the guy it's named after. Okay? Because the idea of getting new comics to literally test out 3 to 5 minute or 1 to 3 minute bits, I don't know how long it is now, in front of comedy greats is an incredible idea. It is a brilliant idea. Okay? The problem is it's steered by one of the worst comedians of this generation. So for that reason, it's always like fantastic. I used to listen to Kill Tony all the time. I used to listen to Kill Tony, and I would just every time I listened to Kill Tony, I was like, I just wish this wasn't led by Brian Redband and Tony Hinchcliffe. Okay? Like, I don't know if you've ever had a situation like that where you're like, why am I listening to this? This sucks because the fucking hosts are so bad. The guests are good. Okay? And the concept is great, but god damn is the execution so ass because it's directionally led by the worst. The worst fucking people. That's why I stopped watching it, because I couldn't deal with like how creepy and shitty it got at moments where I was just like, ugh. Joe Rogan orbiters have been a stain on comedy, and it's like a thing that you have to do. You have to go on Joe Rogan if you want to reach the largest audience possible, and I totally understand that. And a lot of people go on Joe Rogan and then take it one step further because it's like the only thing that they can rely on in terms of like maintaining a career. But I think it's just, it is destroyed. It has destroyed modern comedy. It's so fucking bad.
Healthy fellas.
Is that their title? Army of Healthy Fellas is so good.
No, you just got to, got to stay in, keep the machine.
The machine's got to be good.
Yeah.
That's a shot at Bert. Go ahead.
What do you think the Austin shelf life is going to be?
Well, I don't know. Like, I think that it's so effectively tribalized at this point. It really comes down to material. I mean, at what point, it's like whatever they represented in terms of policy. And it's not a stretch. It's like they won. Trans people are frightened. They have no ability to get health care anymore. And they're afraid of being alive and have no freedom left. So that's done. When do you stop with the jokes?
When do you stop with the jokes?
And like immigrants. Okay, well, they're being ripped away from their homes. And and they're all terrified. And okay, so that's done. When do you stop with the jokes?
Right.
I mean, it's one thing to pick on the vulnerable and the marginalized, but I mean, they're down.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
they're down.
why do you got to keep hitting them unless you're a hack? Now, there's a question.
Wow.
Yeah. Nailed it. Fucking nailed it. That's it. Fucking nailed it. In the simplest terms, none of the fucking comedy greats that people actually look back at positively have ever spent a good deal of time punching down. They always punch up. In the simplest terms, like, comedy can be something as stupid as like a fart joke, or it can be something as interesting as unwinding the structural inequities that we all exist under in a humorous way. I also do love, Santino is one of the unspoken greats of modern comedy. No, I think he's fucking hilarious.
Mark, wow.
He comes in swinging.
Yeah.
Another issue that Mark has with Joe Rogan was one that Mark's had a problem with since the early 90s, which is that comedy is supposed to be for the quote-unquote sensitive weirdos, not necessarily for the high school locker room bullies that Joe Rogan's ushered in. And even though I don't fully agree with this stance, since to me, if you're funny, you're funny, it is a stance that I've seen other comics take, like when Tim Dillon was calling out Brendan Schaub right after he released his insult of a comedy special, Gringo Poppy.
When I watch Brendan do that, it's like I go, here's a big, tough guy who I should just see in a Ferrari, and he should be able to rip people's faces off with his catcher mid-hands. And I see him running around the stage going, oh! I go, you're gay now.
By the way, all the Joe Rogan dick riders of the world all go back to one man who has irreversibly ruined comedy, Andrew Dice Clay. Oh, for sure. That's the biggest red flag. When motherfuckers are like, oh, Andrew Dice Clay, like, that's the great, that's the GOAT. It's like, nah, dude, you are like, no. That's for the fucking, that is the most NPC version of comedy. It's the most coworker bit you can ever arrive at. Dane Cook, Andrew Dice Clay. Nah, fuck that. They're not even in the same conversation. They're nowhere near in the same conversation as like a Richard Pryor or a Bill Hicks or a fucking George Carlin, obviously. And even Dane Cook didn't do the fucking punching down bit, for the record. Just make no mistake. It's just like hacky stuff, but like he didn't also punch down. There's like hacks that don't make bullying random people their only bit. You know, the shock. And then there are actually funny comedians who have mastered the art of shock humor as well. I would go so far as to say that even Daniel Tosh, maybe not for everybody, had a much better grip on this. Or what's the other one that also was shitting on? Anthony Jeselnik has a much better grip on like doing shock humor than a guy who's just like going up on stage and being like, trans people are fucking weird, right? Gross. It's a man wearing a dress. Ha ha ha. You should, as a comedian, I think, and I'm not a comedian, I'm just a fan of comedy. The one thing I always have said is, if you're looking for this, instead of ha 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 this, you've lost the plot. Okay? The moment that you're like looking for cheap applause breaks from the worst fucking people on the planet is the moment where you've already lost the plot. You've lost it.
Become gay.
Why
are you gay?
He was a fucking knight. He was a knight.
He's a knight.
And now he's a jester.
Now he's gay.
He's a gay jester.
He's a gay man. He's a fully gay man. When you watch the special, he's like, woo!
So Mark's main issue with this is that the weirdo alt comics have sort of been pushed to the side in recent times. And when Mark brings this point up to Bobby Lee, he actually gets him to join in on trashing Austin comics, which was just great to see.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
So, and the bigger problem about what you're saying, is I think we all still do exist, but the nature of the comedy business is fragmented and some of it's tribalized. But there used to be a lot more weirdos around who were kind of exciting and interesting and took it a different place. I would argue with just talky talk comedy, there's not that many people bringing it to a different place, dude.
Right.
There
Well,
just
there is some good ones that, like, I think that kid Casey Rocket's really entertaining and fun and different and unique. I think they're there, right?
Yeah.
I think the problem is there's so much sludge, there's so much shit, there's way more noise than we've ever fucking seen.
Yeah.
So it's hard to appreciate or even care because all that's really being shown is kind of the constant like, give it to him, give it to him, give it to him, give it to him. So I get it.
I'm tired of the attitude.
I thought you were going to say violence in this country.
No. I'm tired. They come up back to L.A. One guy, I want to name his name, and go, "Oh, you seem like you're thriving." And he goes, "I'm killing it."
Killing it. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The guys talking about the comedians of comedy, guys like David Cross, Mr. Show with Bob and David, were all mostly anti-Israel. Yeah. All the good comics are. I don't know a single fucking, I can't point to a single good comedian, like a GOAT comedian, that is like unconditionally pro-Israel. Because it's just like, it's very obviously an inequality. And if you're a good comedian, you see that kind of stuff and you make humor out of that. Someone said Sarah Silverman. Yeah, my point. Exactly. Yeah, Seinfeld. Amy Schumer. Yeah, forgetting Michael Rappaport, are we?
And I'm like, whoa, dude. You moved out because you couldn't survive here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is a different...
It's an animal.
It's an animal.
Well, I think the weirdos you're referring to, by the way, were birthed, and I defend this till I'm fucking blue in the face, were birthed at the Comedy Store.
Yeah.
And I think I always push, I was like, people don't know that about the store. They think they hear this like corporate bro, and that happens internally in LA a lot too, where they're like, the store is a fucking, whatever, sellout factory of fucking bro comics. Because I
Not anymore.
No, but there was a wash of it that came through, and I think...
Yeah, Joe, they moved to Austin.
But
And real quick here, just based on the voice inflection that Bobby was doing there, I'm almost certain that he was talking about Tony Hinchcliffe. I mean, it's 100% something Tony would say, too.
Oh, you seem like you're thriving. And he goes, "I'm killing it."
So yeah, just an all-around hilarious episode of Bad Friends that I highly suggest you go watch the entire episode of. One thing that this podcast was missing, though, was the larger, more political reason.
It's not even on some political shit, man. It's not even on some political shit. There's a guy who is also close to the Trump admin, Shane Gillis, who is a million times funnier than Tony Hinchcliffe. So before people immediately go, "Oh, you just don't like Tony because he's like fucking pro-Trump or whatever." No. Okay? Abso-fucking-lutely not. He is a blight. A lot of these a lot of these fucking guys that are in the Joe Rogan orbit that have just like kept a career by being close to Joe Rogan, and even fucking Joe Rogan himself, unironically, are just a stain on comedy. The glaze on Shane is wild. It's not. I don't think Gillis is a Republican. He's kind of woke low-key. No, I know. I'm just saying he's close to Donald Trump, though. Someone said, why don't you like Nanette? I know. Oh, my God. Ugh. That was one of my boldest moments when I was shitting on Nanette at the peak of woke in, like, the first Trump administration, being like, this is not funny at all. What the fuck? It's literally anti-comedy. It's a fucking TED Talk. You guys like to cancel people too much? What? You know what's really funny about that, by the way? People say that all the time. Let me explain something to you. There's a fucking bald sex pest out there who is actively talking about how his dad is going to rape my dad, that has been demanding I get deplatformed. Not once have I ever said he should be deplatformed for saying that. There's another bald fucking monster that lives with cockroaches and constantly calls me a terrorist, actively demanding I get not only deplatformed, but arrested, okay? Not once have I turned around and been like, this guy should be canceled. This guy should be deplatformed. I'm not the one doing it, okay? It's the right that does it all the fucking time. What happened? I thought these guys wanted fucking, free speech, free speech, free speech. It turns out everybody wants free speech until it's the type of speech you don't like.
That Mark Maron called out right-wing podcasters in his special for. But luckily for us, he actually explained it in detail in the Vulture podcast he did nearly 10 days ago, calling out Joe Rogan and Tony Hinchcliffe by name, which even if you don't agree with anything Maron says, you have to respect the fact that he calls them out by name here, as most comics are too afraid to seriously go after Joe Rogan in this sort of fashion. But anyways, in this podcast, Mark Maron explains that he's going after these guys because they essentially sided with Trump solely because he was more pro-speech than the other option. But now that he's in office and has acted on these policies, it's almost as if they're acting shocked that he's doing anything like that. I mean, just the other day, Andrew Schultz posted this screenshot to his story reacting to the Trump administration not mandating IVF care. I mean, this sort of thing is happening every day in the Rogan-verse at this point, and Mark touches on that in this Vulture podcast.
And, Rogan and Hinchcliffe and, just a lot of these people just locked into this.
He's a fucking zinner too. My God.
Anti-woke thing. But now,
Oh my God, I just realized. I think the first time I actually encountered nicotine gum was Mark Maron. Oh my God. I think he literally influenced me to quit smoking with nicotine gum. It's just like coming back to me right now. Something that I've done for many others now, Mark Maron has done for me. Full circle.
The government, which is for all practical, good intents and purposes, is an authoritarian government, and we have a fairly dominant fascistic culture. Yeah. So they're using the same language, which is anti-woke, to dismantle all progressive institutions. And, whether you like it or not, or whether that's not what you signed up for, you tied yourself to that horse, right?
Yeah.
And, it's not even a matter of unforgivable. It just is what it is. So you can backpedal all you want, but this is the reality, is that, democracy was squashed because of, the policy now of using anti-woke to dismantle the liberal democratic state is something you didn't shut up about.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't the same thing. Well, I just wanted to say so that's who I'm talking about. And look, I think a lot of them were just like wanted to land on the side where they could earn a living. It's challenging.
For years, Joe Rogan has acted like the small guy that the media likes to pile on top of, as if he was the victim, just because he wasn't allowed to make jokes about marginalized groups. But now that they've sort of won that small victory with Trump, they can't play the victim.
Yeah. And it's not even a small victory. It's just like, it's such a stupid fucking victory to win. Oh, we can say the R word now, dude. It's like, you could always say it, dumbass. The fuck? Like, what do you mean? You could always say it. You just couldn't say it in a place of business, okay? That's it. And also, if you say it, there are probably going to be, well, not the R word, but, you know, other slurs. If you say it in public, people are going to fucking get mad at you. So it's not necessarily about, like, why can't I say it? When these guys are complaining, they're complaining about the repercussions, the backlash that they receive. They actually mean, why can't I say it? And then people actually react positively to it. And you just can't fucking change collective attitudes like that. Okay? That's the issue here. It's not whether you can say it or not. It's that when you say it, people still react negatively to it. That's it.
Card anymore. Also, in this next clip, Mark plainly states again that whenever a Rogan guy makes a joke punching down at trans or gay people or anything of that nature, that it's simply just hack, and it's only offensive because of how unfunny it is.
And in that thing, it's at a point now where it's like you don't have the victim position anymore. You have the dominant position. So why keep kicking? Because it's hackneyed. That, you know, you walk through a comedy club or you go to some in certain cities where it's like there's a prerequisite to do a trans joke. There's a prerequisite to do an R-word joke. There's a prerequisite to push the edge in a very non-risky way.
Yeah. To not push a boundary, but act like you are.
Yeah, and act like, you know, your voice is
Yeah, bro, they're fucking slinging all that shit from the top rope at this point. What do you mean? You're not counterculture, man. You're not. You're not fucking counterculture. You never were. That's not counterculture. That's what's so fucking annoying about this shit. It's just hack material. And you're just mad that your hack material doesn't have broad appeal and you're just fucking coping, which is, again, anti-comedy. When you make a joke and people don't laugh, you're not supposed to go, well, they're wrong for not laughing. You're supposed to go, oh, I fucked up. Let me fix this. Let me make this thing that didn't land funny. But these guys are so goddamn... These guys are so fucking babied. They're so fucking annoying. We're like, this is the principle of making comedy. This is the one thing. There's no other way to do this, okay? There is no other way to do this. You have to go out in front of a crowd and you have to test out your material. And if people don't laugh, you have to go back to the drawing board and rewrite it. But like 90% of cancel culture adjacent comics have basically made it their lives mission to turn their entire fucking stand-up into crying about why people are not laughing at their fucking jokes. And also, you're not always going to appeal to everybody, okay? That's the other thing. That's the other thing. You're not. Not everybody wants to listen to fucking EDM. Some people like rap, okay? It's like fucking complaining about, it's like complaining about the fact that, like, you're not reaching every fucking crowd. Like, 75-year-olds are not listening to hyperpop. What the fuck is this about? This is bullshit. Well, you're not making music for them. I'm using another medium so that, you know, you guys understand. Like, that's how comedy is too.
You know, is somehow dangerous. Yeah. There's nothing less dangerous. It's boring.
Yeah. To say what people want you to say is not doing it. You're not transgressing.
Those particular people.
Yeah, yeah.
So pretty much for years, everyone thought that Marc Maron hated Joe Rogan and was just jealous of him. Because up until now, most of his critiques for Rogan were pretty surface level. Like he resented Rogan's athletic background, his overwhelming success, and had an ongoing podcast rivalry with him. Rogan was almost like the more popular version of Maron. And Maron actually confronted Joe on these very issues all the way back in 2011, which at the time felt as if Marc were simply just jealous of Joe.
You know, when I first saw you, I had this problem with guys who were, you know, athletically oriented or had some sort of athletic nature about them before they came into comedy. And I remember that you and Kevin Flynn, he was like a soccer guy.
Yeah.
And you were a kickboxing champion. And there was part of me that was like, this is not for them. This is not their world. Why are they here? Why don't they stay in their competitive world?
Oh, that's silly.
Well, of course it's silly. But you were sort of a cocky fuck then, weren't you?
I don't know. You know, I mean, first of all, you know, if you're not around someone like that and all of a sudden you're around some guy and you hear this guy's a martial arts champion and now he's doing comedy,
yeah,
I would probably feel the same thing. Like, this is this fucking guy invading our spot and ruining our vibe.
In this podcast, Marc also admitted that he felt that Joe doing Fear Factor disqualified him from being a comedy authority, implying that doing a show so out of sync with thoughtful or serious comedy should have knocked Rogan off any moral or artistic high ground.
That your television career, you know, not news radio particularly, but Fear Factor was antithetical to, you know, who you are now. And that I thought it was hard for me to accept that you were able to stand in a position of judgment of what comedy is or isn't, you know, having done Fear Factor and the impact it had on the comedy business and television.
That's an interesting angle, and I gotta think that angle's got to be coming from some weird animosity that you might have had to me already before this. Because first of all, I mean, how many sitcom writers are really comics? It's very few.
Well, they
and
all
how many people
a lot of them started as comics. I'm just saying in comedy in general.
You can't say that that's taking away jobs because it's an economic issue, and if I wasn't hosting it, someone else would have hosted it.
So after that 2011 interview, a lot of fans of the podcast came to the conclusion that Marc was just jealous of Joe. But now, fast forward to 2025, and it almost seems like Marc's criticisms of Joe are becoming more valid by the day. And now, instead of having animosity or disdain for Joe, Marc labels it as reasonable criticism. So at the end of the day, whether you think Marc Maron is bitter or just finally saying what a lot of comics won't, his beef with Joe Rogan has taken a new level of depth. Like it started as a personal rivalry, but now it's evolved into this broader cultural clash.
No, I think like Marc Maron couldn't figure out exactly what it was that caused this kind of immediate reflexive distaste in what Joe Rogan was doing. And after 15 years of Joe Rogan's career unfolding in the ways that it did, he's been vindicated. You missed Tim Cook giving Trump a 1-to-1 Apple trophy. Yeah, sometimes people have an ick and then they work through it and they realize they were wrong. Other times people have an ick and they are vindicated for being right from the start. Okay? And in this circumstance, I think Marc Maron's gut led him Marc Maron's gut led him to make the correct decision early on. Tim Cook gave him a 24-karat gold, by the way. 24-karat gold La Beau Beau? We got to see this.
I did very well there. I like it because I see I did very well there. I did very well in Kentucky, but it's a great place. You're going to be very happy. I thought maybe while we're up, I'll interrupt my own speech by you might show them a little bit about the product that you're going to be doing in Kentucky, Tim.
Absolutely. Do you mind if I step up?
Yes, please.
This box was made here in the U.S., in California.
A 24-karat gold La Beau Beau.
Engraved for President Trump. It's a unique.
This is one of the funniest things because, like, Tim Apple, also known as Tim Cook by many others, is like one of the companies, he's in charge of one of the companies that just never shied away from continuing to be woke. Okay. And he just kept pushing. And there's no calls for demanding that Apple stop being woke. Like, if that's what you care about, if that's one of the things you care about, like, no, they went full DEI. They're still doing full DEI. He's still very much woke. Now, he's ass-kissing the Mr. Anti-Woke, but it has been interesting to see. This dynamic has been interesting to see because you got, like, all these other companies being like, oh, we're going to do beef tallow in our French fries, like fucking Steak and Shake or whatever. And then Tim Apple is still very much woke and very much gay, okay?
Unit of One. It was designed by a U.S. Marine Corps corporal, a former one, that works at Apple now.
That's good. He's done well.
Designed it for you. And the base comes from Utah and is 24 karat gold. And it's
24 karat gold, la boo boo.
I'll take the liberty of setting it up.
It's gross. It's so perfect for Trump.
Well,
but what makes this hysterical is they're not even manufacturing iPhones in the U.S. moving forward, just investing in the U.S. and conservatives are like, what can you criticize now, Dems?
there we go. Congratulations,
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
President.
It's
Thank you
fantastic.
so much.
The great people of Kentucky. You're going to find it a great place to do business, too. It's fantastic. And then 90, more than 100 billion. TSMC
Woke is dead.
investing 200 billion. Johnson & Johnson, 55 billion. Merck, Stellantis, and General Motors are putting many, many billions in. They haven't determined the final number. And many other countries are investing tens of billions of dollars that I'm not going to give you the whole list.
It's crazy.
because
Why
this
is Tim
too
doing
long
this?
to-
I don't know. Look at the fucking Apple stock prices after this. You kiss the ring, you get good press, and your fucking stock price increases. It's all for the stonk.
Rapidly, costs are way down. You know, I listen to these horrendous frauds on CNN and various other fake news networks, and they say costs are up. No, costs are down. Gasoline is down. It's going to soon, I believe, be less than $2 a gallon. It's around $2.40 right now, many places, other than in California where they tax you out of business, but and a couple of others. But gasoline is way down. The price of groceries are down. How about eggs? When I first came here, my first week, the press hit me very hard on eggs. Eggs had quadrupled or something. I said, I didn't know about it. Give me a chance. I've just been here for 4 days. Well, eggs are down. Everything's down. Price is down. The only thing that's up is stock prices. That's really up, and that's through the roof. The stock market has been hitting all-time records, all-time highs. Last week it was announced that our economy grew at levels that we haven't seen in a long time, but the real levels of growth are going to be judged in a year from now when you start seeing some of these incredible plants, because we have car plants opening. They're coming in from Canada, from Mexico, and from all over the world. And they're coming in because they like the way the election worked out, but they also like the fact that they don't want to pay tariffs. And the tariffs, I think, we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. I won't be so specific other than to say, because we don't even know what the final number is. We just made a deal, as you know, with the EU where they're paying hundreds of billions of dollars. Japan paying hundreds of billions of dollars, and numerous other countries paying hundreds of billions of dollars. And we're not even completed there. And as you know, they found $25 billion 3 weeks ago. They said, we have a surplus of $25 billion. And they said, where did this come from? I said, check the tariffs. And they checked. They said, you're right, that's where it came from. And we've really just started. This is just in its infancy. So we have a great country. We have a country that is going to be very rich. It's a country that we're very proud of, but it's going to be very rich. And it's companies like Apple, they're coming home. They're all coming home. And we want them to come home. They have to come home. We're going to treat them really well. We're going to be putting a very large tariff on chips and semiconductors. But the good news for companies like Apple is if you're building in the United States or have committed to build, without question committed to build in the United States, there will be no charge. In other words, we're not going to be charging. So a lot of countries, a lot of companies are leaving various other places and they're coming to the United States. So in other words, we'll be putting a tariff on of approximately 100% on chips and semiconductors. But if you're building in the United States of America, there's no charge, even though you're building and you're not producing yet in terms of the big numbers of jobs and all of the things that you're building. If you're building, there will be no charge. So I just want everyone to know that. And I didn't even tell you that inside. We discussed the concept, but I didn't. So it's a big factor. So 100.
Someone in the chat asked, there's no way Tim Cook is going to stand beside him as he answers Epstein questions, right? I really hope he does. Because this is a part of Kissing the Ring, where you just have to sit there as he rambles on about like Sydney Sweeney's jeans or some shit. And I really hope he just has to fucking sit there and embarrass himself thoroughly, okay?
At a later date, you have to pay, and that's a guarantee. So that's a big statement, and I think the chip companies are all coming back home.
Like he's motherfucking Kid Rock.
You know, we started with Intel, and gradually Intel was just taken over the coals. They were taken to the cleaners, frankly, and moved to other places, in particular Taiwan. But I think a lot of those companies are coming back, and they're coming back very rapidly. So that's a big statement. 100% tariff. I want to thank you very much, Tim. Would you like to say a few words about your company, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. President, thank you very much for having me here today. You've been a great advocate for American innovation and manufacturing, and I'm grateful for your leadership and your commitment.
He's doing a gay humiliation ritual, dude.
Is central to everything we do. Our products are designed here.
This is the humiliation ritual that they were talking about.
We support 450,000 jobs with thousands of suppliers and partners in all 50 states. Earlier this year, we made our largest ever spending commitment, $500 billion to the U.S. over the next 4 years. That's already yielding results. Earlier this year, we broke ground on a new factory in Houston to make advanced AI servers. And just last month, the very first test unit rolled off that factory's line, proudly made in America. President Trump shared some kind words about that work.
God, I fucking hate Nutlick so much. He's always in the background. Look at him.
More we could commit.
He's always there, bro.
And Mr. President, we took that challenge very seriously. I'm glad to be here with you today, and I'm very proud to say that today we're committing an additional $100 billion to the United States, bringing our total U.S. investment to $600 billion over the next 4 years. As a part of this, we're launching Apple's American Manufacturing Program. It will spur even more production right here in America for critical components used in Apple products all around the world. And we're thrilled to announce that we've already signed new agreements with 10 companies across America to do just that. First, with today's announcements, I'm proud to say that Apple is leading the creation of an end-to-end silicon supply chain right here in America, from design to equipment to wafer production to fabrication to packaging. In Texas, we're working with manufacturers like Texas Instruments, Global Wafers America, and Applied Materials. We're working with Amcor in Arizona and Broadcom and Global Foundries in New York. Thanks to President Trump's vision, and with his help in his first term, we also led the way to bring TSMC to Arizona by committing to be their first and largest customer. Today, they're producing tens of millions of chips for Apple using one of the most advanced process technologies in America today. We're going to keep working with our suppliers to move even more of this incredibly advanced work to America. And this year alone, American manufacturers are on track to make 19 billion chips for Apple in 24 factories across 12 different states. Second, we're committed to buying American-made advanced rare earth magnets developed by MP Materials, which will become part of Apple's devices shipped around the world. MP is the only fully integrated rare earth producer in the United States. And with this partnership, they'll be significantly expanding their flagship facility in Fort Worth, Texas. We're also thrilled to work together on a cutting-edge rare earth recycling line in Mountain Pass, California. And third, in Kentucky, we've worked with our partners at Corning to build the world's largest and most advanced smartphone glass production line. And I'm pleased to announce that very soon, this is for the first time ever, every single new iPhone and every single new Apple Watch sold anywhere in the world will contain cover glass made in Kentucky. In addition to the American manufacturing program, we're also significantly growing our investments in AI, including expanding data center capacity in North Carolina, in Nevada, in Iowa, in Arizona, and Oregon. So we're going to keep making investments right here in America. We're going to keep hiring in America. And we're going to keep building technologies at the heart of our products right here in America. Because we're a proud American company and we believe deeply in the promise of this great nation. Thank you all, and thank you, President Trump, for putting American innovation and American jobs front and center. Thank you, sir.
Great honor.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. What a job he's done. What a job. Incredible. I want to thank you very much, and thank you, JD, for helping along. Good job. Really good job. Any questions, please?
Mr. President,
yes.
You promised on the campaign trail to bring forth a manufacturing
It's coming.
renaissance. You just mentioned $17 trillion in your first 7 months or so.
Right.
Can you talk about how an investment like this, all the other ones that you laid out, will positively impact the millions of Americans that trusted you with their vote?
Thank you very much. It changes our country. I mean, our country is a very different country than it was 6 months ago. And people like Tim are coming. We had Micron in yesterday. We had all of the big, great companies that you read about, you don't know about, but you read about.
You say, is this a fucking W for the admin or a W for the country?
Foolishly, we lost them. If we had
It
the right
depends.
person.
Only time will tell. Because right now you have assurances, right? You have an IOU. Will this actually lead to manufacturing coming back to the United States? So far, it has done the exact opposite. The tariffs have literally played a role in removing manufacturing jobs. So we shall see. If it works out, I will be honest and I will tell you that he actually pulled through. But currently, the manufacturing side of labor is losing jobs.
Great example of putting America first. What does the labor force look like to fill these jobs that you have? Do we have enough skilled American workers to fill this?
Well, we do have a lot of workers, and we have a lot of workers that hadn't been looking for work because they were disincentivized, frankly. And people like Tim have tremendous schools and training centers that they build along with a lot of their big plants where they train people on whether it's glass, like in Kentucky, or computers, or whatever they might be doing. It's a complex world, and they train people, and they do a great job. So it's a whole new workforce. Now, we have a lot of them in energy because, you know, they've always liked energy. As you know, coal has opened up big. We brought it back. And brought it back.
Find someone who looks at you the way Howard Nutlake looks at Donald Trump. Impossible.
And here we were saying
no human being has ever loved another this much.
In the world, we have more oil and gas than anybody else in the world. But we have tremendous energy jobs, and the energy, as you know, we're booming with energy, and that's why the gasoline prices are down. The costs are down. I just hope when they watch these shows. I watch this.
I don't understand the economics behind the laws of manufacturing due to tariffs. How do tariffs drive manufacturing facilities away from the U.S.? Because if you have foreign companies that have facilities in the United States of America, the costs go up. Or even if you have American manufacturing facilities that rely on foreign raw materials that are coming in and the costs go up, companies have to restructure their business. And where do they always go? the cost of materials goes up.
Well, there's
The cost of production goes up. Companies have to restructure, and companies have to restructure and remove certain parts of the manufacturing labor side. I do research in the chip world. It's low-key fucked up because these factories, similar to data centers, take a fuck ton of resources and have historically been associated with being toxic to both workers and the environment. With the cuts to the only agencies that actually protect Americans, I don't imagine these things will be the best. I mean, the AI facilities especially. The data centers are so bad. We are straight up poisoning everyone in America.
Plus, add to that.
We're ruining the remaining water supply. We're just poisoning people. We're fucking burning the planet to the ground. So that people can make
obliteration. And the pilots,
so people can jerk off to Grok, the Grok AI girlfriend.
In fact, there's a model of the plane right there. You got to bring that up, Susie. We have to see that. Look at this. This was just given to me. We ordered brand new B-2 bombers. This is a plane that over a period of 36 hours of constant flying. Look at this. So this is the brand new one they just ordered. Similar, but actually quite different. It's new and enhanced. It's an amazing machine. It went 36 hours. We had 52 tankers up in the air loading up our planes because this was surrounded by F-22s and F-35s, and it was flawless, Tim. Even you would say it was flawless. And every one of those bombs hit their target. And then we had Tomahawks shot in from a submarine 300 miles away.
Developing AI is good, actually. I wish no harm to the American ruling class. My enemy is the American people. Yeah.
And that was a big threat. That was a
my enemy is the American working class. We must ensure that their water supply is poisoned. Okay.
Mr. President, what was the breakthrough today? Did Vladimir Putin make some kind of concession that he hasn't been willing to make before?
I don't call it a breakthrough. I mean, we've been working on this a long time. There are thousands of young people dying, mostly soldiers, but also, missiles being hit into Kiev and other places. But in terms of soldiers, I think Russia's lost over 20,000 since the beginning of the year. 20,000. And I guess the estimate for Ukraine is about 9,000. It's a terrible situation. We want to get it stopped. We don't have American soldiers there, but I feel I have an obligation to get it stopped. This was not my war. This war would have never started, not even a chance. And it didn't start for 4 years. It went 4 years and didn't start. But this is Biden's war. This was on his watch. And, it's funny, we had no land was taken from Trump. It was taken from Bush. It was taken from Biden. The whole thing they would take from Biden if it weren't for us. But it was, and it was taken by Obama. Take a look at what was taken with all of the land that was taken. Nothing was taken by Russia from us. Not 1 ounce of land was taken. I'm here to get the thing over with. It would have never started if I were president. And we're here to get it stopped and get the death stopped. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, in the past, you said you would know if Putin was tackling you along. What gives you any confidence that he is or isn't doing that this time around?
Can't answer the question yet. I'll tell you in a matter of weeks, maybe less. But we've made a lot of progress. And as you know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia. But so I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but we've had very productive talks today. Yes, ma'am.
President Trump, on federalizing D.C., are you considering taking over the D.C. police? Is that an option on the table?
We're considering it, yeah, because the crime is ridiculous. I could show you a chart comparing D.C. to other locations, and you're not going to want to see what it looks like. It was just up on television, actually. They were showing it. Now, we want to have a great, safe capital. And we're going to have it. And that includes cleanliness and it includes other things. We have a capital that's very unsafe. We just almost lost a young man, beautiful, handsome guy that got the hell knocked out of him the night before last. And I'm going to call him now. We wanted to give him a little recovery time. We just put a call into him. They're calling back in a little while. But he went through a bad situation, to put it mildly, and there's too much of it. We're gonna do something about it. So whether you call it federalized or what, and that also includes the graffiti that you see, the papers all over the place, the roads that are in bad shape, the medians that are falling down, the median in between roads that's falling down. We're going to beautify the city. We're going to make it beautiful. And what a shame. The rate of crime, the rate of muggings, killings, and everything else, we're not going to let it. And that includes bringing in the National Guard, maybe very quickly, too.
And do you want Congress to look at overturning the D.C. Home Rule Act?
We're going to look at that. In fact, the lawyers are already studying it. We have to run D.C. This has to be the best run place in the country, not the worst run place.
I will defend Big Balls. I will defend his balls. I will defend him against unruly teenagers who beat his ass.
You're going to be safe walking down streets. You're not going to get
Teenage girls and teenage boys. They will all go to prison.
Well, we'll determine that later. But right now, they're paying a 50% tariff. Okay.
Yeah, please. One for Mr. Cook as well. On the
yeah, please. Sure.
The president wants a made in the USA iPhone. What are the chances that you can actually make that happen?
Well, if you look at the bulk of it, we're doing a lot of the semiconductors here. We're doing glass feed. We're doing the Face ID module here. And so there's a ton of it. And we're doing these for products sold elsewhere in the world. And so there's a lot of...
Tim Apple already gave the game away when he was like, we don't have the precision manufacturing capabilities. We don't have the technical capabilities. We don't have the training for the labor. It would require decades of training to get to that position, to have manufacturing in this country that can be even competitive with Chinese manufacturing. He literally said that.
In terms of cost and all, but I think we may incentivize him enough that one day he'll be bringing that. But he brings most of the stuff. Look, he's not making this kind of an investment anywhere in the world, not even close. He's come.
No, it's not even pennies on the dollar. It's not because Chinese manufacturing is much cheaper because like the labor is much less costly. No, Tim Cook has literally said if China and Chinese manufacturing was more expensive than American labor and American manufacturing, we'd still use Chinese manufacturing because it is not within American capabilities to do high precision manufacturing that is required to make these fucking tools, especially at scale necessary for fucking Apple products. That's it. He has literally openly said that, where he's like, it's not even a thing. Like, we can't do it. We just simply cannot fucking do it.
Well, we're going to look at that. We're talking about it, and they're doing a very good job. And, you know, that is a past. Operation Warp Speed was, whether you're Republican or Democrat, considered one of the most incredible things ever done in this country. The efficiency, the way it was done, the distribution, everything about it was...
Did you just say, can't he just hire Chinese people and move them here? They would assassinate him, dog. Are you serious? Brother, what do you mean? His number one thing that he's doing is like getting non-white laborers out of the country. That is crazy. Imagine being like, that's right, we're building the iPhone in America and it's gonna be made by Chinese hands.
Is contemplating reoccupying Gaza entirely. Is he defying you, sir, or are you giving him a green light?
Well, we have stopped wars in the Middle East by stopping Iran from having a nuclear weapon, and they're you know, they can say they're going to start all over again, but that's a very dangerous thing for them to do, because we'll be back. As soon as they start, we'll be back. And I think they understand that. They're just words. But no, we've stopped a lot of wars in the Middle East. If you think about what we did with Iran, Iran was the perpetrator of hate, a very evil place, and I think it's going to be a lot different in the coming years.
On the India penalties, do you have any similar plans to enact more tariffs on China as it relates to their purchases?
Could happen.
Dude, the India stuff is so funny because he's literally... India was supposed to be the secondary manufacturing hub that these countries moved to, because it's like more in favor with Western interests, more aligned with Western interests, not communist, anti-China. And now he's like, well, they're buying Russian oil, so we're going to tariff them into oblivion too. Okay, where do you manufacture shit then?
Well, it hasn't worked, and it hasn't worked really for a long time. And I would say pretty much from the beginning, Colbert has no talent. I mean, I could take anybody here. I could go outside on the beautiful streets and pick up a couple of people that do just as well or better. They get higher ratings than he did. He's got no talent. Fallon has no talent. Kimmel has no talent. They're next. They're going to be going. I hear they're going to be going. I don't know, but I would imagine because they get.
Oh my God!
Colbert has better ratings
He's
than
taking
Kimmel
them
or
out
Fallon.
one by one, dude.
Howard Stern. It's a name I haven't heard. I used to do a show. We used to have fun. But I haven't heard that name in a long time. What happened? He got terminated?
Yeah, they're going to separate ways because I think what they're offering salary-wise is real low than what he's getting.
You know when he went down?
Whenever you want.
You know when he went down? No, before. When he endorsed Hillary Clinton, he lost his audience. People said, give me a break. He went down when he endorsed Hillary Clinton.
Mr. President,
have you talked to Governor Cuomo?
Interviewing Fed candidates yet?
Yeah, we've started the interviewing process. Scott and I and Howard, a lot of people, JD, we have some great candidates. It's probably down to 3. He doesn't want the job. He said, do you like this job better?
Yes, sir.
I mean, he was a candidate, but I don't think he'll take it. I really don't think he'd take it, actually.
Are there any candidates from Wall Street, Mr. President?
Yeah, essentially we're all from Wall Street, aren't we? When you get right down to it. The term Wall Street. Yeah, please.
Yep, you made your tax cuts permanent. You mentioned that the tariffs are bringing in a ton of external revenue. You've opened up markets, the EU, Japan, South Korea, many others, to American goods like we've never seen before. How much growth can we expect in the economy now that this model of yours is sort of beginning to really take off?
Well, I think the growth is going to be unprecedented. I think we're going to have growth that's unbelievable. Now, remember, we're building and just starting to build a lot of these incredible plants. We talked about the electric facilities that we're building, the generating plants, electric generating plants.
Why is the media asking such lukewarm questions? Because if they ask anything else, they won't be in the room next time. And it's access journalism all the way. It's worse than it was ever before.
That we ever had in
It's been access journalism since post 9/11, but god damn, it's gotten even worse.
In one of his big factories, but especially for AI because it needs so much electricity. So I appreciate the question very much. I think the growth is going to be unprecedented.
Did you have a phone call with Andrew Cuomo? Did you speak to Andrew Cuomo?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
Mr. President, have you been briefed on what Ghislaine Maxwell told Todd Blanche?
No, I haven't. Have
you
not.
don't know whether
I don't
came
know.
up in the
I know Todd is
conversation
a
or
very
not?
respected person all over the country.
Oh, yeah.
All over the world legally, so I don't know.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Will the new Fed governor be temporary?
We're probably going to go with a temp and then a permanent, I think.
Are the two
So the temp is going to be named, I'd say, over the next 2-3 days, and then we're going to go permanent.
Are the two Kevins the leading contenders for the permanent spot for the chair?
Well, the two Kevins? The two Kevins are absolutely, yeah. They're both very good.
Mr. President.
The two Kevins, very good.
Mr. President, is Vice President Vance hosting a gathering this evening to talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation?
Is he working on what?
Is he hosting some kind of gathering of top advisors this evening to talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation?
I don't know. I could ask you that question. I don't know of it, but I think here's the man right here.
I saw it reported today, and it's completely fake news. We're not meeting to talk about the Epstein situation, and I think the reporter who reported it needs to get better sources.
Look, the whole thing is a hoax. It's put out by the Democrats because we've had the most successful 6 months in the history of our country. And that's just a way of trying to divert attention to something that's total bullshit. Okay? Yeah, please.
A new Gallup poll says that Elon Musk is the most unpopular public figure in the country right now. I'm wondering, do you miss having him around the White House, or is that poll accurate?
I don't know if the poll's accurate. I think he's a good person. I think he had a bad moment, really bad moment. But he's a good person. I believe that.
President Trump, are you keeping that 10 and 12-day deadline?
China facing potential secondary sanctions for
Yeah.
Russian oil. Them having that tariff or sanction rather or not hinges on what going forward?
It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with We did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China, yes.
Are you keeping that 10 to 12-day deadline that you had given Russia after today's talks?
Yeah, we're pretty much getting close to it right now, but we're having very serious talks right now about getting out of Ukraine, getting it settled, getting it ended. Should have never started, would have never started. If I were president, it would have never started. I want to thank Tim Cook. He's a great, great man, a visionary, a businessman, just about every quality he can have other than athleticism. I don't know about that. I'm looking at him. I'm not 100% sure about you. You're a good athlete. I'll bet you're pretty good. I think he's good at everything, but I want to thank you very much, Tim.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks, guys. Pretty much the story here. Cut it out. Thank you, guys. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Press. Thanks, guys. Let's go.
Cooked. Tim cooked. Tim cucked. We cucked him. It was great. Believe it. We cucked him so hard. OpenAI Stargate is applying the same strategy as Elon Musk's Colossus cluster and is currently installing 29 gas turbines. Each GE gas turbines generate 34 MW. What is that? Like a milliwatt or something? I don't know what that is. For over a decade, data centers were at the cutting edge of sustainability with massive R&D effort and investment in energy. Megawatt? Oh. God damn, everybody knew what it was. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Lol, megawatt, you stupid sexy Hasan. I don't know everything. I don't know why you expect me to know everything. I don't know. It's just a fucking term of energy. It's a unit of energy. I don't know. That was a dumb moment. I'm dumb. Anyway, but not anymore. As China carries those efforts forward, America has doubled down on the dirty. You need to talk to Murat more. I know. I do. What is this? Stuart Adams, the Republican president of the Utah Senate, just intervened to loosen the age of consent laws after an adult was charged with having sex with a 13-year-old child. The adult is a relative of Adams. Pedocon, 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 pedocon. Pedocon theory is a theory like gravity. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. GOP lawmaker changes law to help relative facing child rape charges. State Senator J. Stuart Adams had a relative charged with raping a 13-year-old, so he rewrote the state's consent laws. Holy fuck, dude. For your information, he said trans people are pedos type, of course. I mean, is that even remotely surprising? You've got to be kidding. Nope, this is how... Bro, it doesn't even surprise me one iota at this point. This has been the modus operandi. This has been the method. They always have been doing this. They've been doing this in perpetuity. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of cancel culture. It reminds me of censorship, right? Every dumb fuck online thinks who's doing the cancel culture, who's doing the censorship. Oh, it's the liberals. It's the libtards. Okay? Oh, libtards love cancel culture. It's like there has never been a period in American history where it wasn't the right-wing groups that are most responsible for book burnings. Okay? They literally, even throughout the peak of quote-unquote cancel culture in the way that we understand it, like SJW is doing cancel culture shit. Like, they're doing censorship. They're doing censorship. They're doing censorship. There has never been a single instance, even throughout the peak of like the 2016 era of wokeness, has there ever been a moment where liberals were actually responsible for more book cancellations and book censorship initiatives than the Republicans were? What do you think CRT was? What do you think the war against woke is? It's fucking cancel culture. It's censorship. They just literally changed the definition of it. And they continue with it. And it's the same principle here. These guys will constantly talk about pedophilia, 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 pedophilia. Trans people are pedophiles over and over and over again. Meanwhile, there's never been a moment where Republican state legislatures haven't advocated for pedophilia. Child marriages. They love that shit. They have defended it. Okay? It's always projection. Every accusation is a confession. It's always and will always be projection. That's it. These motherfuckers are real demons, bro. Republican Utah State Senate President J. Stewart Adams used his power to change local consent law to help a family member facing charges for raping a 13-year-old girl. Adams' family member, an 18-year-old high school student, was arrested and looking at 4 first-degree felonies. Then Adams stepped in. Before Adams, 18-year-olds who had sex with 13-year-olds in Utah were treated like adults. They legally were and could face first-degree felony charges of child rape. In Utah, anyone under the age of 14 cannot legally consent. Adams successfully changed the law to allow 18-year-olds charged with child rape to be essentially tried as minors if they were enrolled in high school at the time of their crime. Adams' family member was in high school, and since the law was also made retroactive, the 18-year-old went from facing years in prison to accepting a plea deal for reduced charges and no jail time beyond the week he already served after his initial arrest. While Adams swears his family members' charges had nothing to do with his pushing of the rule change, the prosecution, defense, and judge alike all acknowledged that it played a major role in changing the charges. The victim's family was devastated. It was out of nowhere, the middle schooler's mother told the Salt Lake Tribune. I felt like I was punched in the gut. I feel like a law is the law, regardless of who you are. But that wasn't what was going on here, she continued. I feel like Adams' relative just got special treatment, and nobody was going to say anything about it. Yes, bro. Middle schooler. She was a middle schooler. She was 13. Years old, bro. 13. It's fucking insane, dude. I swear to God, these dudes are going to inevitably make pedophilia legal, by the way. Like, they are, like, the Republican culture warriors are unironically going to simultaneously claim that every, like, trans or gay person is a pedophile while making pedophilia legal, okay? They're going to be like, oh, we're, you know, pedophilia is legal if it's a straight man doing it. Fucking wait. Yeah, as I always say, pedocon theory is a theory like the theory of gravity is a theory. That's where this is heading. GOP gang of pedophiles. True. It's, oh, God. Meanwhile, yeah, speaking of pedophilia, top Trump officials will discuss Epstein strategy at dinner.
Really, the White House and the Justice Department as well on how all of this has been handled. Now, this meeting comes, as we broke yesterday as well, that we know that there was an audio recording made when Blanche went to Florida to sit down and interview Ghislaine Maxwell, of course, Jeffrey Epstein.
2025 is all pedos getting exposed. Diddy, Epstein, and now this. Brother, it doesn't even matter, though. That's the problem. They're literally getting outed, and then the administration is actively defending them and themselves. That's what the craziest part about this is. It's not like they're getting outed, and then people fucking turn around. It's not like they're getting outed and then people turn around and go, oh, dude, fuck this. What the hell? We should not allow this to continue. This is a fucking gross misconduct. Like, hello? This is insane. That's not what's happening. That's the expectation, but that's not what's happening. The reality is it's okay. It's okay when we do it.
associate, someone who's been convicted for sex trafficking and other crimes related to him. He interviewed her for more than 10 hours, I'm told. And now the Trump administration, and specifically the Justice Department, is going through digitizing that audio, transcribing it, redacting portions of it. And there's really a question of if, and more so when, they will release that publicly. When I talked to some officials here at the White House, they said that it could be as early as this week that they publish that information. Now, all of this, as well as coming as we're hearing that behind the scenes, there have been some conversations, these officials tell me more preliminary, about having Blanche do a press conference or even appear for a high profile interview, including possibly with Joe Rogan. Again, they say that that is not decided. These discussions have been preliminary, but some of the background, again, is we're seeing kind of the messaging and the strategy over Epstein come into light, particularly at a time when we know that the administration had been very quiet and kind of struggling with how they wanted to move forward with all of this. And I also think one just thing to point out as well about some of these discussions is that they are kind of twofold. There have been people here within the White House who have said, you know, a lot of the Epstein coverage has died down. The story is kind of quiet right now. Why bring this back up and resurface it at a time when they're more successfully kind of avoiding it? But then there's a lot of people as well who believe that this is an opportunity to retake the narrative here, control of that, and also try to control the optics more. So, you know, stay tuned for whatever decision they make, but there'll be a lot of this discussed this evening when they gather at the vice president's residence.
Yeah, it will certainly be interesting to see what comes out of that. Elena Trine at the White House, thank you so much.
Tonight, Vice President Vance will host key members of the administration to discuss whether or not to release the tapes of Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell's interview last month. The Attorney General, FBI Director, and others will attend. At the same time, the House Oversight Committee issued subpoenas to nearly a dozen former officials as it broadens its investigation into the Epstein files. Among those included Bill and Hillary Clinton, and Republicans are zeroing in on the former president for his documented association with Epstein. In a subpoena to Mrs. Clinton, Republicans cited her hiring of Ghislaine Maxwell's nephew in her 2008 presidential campaign. I'm going to bring in the group chat to talk about this. The thing that is confusing about this is if you're trying to tell the world that there's no longer conspiracy, do you have a dinner where you all get in a room privately and talk about it?
Yeah, and talk about what they're going to release and what they're not going to release. This does seem to be exactly the kind of thing that many of the people who will be in the room tonight at this dinner talked about before as the things that government did to hide the Epstein files.
Right, because this tape and this audio recording is of the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, who was Trump's former attorney.
Right, and it includes Kash Patel and J.D. Vance, who both of them spent quite a bit of time talking about releasing the files. So look, they are now talking about what they are going to release and what they are not going to release. And they're doing it in a meeting that was not announced. Our colleagues reported about it. They found out about it. They're doing it behind closed doors. They're talking about what information there might be other than this, including this recording of the Maxwell interview. This does seem to be like I said, the kind of thing that would feed the conspiracy thinking of exactly the people who...
Hey, guys, don't assume that we're conspiring in our shady backroom conspiracy meeting where we are specifically going to talk about how this is not a conspiracy. Again, the admin, for some fucking weird reason, is doing the worst possible things that they could do in this process. But I guess they feel emboldened because there are no repercussions ever. That's it, right? I guess they're thinking like, oh, it's all good because like Ghislaine said Trump innocent. You know, the pedophile sex trafficker herself, who also has perjured in the very same court case where she was found guilty of doing pedophilia sex trafficking. I guess that settles that, you know?
Are part of it now.
And the number of names we saw in the subpoena from that House Oversight Committee, attorney generals from both administrations. So whether that's Merrick Garland, Bill Barr, Jeff Sessions, Eric Holder, Alberto Gonzalez from the George Bush years, which I don't know if people got into the Wayback Machine and remember the original sentencing deal that sort of kicked off the scandal out of Florida. That's a lot of names on that screen, Maria, and I hear it's not enough for you.
No, it's not, because these...
But it's bipartisan, at least.
Sure, and that's fine. And let's see if any of them have any additional information. But where's Alex Acosta, who actually was the one who originally negotiated the horrible deal with Epstein?
Yep. Where
is Bondi? Where is Kash Patel, the people who have actually seen the files? If you're going to subpoena Bill Clinton, because of course Republicans are like, oh, well, he was Epstein's friend. Guess who else was Epstein's good friend? Donald Trump. So this, to me, is, again, another distraction and another excuse for them to be able to say, oh, look what we're doing. We really do want transparency. That's just BS. They don't want transparency. They don't want anyone to testify that is going to be able to say that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files, period.
With me now, former senior advisor for the Trump-Vance campaign, Brian Lanza, and senior advisor of our Republican Legacy Initiative, Rena Shah. Welcome to you both. Rena, you're up first. This meeting that's happening at the vice president's residence, and we've gone through the list of the attendees there. There's maybe going to be a press conference, interview on Joe Rogan with Todd Blanchard being discussed. What do you think? Does this quell the criticism from MAGA world?
Absolutely not. Just to be very frank about where we're at in this timeline, fresh subpoenas, victim statements, and a deepening political divide between the American public and this White House. Something like 90% of Americans, if you're looking at any polling on this, want these files released. That includes 83% of Republicans. How this chorus doesn't continue to get louder, I don't know. And it's all about what's at the core of the matter here. And this fallout really has stemmed from the Trump administration's real crazy reversal on releasing these so-called files, right? This was about them saying, we want transparency, we want accountability on the campaign trail. But hey, when you're sitting there in a position to do it, what's with the silence? What's with the I don't know? And what's with sort of the slow pace to get to a solution? I say this is about victim-centered justice over political gamesmanship. In recent weeks, I've heard Trump talk about wanting to protect innocents. He has a chance to do that right now. Victims aren't pawns in a political chess game, Victor. They're just not. They're the reason we fight for sunlight, and that's why we try to ensure in this country no one is above the law.
Brian, I was going to ask you a question. I'm just watching your facial expression as you're listening to this. What are you thinking?
Listen, I think we're going into 6 weeks about this. I think the MAGA base probably cared about it up until week number 2. And then by week number 3, the MAGA base sort of moved on. My phones were blown.
Okay, bro. Yeah, they moved on. They moved on. Nobody cares about Epstein. Come on. It's just, they don't care. This is maximalist copium. Expert level wish casting here from former senior advisor to the Trump 2024 campaign.
Going up the first 2 weeks and what's going to happen, how can the president do this? And then the issue kind of got co-opted by the never Trumpers in the media. And that sort of turned off the MAGA base to actually caring about this as much. Now, the administration has a problem. They've made commitments. There's a calendar. There's going to be a timeline of information that has to come out. That's what I suspect the meeting is at the vice president's office, is you have to talk about timeline. Because there's going to be release valves along the way.
Well, more than timeline, is the meeting not an acknowledgement that they are bungling the messaging here, that they need all these people in the same room?
I think the fact that
6 weeks in, as you said.
I think the fact that we're 6 weeks into this shows that they have not moved sort of beyond, their initial response, and that they need something. They need release valves. The audio from the interview, that's a release valve. The transcript. These are things that it's drip, 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 and it shouldn't be.
Aid coming from.
Oh. So people do care about this. Huh. Interesting. Because you wouldn't really need a release valve if people didn't care about it, like you said, right? He looks and sounds like Jank. Yeah. All right, we got the most predictable news story of the day. Israel approving a new war plan to occupy the entire Gaza Strip. We already talked about this. Donald Trump literally said Israel can do whatever it wants. Obviously. But let's take a look.
From the heavens into what feels like a living hell. On the ground, a dangerous scrum to survive. Where they land on buildings, those fit enough to get up first stand the best chance. But no guarantee that any of this will prevent the deaths of the starving and desperate.
This could have cost me my life. If it weren't for the good people who lifted me up from underneath, neither myself nor this tin would have survived.
This was Gaza City. Further south, this video appears to show food trucks overturned and looted, resulting in 20 dead and 30 injured, according to Gaza's Civil Defense Agency. Health officials in Gaza said more than 80 were killed and hundreds injured while trying to collect aid in the past 24 hours. Among them, children. Medics on the ground say they're seeing cases with their own eyes.
It is the most cruel thing I have ever seen in my life, to deprive people of food in the way that has been done here, to shoot at them, to kill them, to injure them when they try to get food, and to have engineered a chaos that allows or that forces people now to fight each other and to find themselves in a sort of survival of the fittest reality.
The World Health Organization says so far this year, nearly 100 people have died from hunger-related causes. And UNICEF says in the first 2 weeks of July alone, 5,000 children were admitted to hospital for malnutrition. And as well as starvation, there is thirst. Aid groups say the water crisis is now just as severe. Groundwater polluted by sewage and chemicals seeping through the rubble. The pipes damaged by strikes and the risk of disease everywhere.
We tell the world, you want
The Israeli president says Israel has overhauled its approach to the humanitarian situation. But its prime minister is now said to favour a complete takeover of Gaza. He's met with senior security officials to finalise a new strategy for the war, despite the widespread condemnation of much of the rest of the world.
This would risk catastrophic consequences for millions of Palestinians and could further endanger the lives of the remaining hostages in Gaza.
In Israel too, tempers flare on the streets of Tel Aviv. Those protesting agree that heading into Hamas strongholds could be catastrophic for hostages still being held. They blocked one of the main highways last night, calling on the government to facilitate a hostage deal. In a small part of the wasteland that Gaza has become, they rake through the rubble after Israeli airstrikes overnight. It looks futile, but they begin anyway, because this is their home and their only reality.
Well, earlier I spoke to the former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, who is a very vocal critic of Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel's conduct in the Gaza war. I began by asking him if he thought that starvation had been used as a weapon of war.
I don't think that there was a policy of starvation. Definitely, I have to say, unfortunately, I mean, regrettably, and I'm ashamed of it, that there are factions in the Israeli.
Okay, bro. Bro, Israel literally doing the final solution in broad daylight. And you got the most aggressive critic of Benjamin Netanyahu still trying to save face for some indecipherable reason. Just be honest, man. Jesus Christ. It's like a little bit maybe war crimes, maybe a little bit like genocide. I don't know. It's not a deliberate policy. It's not deliberate policy.
Cabinet and the government, which are enormously influential, which explicitly talked about starvation, about denying the Palestinians. Okay, they didn't use the term starvation. They just say that we shouldn't allow even a grain of food coming to Gaza and that we should prevent it. And if we will not do it, then they will break down the government. Okay, so you can blame them for wanting to starve the population. But this was not the policy of the government as of yet. And in the last few days, I am somewhat relieved to see that the Israeli government understood suddenly the extent of this disaster and the terrible impact that it makes, first and foremost, not of our political interest of Israel, but of the lives of hundreds of thousands of people there.
Do you think the real danger is that Israel will just isolate itself even more on the international stage and might, at the end of the day, have even less...
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Oh no. What if people don't fuck with Israel no more? That's what I'm always thinking about, dude. You know? Yeah, that's over. It's been over. And that's so over that it's not even just about Israel any longer. It is about democracy in and of itself. Israel is so isolated in such a pariah state that Western nations and their inability to respond to the overwhelming majorities and their completely justified demands of shutting off the money and weapons faucet to Israel is making people reconsider whether they have a democratic process at all. That's it. That's how bad the situation has gotten. That this transparent division amongst the political class and the regular people is making people second guess whether or not liberal democracies were truly democratic at all.
Security than it thinks it has now.
We are not fighting non-involved people, and we should not fight non-involved people in Gaza. We don't want to kill them. We don't want to harm them. We want to reach out for Hamas. But we have been doing it for the last 22 months. And at this point now, what we need to do is to end the war and to bring the hostages and to be part of an effort to bring in security forces that will replace Israel in Gaza and will take over in order to make sure that Hamas is not anymore in a dominant position there.
Do you think Hamas can actually be defeated if this war continues indefinitely, as the Prime Minister seems to want it to?
No, I don't think so. You know, what is the definition of total victory, of total defeat? If one believes that we can destroy Hamas to the extent that there will not be one Palestinian in Gaza holding a gun, this is a fantasy. It will never happen.
Even if these people are not called Hamas.
Reminder that Olmert was prime minister, or one of his advisors dropped the "put the Palestinians on a diet" quote, and now he's saying Israel wouldn't starve people in Gaza. Yeah, the reason why the Israeli military officials very quickly also came to this conclusion, if you were paying close attention even in the early stages of this genocide, the Israeli military officials, the generals, were routinely saying, there is no military solution to Hamas. There is no military solution to Hamas. We cannot militarily defeat Hamas. Because Hamas is just an idea. Okay? It's just a name. That's it. They're not like an alien force that has been able to hypnotize the Palestinian population. It is literally just an idea of Palestinian sovereignty, of Palestinian resistance. And you can kill a man, but you can't kill a man's wishes to be free. So as long as Israel exists, some form of Hamas is also going to exist, as it existed before Hamas existed. That's it. And ironically enough, the more children and women and adults, men that you kill, the more you are creating an environment for Hamas, because Hamas in and of itself was born out of the Israeli occupation, born out of the sheer cruelty. Hamas only gained popularity amongst the Palestinian population because it was the only militant front that was using a fraction of the violence that Israel was bringing about regular Palestinians. Yeah, Fred Hampton said it best. You can kill a revolutionary, but you can't kill a revolution. At least not through violence. Okay? Through military means, through a continued occupation, especially when the necessity in the eyes of the overall public for militant retaliation stems from the military occupation in and of itself. This is why I spent an entire year and a half trying to explain to people the history of Hamas, the history of Palestinian resistance, the different factions, the different methods, the full brunt of the Israeli occupation that has spanned over 78 years. That's it. That's the reason why so many people fucking kept repeatedly saying over and over and over again that I was a terrorist that needs to be deplatformed immediately. And still to this day, people still try to fucking hit those lines to an increasingly smaller group of people as the walls are closing in. That's it. That's it. And that's why, as the conditions worsen, and as more and more people recognize the sheer cruelty, the magnitude of Israel's violence, their defenders, Israel's very own defenders, become increasingly belligerent. Eyal Yacobi, breaking. Footage inside of Gaza shows restaurants completely operating. Why doesn't the media show this? The date on this video is 2022. He does this every single day, all day. Truly vile in an almost unique way. It's wild that these dudes who learned about the dangers of Holocaust denial and Holocaust revisionism as Jews are turning around and basically using it as a fucking checklist of what to do. Like when it almost was like we were all sitting in the same classroom learning about the fucking horrifying nature of the Holocaust. And this motherfucker was sitting there taking notes on what to do to defend Israel. It's insane. He was like, no, I was studying it for different reasons. Like, you maybe took the wrong lessons out of this. You thought, it's bad and should never be replicated. I thought This is a checklist of things to do. It's fucking insane. Yeah, it was supposed to be a warning, not a fucking guide on what to do. Jonah Goldberg, editor-in-chief of the Dispatch, posts from the Wikipedia entry on Hamas. Political position, right-wing. Oh, shit, dude. They're right-wing? Oh, shit, man. I guess, like, they all deserve to die. All Palestinians deserve to die then. This is why people call you a disgusting anti-Semite? Yes. Yes, exactly. This is why people call me a disgusting anti-Semite. And it doesn't work. Because if I'm a disgusting anti-Semite, literally everyone on the planet with a fucking conscience is a disgusting anti-Semite. Do you understand how stupid that is? This is precisely the reason why this does not have the same impact. And in perhaps the more dangerous side of this conversation, the term anti-Semite not having a serious consequential impact any longer has allowed actual fucking virulent anti-Semites to become major propagandists, to become like actual reputable figures now. Real neo-Nazi Holocaust deniers are engaging in reputation laundering. But it's so funny to look at this situation and go, this is why people call you a disgusting anti-Semite. Why? Because I just accurately relayed the truth, the dynamic that has been ongoing for what, 75, 76, 77, 78 years at this point. I know this is a troll account, but I think they bring up a good point, because as I'm in the process of saying Israel is starving people and this is causing tremendous resentment, this has caused Israel to become a pariah at the global stage, someone turning around and going, this is why people call you a disgusting anti-Semite. Yes, it is. It is why people call me a disgusting anti-Semite. And they're wrong. And so are you. And not only are you wrong, but you are completely unable to see why you are wrong, completely unable to see what people actually feel. Anyway, increasingly convinced this is one of the most vile people on this app. Like, more importantly, even if the post is real, the implication that the starvation is fake is vile. A population of 2 million can't survive off one restaurant, even if it's true. This one is somehow operating. We are watching people die every day, and he chooses to post this. I love Israel, period. It's sarcasm. Okay. Hadn't checked out your stream, assuming mistakenly it was just for bros. You are such beautiful breath of fresh air. Thank you for being here, no matter the haters. Damn, we got 2 people today coming in and saying I misunderstood the what you were doing here. Hell yeah. Welcome to the fight. No, apparently the restaurant was destroyed in 2023 and then was rebuilt. It was an observation, not an agreement. Though, is France an ethno-state for French people? Dude, I love this. The fucking Hasbara bots have to find the most cowardly way. France an ethno-state for French people. If the National Front got its wishes across, then maybe. But pointing to France and claiming that France is an ethno-state is, again, one of the most idiotic ways that you could argue this. Okay? Israel is an ethno-state for Jews. Okay? It is an ethno-religious supremacist state. France is not an ethno-state for Christians, for example. You could just like move to France and become a French citizen. Each country has different processes, certainly. And some are more difficult than others. But this comparison falls short because for Israel, you can be a Jewish person anywhere around the planet and instantly get an Israeli citizenship, and the government will literally pay you to go and steal the house of a Palestinian in the West Bank. Meanwhile, Palestinians can't go and see their fucking immediate family members. If they have any family members that are Palestinian citizens of Israel, for example, they can't go into Israel proper. It's ridiculous. I guess saying if you're a Jew anywhere around the world doesn't fully capture the entirety of the conversation, because Ugandan Jews are not allowed to get Israeli citizenship. And even the Ethiopian Jews that were able to get Israeli citizenship went through a horrifying process of sterilization for a while. Of course, if you're Russian with no immediate Jewish heritage, you still got citizenship. I wonder what that's about. Russian is the third most spoken language in Israel after Hebrew and English. Anyway. Did you see Adam Sosnick cry because people called Netanyahu for Hitler? What? I don't know what that is. This Jewish TikToker explains it perfectly.
I'm Jewish, and as a result, the state of Israel will literally give me an all-expenses-paid vacation to come visit. And on this trip, they will plant IDF soldiers.
Yeah.
Who will also get to enjoy this vacation with the purpose of, one, humanizing the soldiers who are carrying out their violent colonialism, but also, I don't know, maybe I'll find one of them attractive and we'll hook up and settle down and I'll get to marry an Israeli. Also, as a benefit of my Jewishness, if I wanted an Israeli citizenship, I could get it like that. And not only will I be a citizen of the state of Israel, but the government will literally give me the money, resources, and weapons to go to the West Bank and steal a Palestinian's home. And if I happen to kill a Palestinian while doing that, the punishment I will get will be like barely a slap on the wrist. But if a Palestinian...
Yeah, this literally happened this past week, where a famous Israeli settler who's been sanctioned in the past went and shot one of the Palestinians that actually worked on the No Other Land documentary, the Oscar award-winning documentary. He shot and killed him. The Palestinians that were next to the other Palestinian that was shot and killed, Auda Hathalin, I think that's his name. The murderer was released. It's on video. The murderer was released. The people, the Palestinian friends of Adwa, were arrested and are still in military detention. I don't know if they actually released them since the incident took place. The Israeli settler murderer got a slap on the fucking wrist after doing this in broad fucking daylight on camera. It's on camera. Brian, kill me. I have no desire to live on the same planet. Really? You're going to fucking kill yourself before you see the state of Israel fall? If you need any motivation not to kill yourself, it's that you have to outlive Zionism as an ideology. That is the greatest motivation anyone could get. That's crazy. That's crazy. If you don't have any other commitments that keep you here, then spite is good enough.
Palestinian literally has the keys to the home that their family has lived in for hundreds of years that is meaningless in the eyes of Israel. And if a Palestinian child throws a rock at the tank that is currently rolling through their town that the bulldozers just demolished, they will be arrested and held indefinitely with no trial. So I can't imagine why people would call Israel...
Spite doesn't work if your enemies are winning. They're not. They're not winning. That's ridiculous. They don't even have the aesthetics of winning at this point. What do you mean? The tide shift against Israel has been so dramatic that they're literally in a permanent state of panic, looking to try to change the term. Israel has dropped the term Hasbara and now calls this narrative control system Todah, meaning awareness. Officials admit they're losing the global narrative, not because of Gaza's reality, but due to their slow media response. Example, this, by the way, is the same exact type of fucking idiotic, antiquated thinking that the media applied after Zoran Mamdani's victory. Okay? They're like, oh, he won because of social media and nothing else. That's what we can do. You can't social media yourself out of this problem. Example, Israel claimed a starving boy died due to genetics, highlighting instead that they starved a sick child. So far, 163 Palestinians have died from starvation, and 1,300 plus have been shot while seeking aid at distribution sites turned to death zones. Israel has spent 60 million plus on flying in 550 plus influencers to help polish his image. Brianna Wu, Sex Pestiny, Michael Rappaport, Eve Fartlow, Rabbi Shmuley. These are the people that they have. Good luck. Yeah, fucking boner box. A new media war room tracks how coverage is shaped globally, timing, framing, and distraction. Now, guess what? They tried to do this with the Nelk boys. But because Israel's reputation is irredeemable, because its acts are so cruel that every single onlooker, they don't even need to be equipped with the understanding of the occupation and its violence. They can just see, I don't know, 3 to 4 different images of starving children, and it's over. That's enough for the average person to go, nope, I'm out. Fuck this. Fuck this country that's doing this. It's done. It's over. And that's precisely the reason why when Benjamin Netanyahu went on the Nelk boys, it didn't actually improve Benjamin Netanyahu's image. It actually hurt the Nelk boys' image. Think about that. That is something that is unimaginable 2-3 years ago. Okay? That you have a guy who has gotten a standing ovation, a bipartisan standing ovation every single time he's spoken to Congress, going on an American podcast, and then that podcast doesn't see any benefits from that and only sees negative consequences from that. And Benjamin Netanyahu also does not get any positive press out of this. It's over. It's done. The toothpaste is out of the tube. Okay? Any sort of collaboration with heads of the Israeli state or Israeli officials is a permanent stain on the reputation of people who engage in prank videos and shit. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't a reputable institution that tarnished their credibility. This is an institution that didn't have any credibility to begin with. And now, even that audience that goes there to fucking full send it, getting sendy, dude. I love fucking ripping Lundarts, dude. Even that audience is going, why aren't you full sending it, bro? Why are you full sending it with fucking Bibi, bro? Bibi is like Netanyahu, bro. Now, this doesn't mean it's over. Of course, there's still a long and drawn out ideological battle here. But that's what I mean when I say there's only so much public pressure that our politicians can choose not to respond to. Okay? Without any sort of exit ramp or a pressure valve that releases, and it's seemingly because we've let Israel just completely control the conversation and completely control the Middle East policy, there seemingly is no fucking off-ramps or pressure valves. People will turn on the entire concept of democracy to begin with. People are waking up to the reality that the democratic process is not real. That's it. That's it. And as the situation worsens for Israel's image, as they can no longer launder their reputation, and as they can only continue the death and destruction campaign with politicians and with members of the media refusing to acknowledge the atrocities, all they have at their disposal is further censorship. And the more they censor, the more they go after critics of Israel, the more they try to deplatform critics of Israel, the worse things will get. Because even the most selfish, self-centered American that sees that like babies are being fucking killed, even if they don't care about the babies being killed, do not like it when a fucking foreign government comes in and says, oh, you don't say this. If you do say this, you're done. You're canceled. You're deplatformed. You can't get a job. Okay?
An ethno-state built on the idea of Jewish supremacy.
That's it. The only reason I understand why people think all is lost. I understand why people look at the situation and go, I mean, how can you say that there is any sort of victory here when hundreds of thousands of Palestinians have been slaughtered in real time, and Israel seemingly is only slated to continue this death and destruction campaign? I get that. But the only reason why you feel that way is because it's relatively new for you. This process is relatively new. You only woke up to the realities of Israel in the last couple of years, maybe after October 7. Because Israel got to kill as many Palestinians as it wanted to over and over again without Western audiences even recognizing that that was immoral or wrong. Israel got to do an apartheid freely. That is precisely the reason why Israeli envoys in the Western world are having a hard time coming to terms with this new reality that you can no longer go on mainstream outlets and just be like, these are telegenically dead children, like what Benjamin Netanyahu said after 2018. Okay? And make no mistake, if you give up now, as pressure is mounting, instead of still continuously trying to get more people on board, okay, instead of continuing to keep up the pressure campaign, You're allowing those deaths to be in vain. Because all is not lost. There are still 1 million plus Palestinians that live in the Gaza Strip. So you should do it for them, and you should do it for the hundreds of thousands of lives that Israel has unjustifiably taken. That's it.
There might be another grouping that hates Israel as much, if not even more, and could still become a security threat.
When Israel is separated from the Palestinians, when we are in our side of the border, we are enormously powerful and we can destroy everything, everywhere in the near vicinity, definitely in Gaza or in any other parts that are challenging the security of the state of Israel. We don't need to be inside Gaza. At the time that we were inside Gaza, we lost a lot and we didn't gain anything.
Briefly, do you applaud the British Prime Minister's move to recognize the state of Palestine, possibly during the UN meeting at the end of September?
No, had the Prime Minister Starmer asked me in advance, I would have given him maybe a better advice. I don't think that recognizing a Palestinian state should be presented as a punishment to Israel. Why is it a punishment? I'm in favor of a Palestinian state. I was fighting for the creation of a Palestinian state. I negotiated with the Palestinians in 2008 to reach a comprehensive agreement on the basis of a Palestinian state alongside the state of Israel on the basis of the 67 borders. So I support a Palestinian state long before Starmer. But if Starmer wants to support a Palestinian state, this is a good idea. But why?
Dude, I never thought in my entire life would I see Ehud Olmert outflanking a supposedly left leader in a Western nation state and actually do it with the correct, criticism. Like, what do you mean? That's not supposed to be presented as a punishment to the fucking Israeli state. What a fucking stupid way to go about this. I know Keir Starmer, also known as Kid Starver, is not a real left leader. I know that. You don't have to repeat that. I'm saying sarcastically.
Present it as a punishment to Israel. If you guys will not behave yourself, I will recognize it. And if you behave yourself, is it not a good idea anyway?
If President Trump was listening to you now, which I'm sure he is, and he does seem to have perhaps the only person who's got the power to stop Mr. Netanyahu, what would you say to Trump?
Well, I would have said to him what I said to him, I think, in our last talk and in any of the interviews I gave across the world. President, you have the power to make history. You, the only person on earth that can do something that will change immediately the lives of tens of millions of people by doing one thing. Summon Bibi into the Oval Office, put him on the chair that he loves most.
Holy fuck. Bro, give it a couple months. Ehud Olmert is going to start being like, no more defensive weapons. Everyone knows defensive weapons is how Netanyahu gets to control the conversation. What the fuck? Give it a year, he's going to be like, I am joining Hamas. Now, I'm obviously joking. Ehud Olmert is a fucking freak in his own right. It is crazy that the situation has gotten to a point where, like, he's seemingly the reasonable party here. This is a former prime minister of Israel, okay? He has overseen his own version of sieges. He has also been directly responsible for the continuation of the apartheid, okay?
Which is facing the cameras in the Oval Office, and tell him, Bibi, Enough is enough. It's all over with. You end the war today. Only Trump.
Was this the prime minister that went to Epstein's apartment? No, that's Ehud Barak. This is a former Likud minister too, by the way. Like he spent the majority of his career in Benjamin Netanyahu's party. That one is Ehud Barak, the one that went to Epstein's party. This is Ehud Olmert. Ehud Barak is not Likud. Yeah, it's crazy because the former prime minister of Israel, Ehud Olmert, also in this interview implies that all it takes is one fucking phone call or at least one in-person meeting. Huh. A report published by The Guardian revealed close cooperation between Israel's Unit 8200 and Microsoft to monitor and store all phone calls made by Palestinians to Gaza Strip and the West Bank, which constitutes one of the largest military espionage projects in the world. The call monitoring system began operating in 2022 and has since been able to record millions of civilian voice calls. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, for Palestinians in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip too. Oh my God, Microsoft. This was the local call 972 Guardian collaborative expose, I believe. Yeah, he did it. They did it with Yuval Abraham, who is one of the 972 magazine investigative reporters in Israel. The very same Yuval Abraham that was the Israeli on the side of the Israeli side of no other land. This is also part of the reason why I don't fucking, I'm always going to be somewhat skeptical of someone that, depending on what they say, if they are an investigative reporter in Israel. But having said that, this is why I don't fucking wholeheartedly dismiss Israeli reporters. Yeah, here's the summarization from Bonser-Berry. 1 million calls an hour. Israel's Unit 8200 is relying on Microsoft's cloud for expansive surveillance of Palestinians. The Israeli military undertook an ambitious project to store a giant trove of Palestinian phone calls on Microsoft servers in Europe. Unit 8200 spy master at the time, Yossi Surreal, flew to Seattle to meet with CEO Satya Nadella, where he won Nadella's support for a plan that would grant Unit 8200 access to a customized and segregated area within Microsoft's Azure cloud platform. According to 3 8200 sources, the cloud-based storage platform has facilitated the preparation of deadly airstrikes and has shaped military operations in Gaza and the West Bank. The system was built to sit on Microsoft servers behind enhanced layers of security developed by the company's engineers within Unit 8200's instructions. The leaked Microsoft file suggests that a large proportion of the unit's sensitive data may now be sitting in the company's data centers in the Netherlands and Ireland. Despite Microsoft downplaying the partnership, claiming it's not used for lethal means, Unit 8200 sources said intelligence drawn from the enormous repositories of phone calls held in Azure had been used to research and identify bombing targets in Gaza. One of the sources said that when planning an airstrike of an individual located within densely populated areas where a high number of civilians are present, officers would use the cloud-based system to examine calls made by people in the immediate vicinity. Microsoft is directly participating in the genocide of Palestinians. Microsoft Gaming, Xbox, has already been a BDS priority target, and I don't know if they'll move in the direction of making Microsoft in its entirety a priority target. I don't even know how you could do that. I don't know how you could implement such a thing, considering that it's the most popular, perhaps almost the only operating service out there, operating software out there. which is part of the reason why the Palestinian National Committee is not going to be able to, push for something like that usually. But this is the reality of techno-fascism.
All right, for weeks, months even, Israel has been under pressure over starvation in Gaza, civilian deaths in Gaza, and indiscriminate bombings in Gaza. But tonight, Israel may be on the verge of a full takeover of Gaza. Just hours from now, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
I mean, he said he's going to do this. And Trump said he's going to let Israel do this. So where is the question at this point? This is what they said that they were going to do over and over and over again. Okay? They said that they were going to do it. They have repeatedly said that they were going to do it. And yet, for some weird reason, we rarely ever got coverage on this in the Western world. What now? What changed? Meanwhile, as the starvation continues and Western outlets are finally fucking reporting on it, the cover of Time magazine was staged. Why did they have to stage a photo of children starving? You have been played, says Eve Fartlow. Okay? Complete lie, as shown by alternate angles that show aid workers at the site distributing food. The photo you're claiming is staged was taken right before the distribution began. Fucking insane. Fucking insane that this person that got 15,000 likes for this, by the way, is capable of existing in polite society after doing such a thing. Okay? Because this is not any different than what Nick Fuentes has done, denying the fucking the ovens by claiming that by doing cookie memes and claiming that 6 million Jews didn't actually die. You're doing it. You're doing it in real time right now. This is precisely the same thing. And the Israeli Foreign Ministry is going along with it as well. Pallywood debunked. The Israeli Foreign Ministry is applying the term Pallywood, something that only we knew about because this used to be only... this used to be said by some of the fucking most rabid Kahanist freaks. Now it's the Israeli Foreign Ministry that is getting comfortable enough to say Pallywood. That it's all fake. It's all staged. It's just atrocity denial. It's genocide denial. And of course, Bild is the most pro-Netanyahu outlet. What a coincidence. A German newspaper, Bild, claims famine in Gaza is staged 2 weeks after his publisher, Netanyahu's close friend, gets awarded Israel's highest presidential medal. Same newspaper was caught publishing complete fakes leaked from Netanyahu's office last year. This was a big controversy for Bild. Publisher of Bild newspaper close to Netanyahu to receive presidential decoration. This is like Hitler awarding the fucking Medal of Bravery to Henry Ford for his pamphlets that he wrote about Jewish people. His anti-Semitic newspaper. It's no different. That's real, by the way. Hitler did do that to Henry Ford. Henry Ford was a massive fucking fascist, a psychopath. In any case, the reason why they can only do this in Bild is because they have no more fucking allies remaining. Yeah. According to Israeli logic, the mere act of taking a photo of hungry people affected by Israel's blockade means that starvation in Gaza is fake. They're staged. Using that same logic, because photos were taken of Holocaust victims, it means the Holocaust was staged. Don't fall for it. It is straightforward atrocity. It's the same principle that Holocaust deniers use to this day and used back then as it was unfolding. How insane, dude. Here's footage of the same site as the Time magazine photo that Bill Ackman and others are saying was staged. They will all retract and apologize after watching this. Of course they won't. You can tell by countless details that it is the precise same site that photographer did not stage it. Here's, for instance, the corrugated metal in the wall in both the video and the photo. The photo was clearly taken just before the aid distribution began. Wait, Bill Ackman deleted the tweet? That's surprising. Oh, he did. I didn't even realize he was quote retweeting Bill Ackman. Bill A. Packman. Bill Smokes Crackman. The damage has already been done. Honestly, I think the only thing that these guys are damaging is their own reputation. I don't think people at this stage will forget how fucking psychotic these freaks have been. Remember, when I used to use terminology like this, people would shy away. People would get a little scared. Remember a year ago or 2 years ago? People will go, oh, dude, I don't know. Is it okay to call them fucking freaks and monsters? Think about how much that shit was farmed. A year ago, when I used to say, you're a fucking scumbag, genocide-denying monster, there were probably a bunch of fucking libs, bunch of squishy libs who refused to reckon with this reality that turned around and said, oh, God, Hasan, you're a little too hateful for my taste. Now they say it too. Now they're using the same terminology. Like I've said, the only remaining hurdle here is the but Hamas shit, okay? But Hamas, but October 7. Israel is starving the population, but Hamas. That's it. And as time continues, I think more and more people will realize that that is not a fucking real defense. This is true. I thought you were too hateful, but now I realize you had a reason. Yeah. That's the reason why I never shied away from openly stating the reality that Hamas and Israel are not even on the same wavelength of evil, okay? Like, not even comparable. Israel has been and will forever be the responsible party for all of the atrocities that unfold, including against the Israeli civilian population. This is why I said that on October 8th, and I never stopped saying it, because it's the fucking truth. It's the truth. If these are genocidal atrocities unfolding in broad daylight in real time, how do you expect people not to resist against said genocide? What is the expectation here? That they just starve quietly? That they die quietly? It's bullshit.
Is said to be ordering a full conquest of the Strip after talks with Hamas broke down. A source tells CNN the IDF objects to the move, but Israeli media cites senior officials close to Netanyahu saying if the IDF chief of staff does not agree, he should resign. Joining us at our fifth seat at the table is Peter Beiner, author of Being Jewish After the Destruction of Gaza. So full occupation, Peter, what would that do? What would that change?
I hope, but I also think this is a bluff. The Israeli people do not want this. I think what Netanyahu is trying to do is trying to bluff and hope that that will provide the ceasefire on terms that he wants. Because a full conquest of Gaza would be an utter...
No, they do. Peter, they do, bro. Come on, man. 79% of Israeli Jews said that they do not care at all, or they do not care enough about the starvation in Gaza. Only 0.8% of Jews polled by the Israeli Democracy Institute have said that they have no opinion on this. Okay? 79% of Israeli Jews polled by the Israeli Democracy Institute have said they do not care about the starvation in Gaza, as in they know that it's happening and they just don't care. No opinion is awful too. Yeah, it's 0.8% have no opinion on it, as in you can't even say that they don't know. Okay? The reason why there is a demographic designation between Israeli Jews and Arabs is because that is Israel's own demographic distinction, for the record. when Dee was saying it was Pallywood and you
The
reacting
interview complete, our cameraman walked away.
So like why? So he is interviewing the guy who's about to go do some shit to get himself killed. Basically, that's what's gonna happen. We know from this point that's what's gonna happen. So he walks away, gets back a little bit, and then he sets up behind this thing. Right? Is this concealment? I guess not cover concealment. Right? Because I think the tank's over here. So now he can capture the footage right here. He sees the guys walking, knowing that they're about to get shot because that's what's gonna happen. And then eventually they get shot and everything is, this is it. It's like act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. Now this guy is down. He's dead. These guys are like...
and fatally wounded.
They're not even like... They're not even running. They're not even like cowering and running away and screaming in fear. There's like, okay, well, they did it. We got our shots. Okay, is this guy done? Oh, shit. Well, okay. Well, we brought the white flag so we can put that over the bleeding part, assuming he got shot and is actually right.
Flag
and then this guy, what, is this guy running back to grab the wife?
By this stage, the man's wife, his widow, has heard what happened.
This motherfucker came after me for years and years. I never said a goddamn peep. And the only reason why I lifted the blockade of talking about this fucking freakish monster was because of his defense of Israel's genocide. But yeah, don't forget how big of a fucking piece of shit this sex pest is.
And then, like, what does this mean? The wife has heard what happened. Like, bro, this is crazy. I'm sorry. The tracking live movement shot of the lady running up to her dead husband? Like, what is this?
He's saying it's fake.
The man's wife, his widow, has heard what happened.
Somebody went back and told her, right? The 5 martyrs that walked forward, you know, your husband was the unlucky guy. He drew the short stick today, so come forward, cry for us on camera. Do you think the guy intentionally wanted to get killed? No, I don't think he wanted to die. I don't think they were thinking they were going to die, but they probably were hoping to get shot at, or maybe, so you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got killed, but I think they were farming TikTok clips. I mean, remember, these people.
Just a fucking vile sociopathic monster. Vice signaling. Anyway. So remember that.
People, I mean, these people actually, yeah, like have suicide bombers. So it's not that big of a stretch to imagine that they would be willing to get shot. However, now I haven't gone down this road because this is way more, it would require me to make a lot more assumptions. But
yeah, you didn't want to say conspiratorial, but that is what it is. Because that's a bad word in his community, obviously. So that's the one bridge he won't openly say he's crossing, which he did.
But it's also possible he didn't get shot, right? Now, do we know the name?
Dude, this is... I think in that clip, they were going to try to rescue one of the family members who was trapped. Destiny conveniently leaves that out. The only reason why that kind of shit was permissible at that time was because people were not knowledgeable of the fucking unimaginable cruelty of Israel. And there were people like that, like the sex pest that were watching, like the sex pestity that we're watching here, that took advantage of that lack of knowledge that people had and basically farmed them for a year and a half. Okay? Farmed them for a year and a half. And so many other delusional, moronic content creators who don't know anything about politics, who just basically are at the mercy of whatever their fucking subreddits tell them, literally went along with it. Some went along with it so hard that they actually saw some repercussions, like fucking Asmongold.
But I think they were farming TikTok clips. I mean, remember that they would be willing to get shot. However,
another one is Mudahar. These guys do not do their own reading. They do not even think for themselves. They just want someone to think for them. That's it. And they're convinced by, I guess, Sex Pestini's ramblings. He's still obsessed. I mean, I know, of course he's still fucking obsessed. What do you mean? He hasn't stopped, bro. I literally found him on YouTube. He's talking about you. Of course he fucking is still obsessed. What are you talking about? Why would he stop being obsessed? For years and years. The funniest thing that these guys were able to like try to champion was the idea that like I'm obsessed. This motherfucker did hundreds of videos on me for like 6 years at this point. That's all he has. I'm the reason why he's, despite being a fucking deadbeat dad, I'm the reason why he's able to fucking pay his child support, dude. His community at this point, does not have any sort of like decipherable politics. They just straight up are like, fuck Hasan. Whatever Hasan is on board with, we're against. It is a very strange phenomenon. I don't know how people who fancy themselves to be like intellectuals or enlightened or educated, who unironically shit on conservatives or being so fucking stupid, have developed their own QAnon movement against a fucking Twitch streamer. Like, at least QAnon is this grand design that these psychotic Republicans believe about like deep state pedophilia or something. You have literally designed your own QAnon for a motherfucking Twitch streamer, dude. There is a reason why so many of these people never actually take the next step, take the next leap, and actually come in here and see what I have to say without any sort of fucking guardrails. Okay? They can't entertain it. Because if they did, if they actually questioned their intellectual grandfather here, who is a fucking sex pest, they would find out that he's just been lying to them for fucking years. Nonstop. It's okay. History has and will continue to vindicate me.
It would require me to make a lot more assumptions, but it's also possible he didn't get shot, right?
Yeah, great stuff. It's just a cult, man. You cutting him off and blowing up made him go narcissistic smear campaign. I know. What blew my mind about Mudahar is him saying he's Muslim. Because his Muslim family hates Jewish people, that must mean most of a large amount of Muslim community absolutely despise Jews. Like, bro, speak for yourself. Not my mom, sorry to spam. I just thought it was such a crazy thing to say. Yeah, because he's playing a role as well. He's playing the role of the good Muslim, okay? He knows what his fucking audience wants. That's what they demand. Anyway, let's get back to this.
A catastrophe for the Palestinians of Gaza, who are already suffering immensely. And it would not save any hostages. It would actually put them in greater peril. And it would not destroy Hamas. Israel has been promising that it would destroy Hamas since October of 2023. And Hamas is still there. So this would be a catastrophe, but I suspect it won't happen.
What is this? Even the TikTok lib women are against you?
Well, look, whether it happens or not,
What?
frankly,
Dude,
the
this is
truth is
four-
Israel should have never...
Man, this has fucking 400 likes. What is wrong with you? Take a fucking week off. Like, what productive conversation is going to take place here? I'm going to fucking yell at a person with 400 likes, and then even if I say don't go over there and don't fucking yell at this person, people are still going to do that, and then that person is going to fucking continue making content off of that, and it's only going to increase on the dog pile. Yeah, take a goddamn week off and really reconsider what caused you to send a link like this. Who cares, man? Let people chirp. If they're going to chirp, they can chirp. Okay?
left Gaza, because before 2005, we did not have a terrorist state. We had a booming economy. We had equality for the sexes. We didn't have gays being thrown off rooftops. But when Israel dragged every last man...
Oh, she just did the unlimited faucet. She just hit the fucking full tilt. She just did all the things. Yeah, controversial far-right attorney Brooke Goldstein was platformed on CNN as a human rights attorney during a segment with John Berman and Pete Beinart. She's also on record saying there's no such thing as a Palestinian person.
I just wanted to mention that. Why are we using the word Palestinian? There's no such thing as a Palestinian person.
Yeah. Disgusting, evil, monstrous piece of shit.
And woman and child as out of Gaza and exhumed the dead bodies because they knew what Hamas would do with it. We had a terror state, and that's a big mistake, and the world is yet to admit that. And the real question is, why is the world preventing Gazans from leaving Gaza? Why are they insisting that they remain as human hostages for Hamas and as civilian human shields? And the third point really is, are they refugees or are they not refugees? Because if Gazans are Palestinian refugees, then Gaza is not their home and they should be relocated so that they are not used by Hamas as human shields.
Yeah, they should be to fucking Israel proper, where they were pushed away from. I agree. 750,000 Palestinians forcibly excised from their ancestral homeland by Zionist brigades at the nation state's inception. Yeah, move them back. Give them a right to return. I agree. I don't think she does. When she says relocated, she's talking about a concentration camp. She's talking about other Arab countries. That's what she's talking about, because all Arabs are the same. It's a monolithic force of evil.
If Gaza is their home, then the entire premise upon which the whole Israeli-Palestinian conflict...
It's fucking insane, dude. What are we doing here? CNN at this stage is still like having a far-right, rabid, ultra-Zionist. And then like the only counter to this is like Peter Beinart. Like this person, the equivalent of this person is like an Abu Obaida type, okay? Like the equivalent to this person is someone who just is going to stand there and straight up be like, October 7 was awesome and should happen 1,000,000 times over, which Abu Obaida has not said. I'm just, trying to give you the extremes that she's going to, but she of course is seen as like a reasonable person, a human rights lawyer. It's ridiculous.
Conflict is based and the right of return is false. The only people being deliberately starved in Gaza are the hostages right now. You look at Evitar David.
It's not the same, Hasan. Yeah, actually, you're right. It's not. It's not even the same. It would be the equivalent of this person on the opposing side would be a fucking rabid neo-Nazi who denies the Holocaust and says that it should happen again. That's basically what it is. It's not even, there is no like Palestinian equivalence to this because Palestinians have historically been oppressed by Israel. The only adequate analog here would be a fucking straight up neo-Nazi, which I hope CNN does not have, by the way. Holy fuck. Like, that's the next stage in this evolution, I feel like. Anyone but a fucking Palestinian. Anyone but someone who is from this background. Anyone but someone who is directly connected to the atrocities. Holy fuck. These guys will literally have a fucking neo-Nazi before they will have on a Palestinian. Oh my lord, dude.
Looks like a concentration camp survivor who was forced to dig his own grave. When the body of Eden Yerushalmi, after she was...
Yeah. Palestinians do not look like concentration camp survivors. Only the Israeli hostage looks like a concentration camp survivor. Interesting. Well, Israel is the one denying the Israeli prisoner of war, not a hostage. He's a fucking military member, okay? Prisoner of war. Israel is the one who is starving him all the same. The fuck do you mean? It's not like they got tremendous amounts of food in there and Hamas is just like, nope, we're not going to give it to you. It's crazy. Think about it. The only person that's starving in the Gaza Strip is the one Israeli soldier? Really? After a week of denying the starvation, you turn around and you say, yeah, actually, starvation Israel, it's the one Israeli guy in the fucking strip. Insane.
murdered was returned, she was 70 pounds. Contrast that to the pictures, these, I'll say, artistic pictures of children, most of them with diseases.
Really, Brooke?
Yes, really.
I mean,
yes,
really,
really.
you're
Propaganda
saying
pictures of these children. You never see pictures of adults. And famine is not selective, Peter. You can't have a child who's starving and then the mother is
Brooke, are we really,
overweight or the brother is fully fed.
The picture of Eviatar David was horrifying. Are we really debating whether people are starving in Gaza?
No, we're debating who is responsible.
No, but because it sounds like you're saying that these are made-up pictures.
Who is responsible
for
any food shortages
Okay, so let's
in Gaza.
acknowledge that there are people starving in Gaza.
Is Hamas responsible?
Why don't you?
Is Hamas
I think you should let me finish
because you spoke the way that you let me finish last time. Does Hamas steal the food and use it as a food weapon?
You just spoke for a long time. Let me just say something.
Does Hamas steal food?
The Palestinians in Gaza are indeed refugees. It's true. They are the descendants, most of them, of families that were expelled from Israel in 1948. So if Gaza is not habitable for them, because Israel has destroyed most of the schools, most of the churches, most of the mosques, most of the bakeries, most of the agriculture, most of the universities, then they should be allowed to return to the places from which they're from, which is not Burundi or Somalia or Rwanda. It's Israel. Right? If you want to give them a place to go out of Gaza, allow them to go back to the places from which their families were expelled.
I think you have a problem with cause and effect. You like to blame Israel for everything. Israel did not destroy their hospitals, destroy their schools.
No.
The schools and the hospitals that I've been to have been used as places for rocket depots, and most of those hospitals are used as Hamas for their headquarters. Hamas is responsible. When you have your headquarters under a hospital and you shoot rockets into a civilian
where is Israel's
population,
military headquarters located?
And you shoot...
I have a question. Where is Israel, the Kiryat? Where is Israel's military locators headquarters? Is it in a remote area?
Israel has military
No, answer the question.
Everywhere.
Where is
Oh, do they? Oh, why are you bringing up Israel? Why? Are you Hamas? Peter Beinat, are you Hamas? Why you bring up Israel? Say I'm Israel Chai. You are Hamas. No politic here. No politic. Israel, tiny nation, you are Hamas. If people were as knowledgeable as they are now about the fucking atrocities that Israel has committed throughout its 80-year of occupation, brutal occupation, the ruthless violence that they subject the Palestinians to, this shit wouldn't have played as well as it did on October 8th either. That's why I was saying what I was saying on October 8th. That's why many who were already involved in pro-Palestinian emancipation and pro-Palestinian advocacy were saying what they were saying on October 8th. Okay? You can't make it everybody else's problem that you were not knowledgeable. She's trying to pull the 10/8/2023 commentary on August 5th, 2025. It doesn't work anymore. It should have never worked, but unfortunately, because of the fucking void in the media in terms of covering the Palestinian position and recognizing the humanity of Palestinians, it did work on 10/8/2023. And it worked for quite a while. But it doesn't work anymore, and these guys can't handle it. That's why they get increasingly more belligerent. That's why they do Pallywood. Pallywood is like... Pallywood used to be the type of atrocity denial that even Israelis were like, dude, stop. You're making us look bad too. Now they're the ones doing it. Like, I never thought I would see fucking straightforward Pallywood sentiment, straightforward atrocity denial, straightforward genocide denial fucking being mainstreamed in American news, dude. There was a sense of shame amongst at least liberal Zionists about the way that settlers operated, right? Like, oh, they're so gross. They're like religious freaks. They're bad. They're bad for Israel's reputation in the Western world. We don't like them. They don't even say that no more. Everyone turned to a fucking Kahanist. Israeli society broadly, post-October 7, has turned into Kahanists. Every single one of them. What the fuck? Stop being a bonehead, start using chat like a teacher and not the tutor you want to fuck because she makes it so... What?
No.
What are you saying?
You didn't answer my question. Where is Israel's military? It is in downtown Tel Aviv. So let me say that again. Israel's military. You gotta let me finish. Israel's military headquarters is in downtown Tel Aviv, right? Many of the apartment buildings in Tel Aviv house Israeli generals. Under international law, you don't have the right to destroy the schools around Israel's military headquarters or to
Israel
destroy.
does
No, let me
not
finish.
shoot rockets from downtown Tel Aviv.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It quite literally does. What do you think an anti-air defense system is? That's precisely what Israel is doing. That is literally what Israel did. We found out because guess what? When Iran was striking the fuck out of Israel proper, we saw the videos. We saw the munitions being deployed from fucking crowded neighborhoods. Shut the fuck up.
Of course, Israel has its military infrastructure deeply embedded within the civilian infrastructure as well. And in international law, it would be a war crime to destroy a hospital or an apartment building in Tel Aviv because an Israeli general
yeah, that's it. That's it. That's true. It's 100% true. If the rest of the world operated with Israel's metrics for what is a permissible military target, you could literally nuke Tel Aviv, okay? Because virtually everyone is an IDF veteran. They have mandatory conscription, right? They have the mandatory draft in Israel, men and women too. Like it's not, no, luckily for Israel, I guess, people don't behave like Israel.
There. Similarly, it is a violation of international law to destroy a hospital or university or school in Gaza just because you believe that there are Hamas.
It is a violation of international law.
Yeah, there isn't any proof that Hamas shoots missiles from the hospitals, by the way. That's just fucking bullshit. That is literally bullshit. Dude, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But it's also along the same lines as Hamas is starving the Palestinian population, or the Palestinian mothers are starving their own children deliberately so the world thinks Israel is bad and wrong. Okay? That's it. It's fucking bullshit. There is no evidence, and there's never been any evidence. And ironically enough, as is the case with everything that Israel says versus everything that Israel does, it's fucking projection. They say Hamas uses human shields. Israel literally uses Palestinians as human shields. Like in the most demonstrable version of human shield, they will literally stick Palestinians that they have chained in IDF gear and walk them into the tunnels, or they will use them to identify explosive devices. They'll use Palestinian children that they strap to the fucking to their cars. They do this in the West Bank. They do this in fucking Gaza. They literally do it while claiming that the fucking Palestinians are doing it. It is pure evil.
To use civilians as human shields. Can we agree on that?
Yes, and that
and
is.
do you
and
support
that, and, no,
the
and it is also a violation.
relocation
It is,
of Gazans
no,
so that they're not
God forbid
used
I do
as
not.
human?
I don't
so
want
you
Palestinians
think that
expelled
Gazans,
again. The Palestinians were expelled in 1948. You want to expel them again?
No,
that's a war crime,
that's
bro.
That's not what I said.
Hang on one sec. Hang on one sec.
Temporary. You think Israel's going to allow them back if they leave? Come on.
All right. I want to bring others into this discussion if you want to be part of this discussion. But the question at hand is, given where things are now, this stalemate, would things be better if Israel took over Gaza, complete occupation?
No, I actually think I think this issue is more nuanced than people give it credit for. And a lot of times we debate this issue.
Bakari sellout. Guys, let me be the voice of reason here. It's a little bit more nuanced. Okay? It's a little bit more nuanced and more complex. There is nothing complex about genocide, Bakari. Shut the fuck up.
On X or on Twitter. And you just saw these two individuals who are dug in, who believe with all their heart and all their might, their particular.
Yeah, come on. Give us some fucking reasonable centrism. Come on, Bakari. Interesting. Also, another fucking paid actor for Israel presenting himself as the reasonable third party here that's far removed from the equation. Let me be the nuanced voice.
Points, and people try to debate this on Fox News, or they try to debate it on X, and they miss it in totality. For example, Democrats, what I would go with is Democrats have to be able to say that, you know, it's very difficult for Israel, and I'm a very...
So where's Hamas getting all the ammunition from? Is Israel needs to supply American weapons? Who's supplying Hamas with all the stuff to attack Israel? Great question. They don't. You think they have used even a fraction of the fucking munitions that Israel's deployed? Israel has dropped numerous atom bombs worth of munitions on Gaza. Hamas has not done that. There's no capability there. They don't have the capability. At most, they got a bunch of fucking 18-year-olds wearing sandals running up to $30 million fucking pieces of equipment and dumping an IED in there going, Kobe! Because the Israeli diaper force is too fucking worried about standing outside of their goddamn tanks. That's it. Ironically enough, also, they do actually make weapons off of the unexploded ordinances that Israel deploys in Gaza, too. Yeah, Al-Qassam uses the failed munitions dropped on them to create munitions that do work. That is that, too. Yeah. Fucking farm the table, baby. That's right. Locally grown organic bathtub RPGs that they fucking use on the Israeli tanks. Thank God the diaper force is just so fucking ass. Oh my Lord, dude. Fucking baby killers. Yeah, they've dropped at this point 70,000 tons of explosives, 6 Hiroshima nukes. Yeah, defining Peter pushing back on genocide denial as dug into his position is so bad faith. Kobe is crazy law. Love that one, man. Have you not seen the videos? Electronic Intifada does an assessment report every fucking day almost. I, of course, can't play them on the broadcast. Even though it is legally appropriate, it is literally legal for any Palestinian to do that to an Israeli occupying force soldier that is illegally occupying the Gaza Strip. But unfortunately, it doesn't work that way in the Western world. It is literally not only the legal thing for the Palestinians to do, which is to smoke the Israeli occupying force soldiers that are sitting inside of their fucking armored personnel carriers, okay, that are currently conducting a fucking ethnic cleansing campaign. It is also the moral thing for them to do. The double Monty, both legal and moral.
Pro-Israel Democrat for Democrats to be able to simply say that Bibi Netanyahu, yes, he's an impediment to peace, but you also cannot negotiate with Hamas, who doesn't believe you have a right to exist. Occupation is something that we can't stand for. Starving Gazans are something that we cannot stand for. However, we have to be able to say that we need to bring every hostage home. It shouldn't be that difficult.
It's not that hard.
For us to have this debate.
We're losing our humanity. There's a lot that Brooks said there. I don't have time to challenge it. I'm also not a Middle East relations guy. This is not going to be Ben Affleck and Sam Steen on Real Time with Bill Maher arguing about that years ago. Look, at the end of the day, I've been working with Project Unite Humanity, projectuh.org. They're helping with the relief efforts. My friend Dr. Robert Lowry, who went to the great school of Rutgers University here. This is something that's very personal to me. As I was telling you off air, that my niece is Palestinian that lives out in Colorado. But that doesn't absolve the fact that October 7th was horrific. That doesn't absolve the fact of what happened in those kibbutzes. That doesn't absolve the fact of that video that came out today of that person that looked like he was about 68 pounds or so walking through those tunnels, as well as
oh my fucking Lord, brother.
That look exactly.
Oh my fucking Lord, brother. It is crazy. Still doing this shit. What do you mean, dude? What do you mean? What do you mean? There has been an October 7 3 times every fucking week in Gaza. Like, how can people still hold on to this shit? You just genuinely don't think Palestinians are human beings. Even if you have a fucking Palestinian niece, okay, you must not think that your Palestinian niece is a human. Like, what are we talking about? It's like, oh. If you are still talking about October 7 at this stage, you just want to give permission to Israel to do the genocide, but you're too ashamed to stand 10 toes down and say it, okay?
Ever since then, Israel committed 1,007th of October. You understand it? 1,007th of October, Israel committed. The children, if you take the numbers, the figures, the way that they are being killed, you see that we cannot claim again and again about the 7th of October and justify with the 7th of October all those horrible crimes against humanity which are taking place. There is a stage in which this is unacceptable anymore. You cannot again and again try to remind us about the terrible things that happened on the 7th of October and the 20 living hostages. You know that every 6 minutes, every 6 hours, Israel is killing 20 people and they are as innocent as the hostages, among them many children. So stop with the 7th of October. It's unacceptable to rely only on this and to say the 7th of October enable us to go crazy and to do those crimes. And second point, stop speaking about Smotrich. The concentration camp in Rafiah is the idea of Israel Katz, Minister of Defense, nothing to do with Smotrich. Netanyahu let all this happen. It's not Smotrich. The idea of the humanitarian center or city, whatever, is clearly a stage on the way to transfer them. They say it, not I say. They say that they will be able to get out of this concentration camp only if they move to another country. This is ethnic cleansing, and it's not Smotrich. It is the Israeli government, the whole government behind it.
Yeah, I mean, look, the more this goes on, the more people come to the recognition that Israel is a Nazi society and the Israeli occupying force is a Nazi force, is the SS, and that Israel's defenders are Holocaust enjoyers, Holocaust defenders. That's it. You might have thought that that was a deeply, deeply anti-Semitic thing to say, a deeply anti-Semitic comparison, and there were plenty of people who tried to fucking fight that. You know? There were plenty of people who tried to fight that reality. Where are they now?
Like that human being. You should have the same level of ire for who's causing both. I know that Hamas is a terrorist organization, how they came into power in 2007 and took over in that region, even though they were duly elected at first. I know all of that. The West has already admitted that Hamas is a terrorist organization. If we're admitting that we can't negotiate with terrorists, we can't expect the terrorists to be on the up and up. It's Israel that has to do this. And there's only one common denominator in these last 38 years in that entire region. His name is Benjamin Netanyahu. He's the one common denominator in all of this. He's from the PLA to every...
The only thing I would disagree with you on is the fact that is the only common denominator. Because, yes, you can't diminish the fact that Hamas does not believe Israel has a right to exist. And if we're going to sit here...
Shut the fuck up, Bakari. You're a liar. That's not true. 2018 Hamas charter actually dictates they want 1967 boundaries. In more than 30 different negotiations processes, Hamas has actively said over and over and over again that they want 1967 boundaries and 2 states with full sovereignty for the Palestinian states. That's it. Shut the fuck up. You're lying. These people are just lying. That's all they're doing. Okay? They're just liars. And the only reason why this kind of lie works is because people are not knowledgeable of the actual situation, because everyone else in the fucking media is lying as well. Okay? Yeah, it's not Hamas that thinks that. I think that, okay? I think that Israel has no right to exist as a fucking apartheid state, okay? I think that, not Hamas. Hamas wants a 2-state solution. Fuck. I don't even know how we're going to get to the process of denazification. Like, how do we do re-education, rehabilitation? How do we do that? How do we do that for Israel? How do we do that for the 79% of Israeli Jews that look to the starvation in Gaza right now, to this day, okay, that's happening, that's unfolding in real time, and with the full knowledge of that starvation, still say, we don't care. What do you do? What do you do with that? What do you do with that? That's the real question that we should be asking ourselves. What do we do?
To have this conversation, we have to acknowledge that Israel does have a right to exist.
But they already exist.
And my only point is, I hear you. And
they exist. We know
and
that.
I hear you.
You know
and
what
all I'm saying is that, like, I feel, for me, someone who simply says that Israel has the right to exist, and I believe Israel being an American value, but to watch those pictures of Palestinian children.
It's not an American value in the way that you want to present it, though. If you think, I mean, it is in some respects an American value. We did do the genocide of the indigenous population when we were fucking designing this nation state, you know, Manifest Destiny and the like. It's also ridiculous because Bakari Sellers is a black man in the United States of America, and he is lapping up this like pro-American propaganda because he is so fucking predisposed with eating Israel's dick all the way to completion that he has to fucking forget about this country's own history, I guess, in that moment. But yeah, it is actually American values or American culture, if you think about it from that perspective. Yeah, also, obviously, Bakari sellout, you know, being a hack who sucks up billionaire dollars and throws progressives under the bus. Where could they have possibly gotten that from? New super PAC aims to elect pro-Israel black Democrats, including challenger to Rashida Tlaib. Bakari Sellers, a political commentator who appears in the PAC's literature as a spokesman, told Politico that Israel was definitely high up on the list in the decision by the super PAC to endorse Janice, whatever, I can't read the fucking last name, the Detroit city clerk who's challenging incumbent Democrat Representative Rashida Tlaib. Tlaib is Israel's most strident critic in Congress and the only one who openly says it should not exist as a Jewish state. Oh, so she's been right all along. Oh, wow. I wonder how that happened. Yeah, look, you may not like Bakari's those pragmatic ways, but at least he's electable. Oh, no. Never mind.
It bothers me, right? To my core. And I can't empathize with these two.
I can't empathize with these two. You can't empathize with Peter Beinart. Like, I understand why someone would, even an Israel defender would try to distance themselves from the fucking psychotic freak sitting next to you. But first of all, you're not even Jewish, okay? Bakari Sellers is not Jewish, okay? He is a Christian, I believe. I think he's Christian. Doesn't really matter here. He's there on the panel to defend Israel, okay? Bakari Sellout is there to defend Israel, okay? But the guy you're yelling at is a former liberal Zionist who is Jewish. Peter Beinart is Jewish, and he used to be a liberal Zionist. What are we doing? The fuck?
Hang on. Can I just put a bow on this real quick? And all I'm saying is that there is a space for all of us to simply say that we want this to come to a peaceful resolution where there should not be a decision between inhumanity and cruelty. Correct. And I should be able to say that Benjamin Netanyahu is an impediment to peace, and I should also be able to say that Hamas can go to hell. I should be able to say both of those.
Why?
Hang on, bro.
Why? I should be able to say Hamas can go to hell. Okay, if you want peace, they are the motherfuckers that have been trying to do peace. They are. They 100% are. They have tried actively, desperately, over and over again, in spite of the starvation, in spite of the fucking genocide. They are the ones who are the reasonable party here. 100%. You will never hear that in mainstream news. Peter Beinart will not say that, or maybe give it a couple months. Maybe he'll start saying it too. But ultimately, No one on a fucking CNN panel is going to sit there and literally tell you the truth. That's what's so crazy about this, because this is not an exaggeration, okay? This is not an exaggeration. It is just an accurate reflection of events. That's what's so crazy about it. I'm not demanding that these guys like become biased in the direction of the Palestinians. I'm just saying, be biased in the direction of the truth, please. Just a little bit, just a fucking crumb of real analysis of the events that have unfolded after 22 fucking months. I don't know about Hamas. What do you mean you don't know about Hamas? You don't have to know about Hamas. The only thing you need to know is the truth. There are two parties to a negotiation, okay? One party has executed the principal negotiator in another country. That's not Hamas that did that. It was Israel that did that. They killed Ismail Haniyeh on Iranian soil, okay? There have been numerous instances where Hamas has put forward a fuck ton of concessions over and over and over again. Their only demand is a permanent cessation of hostilities. They've broken it down to a 3-phase ceasefire negotiation. Israel broke that ceasefire negotiation. Israel refused to entertain that permanent cessation of hostility. Okay? Who attacked first? That side deserves to lose. I agree. I agree with you. But I don't think you know the history. And that's why you're stupid enough to think that history started on October 7. I do agree that the side that attacked first deserves to lose. Look up the Nakba and you will understand which side was the one that attacked first. Because October 7 is not the first attack. But this is the problem. You don't know the history. The problem is you don't know the truth. You don't know the history. And because there are so many professional, serious outlets with serious thinkers that are also actively deluding you, you can get away with not knowing the truth. And it's ironic because you've been following since 2022, so you've probably heard me speak about Israel before.
I'm going to talk. So I will say this. President Trump has said that he sees starvation in Gaza and it bothers him. He says that the First Lady Melania Trump sees starvation in Gaza and it bothers him.
Why is this 360p?
The Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, says he sees starvation in Gaza and it bothers him. If that's the baseline here, then what do you do? And I go back to the question, the original question about you, and you jump in on any subject you want here, but occupation, reoccupation, full reoccupation of Gaza, what would that change? Would that free the hostages, for instance?
So I was expecting to come in here like guns blazing, but I've been...
Yeah, Batya Unger Sargon is another one of these fucking freaks. Okay, so there is like, on this panel, you got one guy who's like wishy-washy, both sidesing it a little bit. Okay, you got Peter Beinart, who is like supposed to be the pro-Palestinian position, which, by the way, there's plenty of people who are definitely even more aggressive than Peter is. But he is the pro-Palestinian person here. You have a literal envoy of Israel and another rabid, psychopathic envoy of Israel. So it's 3 versus 1.5. What are we doing? What is this fucking panel, dude? Is this Jubilee? Are we doing Surrounded by Nazis? How is this any different? There should be at least one guy who can convincingly say on this panel that Israel is an apartheid ethno-state that is built on the values of Jewish supremacy and is currently doing a genocide, and therefore, of course, it does not have a right to fucking exist. What are we talking about? Are we having a conversation about whether or not Nazi Germany has a right to exist? Are we having a conversation about the British occupation of Ireland? Do they have a right to occupy Ireland? Does France have a right to occupy Algeria? Does South Africa as an apartheid state have a legal right to exist? No, we're not having those conversations. Oh, well, does the Confederacy have a right to exist? Let's discuss. Here we have 4 slavers versus 1 person who believes black people are human. What a fucking insane conversation this is. There needs to be like 4 other people on here. If this was a correctly balanced situation, there would be 4 people on here, some of which are unconditionally and uncompromisingly pro-Hamas, which, by the way, is not even equivalent to the IDF. And yet you have 4 people who are unconditionally and uncompromisingly pro-IDF. Ridiculous. Oh, they're a serious military. They're conducting a serious military campaign. Okay, they're conducting a serious genocide. It's over. At that point, they're not a serious military.
Free the hostages, for instance.
So I was expecting to come in here like guns blazing, but I've been totally disarmed by Bakari, like legitimate to my core. Like I'm so moved by everything that you said.
Shut the fuck up. I can't watch the rest of this. It's making me lose my fucking mind, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. I, as an Israel defender, am moved to tears by the other Israel defender on the panel. Okay.
Like at a very, very deep level. So thank you for that. I will say, I think in the conversation, I agree with Peter. I don't think this is going to happen. And in a way, I'm very bothered that we're talking about something that's obviously not going to happen instead of the footage that came out of Eviatar David starving and digging his own grave. And it seems to me that that was a ploy on Hamas's behalf to show that they controlled the media narrative, that they could get the media to talk about the horrific hunger conditions in Gaza and then get the media not to talk about this starving young man, this innocent life who's literally being starved day by day because they control the mainstream liberal media. And what they've done is they've made it such, they've cut themselves out of the story. And so people don't, there's a fundamental inability to blame Hamas. People will say, I condemn Hamas, but they never blame them because
I don't know what to say. I can't. I loop back around from being uncontrollably angry to laughing at the notion that, like, people are not sufficiently upset at Hamas, which the American State Department is designated as a terrorist organization. That's the problem, you know? You just don't hate Hamas enough. No, the real problem is you don't hate Israel enough, okay? Hamas is not the one doing a genocide. Israel is. What the fuck are we talking about? This is Sargon of Akkad. She actually went through gender confirmation. Yeah, Sargon of Mossad. Yeah, we all know how much good press Hamas has gotten. She'd say Hamas did a genocide on 10/7. Okay, then we need to reconsider the term genocide then. Because if 10/7 is a genocide, then what Israel has done is something different. Like it's something far worse than a genocide. And there is nothing worse than a genocide.
there's this view that the party with less power has zero moral responsibility.
Yes, they do not. They do not have a moral responsibility for the genocide that Israel is committing. They don't. No matter how hard you say, oh, but Hamas, but Hamas, but Hamas. Yes, Israel is responsible for the genocide. Are the Jews responsible for the Holocaust? Would you say that? Would you turn around and say, but the Jews? But what about the socialists? What about the trade unionists? What about the Jewish partisans? Would they be responsible for the Holocaust? No, of course not. Which is precisely the reason why Hamas is not responsible for the Holocaust of the Palestinians. Shut the fuck up. She would? No, she wouldn't. No, she wouldn't. As a matter of fact, if someone were to say that on a panel like that, everyone would yell at that person in perpetuity. They would literally delete the footage. They would not even upload that shit. That's the difference.
And thus all the moral responsibility is on Israel. And I think we need to reject that kind of thinking because Hamas is to blame for this. And I say that despite having things that we all agree Israel could have done much better and much differently.
Peter, I'm going to go to Peter, and then we'll take a break. Peter, go ahead.
100% responsible for the horrific conditions they're holding Eviatar David in and for the people they killed on October 7th.
See, this is why I'm saying Peter Beinart is like, come on, dude. Come on. Come on, dude. Yeah, what should they have done? Should they have just like magically created food for the prisoner of war? There's like 1 million plus other people that are also starving on the strip. Because the reality is, if you say Hamas is absolutely responsible for the conditions of the prisoner of war, then you're basically saying the same shit that this dumbass is saying, which is that Hamas is responsible for the Gaza Strip starving. Okay? You can't have one and not the other.
And for everyone they kidnapped, absolutely. But Hamas is not responsible for the fact that Israel cut off all food, water, and fuel.
Why is Israel starving its own hostages? Because they're fucking freaks, big dog. What do you mean? Because they just only care about doing genocide. Because Israel wants to do genocide. That's it. That's the reason why they are starving the Israelis that are still held in captivity. That is why they shot the Israelis in captivity that had escaped. Literally, they did that. They did that a year ago. It's the same reason why they've bombed Israeli hostages and prisoners of war alike, because they do not give a fuck about the hostages. The hostages are simply a distraction that takes away from the actual genocide campaign that they are committed to. Okay?
To Gaza for almost 3 months this year. Israel has to take responsibility for its war crimes, just as Hamas has to take responsibility for its.
I don't think they should have done that, but when
if you want to learn more, Google the Hannibal Directive. Or better yet, after you're done Googling the Hannibal Directive, Google Yoav Gallant Hannibal Directive. Yoav Gallant was the defense minister at the time, war criminal, by the way. And he openly admitted that they used the Hannibal Directive on October 7, as in shooting Israelis with Israeli weapons so that they were not taken as hostages to be used as a bargaining chip against Israel, because Israeli society doesn't like that. Israeli society wants the hostages to be freed. Even those who want the genocide to continue still want their friends to come back home. That's kind of the, that's kind of the problem with, having a supremacist ideology. When members of the supreme in-group are captured, all of a sudden you have to do your very best to at least quash the fucking discontent that is brewing in society that want their neighbors to return home.
they did do that, there was a store of 4 to 6 months worth of aid.
Well, evidently not.
Gaza.
Evidently not.
It was poorly handled. I totally think it was poorly.
Wasn't he the moderating voice in the war cabinet? Shut the fuck up. No, he wasn't. He's literally a war criminal who literally said on October 9th, we are fighting human animals. We must starve them. We must shut off their electricity, their water, and their food. We are fighting human animals. Okay? I assume you were trying to do the Ethan Klein joke or something. I was joking. Ethan Klein said that. Okay, well. Don't even fucking meme about that shit.
But they believed that there was enough food there. The distribution broke down.
I think
horrifically.
Do you think Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir, who are both key positions in this government, really cared that much whether there was enough food? They're important people in this. They matter a lot. I don't think this government cared very much about whether there was enough food.
All right, Mike, you're gonna have the last word here. Then we go to break.
I mean, I just want to echo what a friend of mine who's a war correspondent for another network that I used to work at down the street. We're not going to mention him. Fox News. But he said this on Twitter. And
yeah, here is Batya Unger Sargon of Mossad. In an absolutely unhinged meltdown, MAGA columnist Baya Unger Sargon of Mossad, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore, shouts about undocumented immigrants having too many rights. At what point do we ask if giving these right-wing lunatics a platform on CNN is a good idea? Too many rights. That's the undocumented migrants have too many rights.
As he's done his reporting, we're losing our humanity. We're legitimately losing our humanity in all this argument. The images that you see of one person that looks exactly like the other person, Brooke,
Hamas
has been in power.
The irony is I'm the only person at this table who's actually risked my life to advocate for Palestinian children. I spent 2 years in and out of Jenin, Ramallah, Tulkam, and Nablus. I'm the one who interviewed Hamas firsthand. I interviewed Islamic Jihad firsthand. I sat with the Al-Aqsa Martyr Brigades, and they told me,
you are a Nazi, okay? You are a fucking Nazi. I interviewed Hamas so I could come here and tell you they are barbaric apes that must be killed. That's why I interviewed Hamas. I risked my life talking to Hamas. I risked my life. Were you risking your life defending Palestinian children from the Israeli military? Is that who you were risking your life against?
to my face that they want war. This is not about Hamas. This is about an ideology. And
I interviewed Hamas and they told me, I hate Jews. I hate Jews. I want to kill Jews, said Hamas. Yeah. This is the same lady that last year, as I showed you earlier, said, there's no such thing as a Palestinian human, a Palestinian person. Why are we saying Palestinian?
Ideology is
you don't wipe
radical
an ideology out by bombing an ideology.
Children in their schools, in their textbooks, to revere death, to love death, and not to love life. And they use
This is so fucking gross. This is so fucking racist and gross, okay? Hamas, the Palestinian children are being taught to hate Jews by Hamas in the textbook. In the textbook. The Juden children are being taught at an early age to hate the folk who are heaven sent. The Übermensch will rise up. Oh yes, this is why we must put them in the concentration camp, because the Jews, they are being taught. They're being taught to hate the Germans, the real Germans. Ja, jawohl.
Population of human shields. This is what you get: a terrorist state and a democracy fighting on an asymmetric battlefield and a completely impossible place. Because how are they supposed to defeat Hamas when there's no food shortages, but there is starvation?
They destroyed Gaza and they have not defeated Hamas.
All right, here's what we're going to do. Bakari Sellers, you got 10 seconds, then go on a break.
I don't even need 10 seconds. What I wish is that we did not make this a political football. And what's happened since 2008, since the election of Barack Obama, we've made this Democrat and Republican. This isn't about, how do we have peace here? It's not about the images that we see. It's about who can make Bibi Netanyahu or whatever, and right and left. And this cannot be that if we're going to find a place where we can coexist. I mean, pardon me for being just naive.
Well, not naive. I'm not sure there's much reason for optimism, though. Peter, thank you for being with us tonight. I appreciate it. Next, we're learning tonight that the president's mega bill is going to
Oh, God, I fucking hate Bakari sellout. Okay, we got to move on to fun stuff. Here is Lollapalooza reacts to Hasan
everybody.
Piker.
I don't usually do intro videos, but I feel that this is warranted.
This is Rick Strom, who is a friend of mine, who is at TYT. He was doing TYT Sports, and I think he still is doing TYT Sports. He went to Lollapalooza and apparently had a Hasan Piker placard.
So I decided, because of how divided we are when it comes to our politics, to ask Gen Z, Millennials, Gen Alpha, essentially the base of who attends Chicago's music festival, Lollapalooza, how they felt about class politics, the top 1%, and more importantly, one of the most important voices on the left in the year of our Lord 2025, Hasan Piker. So I went out there with a sign simply asking, do you like Hasan Piker? Here are the responses.
That's insane.
Before we get into it, please, as every other slop tuber says, like and subscribe. Blah, blah, blah. Here we go.
Who is Hasan Piker? Who is Hasan Piker?
Twitch streamer.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I love Hasan.
Hell no, I don't.
Why not?
He's a bitch, bro.
Oh, dude.
Hell no, I don't.
You know what's really funny? I can see a Nelk boy in the wild. Like, I can smell a Nelk boy, okay? And it's so funny because their favorite fucking podcasters love me. So you got these doughboys who are like, fucking dude, I rip darts, dude. I fucking rip darts, brother. I get Cindy with it. That motherfucker's from Naperville. Yeah. This is the type of dude who lives by the word of Theo Von and doesn't realize that like I was interviewed by Theo Von. You know what I mean?
Why not?
He's a bitch, bro.
There's one response.
We hate Hasan Piker.
Why?
No.
Used to.
Am I supposed to be a yes or a no?
Sorry?
I'm a no.
You're a no?
Yeah.
Why?
Jacob, come on.
All answers are why. Jacob, come on. You want to tell him why?
He's out there telling the truth every day about, Palestine and shit like that.
I know he's a Twitch streamer, and I know he's a self-proclaimed socialist. I think Hasan Piker is a bit of a performative socialist. A lot of his policies don't align with like hardcore socialist and communist values. I think he's pretty good because he is bringing those ideas to the mainstream, but he's not doing it in a way that's true to like socialist and communist values. In the end, he's a liberal. That's it. He's a liberal.
That's awesome. Oh, that's great. He's right. This is a real socialist. Are you listening? I'm listening. I'm fucking tuned in. I'm locked in, baby.
Can I ask one follow-up? Where do you think he's fallen short, in your opinion? What specific?
Radical enough.
So what does radical mean to you?
Genuine, like, change in the system. Because all of his proposed policies aren't bad. They would help people. But he's doing those within the confines of the system that we already have. He's not looking outside of the system and saying what needs to be changed within it, which is the problem with a lot of liberals. I'm a communist. So the people that are further to the center, they don't imagine. They don't have hope. They don't.
A real socialist is talking. Listen and learn. I know. I'm fucking muted. I'm muted. He's like, I'm a communist. Why is Hasan not leading the vanguard in an armed revolution?
They're not. People in the 60s thought of peace and utopia and hope and all of those things. Those were the people you look for ideals. Hasan Piker is he's a Twitch streamer who makes money. He's fine. He's okay.
I love Hasan Piker.
Why do you love Hasan Piker?
I'm a HasanAbi head 100%. I love him because I feel like he's so accessible to people who aren't like usually into politics a lot. And like I just love like the way that he
Let's go.
I don't know, the way he focuses on like what's important to him and like he doesn't like falter on that. I love Hasan Piker.
I used to watch H3 podcast. I don't know about Hasan Piker, but I am team Trisha Paytas. So, frenemies.
Why is that?
She's just an icon, and I feel like Ethan's a little too controversial nowadays. I don't know, but Hila's a queen.
And if you had a message for Ethan, what would it be?
Lock in, start making jokes, funny content again.
Stick to the goofs and gaps.
Not all this controversial stuff.
This person, if you were to ask this person about like Israel Palestine, I think she would just be like, I don't know, is that a soccer team? Like the way that some people live, the way that some people exist in our universe, like we're living on the same planet, and they are so happy and so oblivious to everything else that's going on. It's got to be awesome. Like, yeah, same server, but I guess they got crazy ping.
I'm I'm just trying to like listen to you while I drive. I don't need all this education, you know. I'm just trying to laugh. Thank you very much. I hope Ethan sees it. I hope Ethan sees it.
Honestly, I used to think that, you know, online presence, streaming and all of that was kind of pointless for any kind of leftist praxis. But after seeing the rise of people like Asmongold and all these other major streamers that are just peddling really staunchly far-right opinions and seeing how quickly younger Gen Z and Gen Alpha are being radicalized, I started to understand the importance of vaguely like, you know, social democrat, just any kind of somewhat left and liberal.
Thank God, dude. I've been screaming about the importance of fucking propaganda for the longest goddamn time. Something that billionaires very much understand, which is precisely the reason why they fund everything from mainstream publications all the way down to like independent YouTube channels, you know?
Liberal streamer who combats and calls out these people on their grifting and on what they're doing. So I think he plays a really important role in the online space on kind of guiding people away from that right-wing radicalization. I kind of learned about him through, you know, like my friend Twitter posts and whatnot, and just seeing like, oh, this guy is one of the few people online with a large following that's actually spreading leftist politics, especially important right now. You know, a lot of us live in the imperial core. This is the most powerful country in the world. It is causing so much catastrophe globally, and to be able to understand and recognize your role as a working class citizens of America and not only trying to deconstruct imperial power from the inside, but being aware of what your country is doing is so important. And I think it's really good that Hasan Piker's out here spreading that message and kind of getting young men away from like typical liberal schools of thought and far-right schools of thought.
Do you have any feedback for him?
I think that he could spend a little more time promoting various leftist literature, but I understand that just going like full on Marx and everything on Twitter isn't the greatest idea because of like, you know, the Red Scare and its resulting propaganda is still deep in the heart of America.
I mean, that's part of it. That's part of it. That's part of it. But that's not the whole part of it. The reason why I don't do it is because it's also, unfortunately, something that people have to go on their, something that they need to venture on in their own time because it's fucking boring. Okay. I already read the books. I try to factor that into my commentary, and I do factor that into my commentary when I'm doing commentary on anything.
Like if you even say even like just saying you're a socialist, like look at Zoran and look at like how he's getting bashed for being a Muslim and a socialist, and he's not even like full on like revolutionary socialist. He's just a democratic socialist. He still gets millions and millions of dollars sent against him in slander ads from Cuomo, from every single major news agency. Yup. So it's just like I understand for optics to avoid anything really, really far left publicly, because once you start saying that, you immediately get shut off from a lot of people that would otherwise be open to listening to your ideas. So I think how he's operating right now is ideal.
If I said yes, how would that make you feel? I love Hasan Piker.
Why?
I love Hasan Piker because he does what needs to be done.
I'll be real. I think it's pretty neutral on the guy. Like, I think that there's some things where, you know, he's living in a very nice house and stuff like that, and I think that there's some valid criticism, but I think it gets overblown because people, you know, hate socialists or whatever.
No hate to this guy, but does he think you're not a self-described socialist? One thing that you will notice is that because Twitch is a medium that requires like 8 hours, or at least like a couple hours of undivided attention for the most part, many people only keep up with whatever the fuck I'm doing through clips. And for that reason, if there are more clips that are just constantly fucking railing against a position that I do not hold, then there's going to be a lot of people who just have no fucking clue what I'm about or what I believe. That's it. It's the plague of clip farming. It's the clip economy. So that's the reason why even in the wild, you got dudes who fuck with me that don't fully understand what I advocate for, and plenty who don't, who definitely do not understand what I advocate for at all. I love that the neutral guy's main criticism is that I have a nice house.
Whatever the fuck. I don't fucking know. I think most of it overall is like overblown.
Which part?
Like the people keep bringing up the house, but like it's like a like $1 million house or whatever. But like every house in fucking that part of LA is gonna be, yeah, it's fucking LA. Like what the fuck do you want him to do? Like rent a property? Like live in a fucking apartment? Like he has the money, and I get that as a streamer you need like the house, you need like the kind of security that comes with having your own private property. You know, you don't know who the fuck's gonna like try to fucking break in or shit like that. Like if he gets doxxed, like he can like bring security into his house and stuff. So like,
So to be clear, are you being critical of it, or are you being critical of the people who are critical?
I'm critical of the people who are critical of it because I just think it's like overblown, you know. I don't think he's done anything like predacious. Like you see so many Twitch streamers, you know, shill kick, like, and like all the fucking gambling sites, like what the fuck is the one, Stake and shit like that. So like, even if he's getting the money, I think, in a more honest way than the guys who are criticizing him. Like, you see, like, XQC criticize him. XQC's fucking getting his entire fan base addicted to, like, stake gambling and shit like that, using, like, house fucking money, betting, like, billions of dollars that he doesn't fucking have. Like, I think, overall, like, so what if Hasan Piker has a fucking $1 million house?
I like him. You know, he's not perfect, but I think that, oh, no one, right? Who is, yeah. But, like, I think that we need more leftists out here talking and, you know, defending rights and working with solidarity. And I think that he teaches intersectionality in some pretty interesting ways. I like that.
Do you have any feedback for him?
I don't know, talk to more black femme voices or colored, BIPOC femme voices. I think that he talks to a lot of people. He does a lot of things. He gets bros and a lot of people in the higher things in there, but like, you know, it's about getting us all together. So I would love for him to talk to some people who he normally doesn't talk to, and like not in like a debate bro-y way, but just like connect with people who like, you know, wouldn't normally talk to him. Connect with people who are like in the trap. Connect with people who are like in rural locations, you know, like come at, you know, some other people's levels. He's very LA is what I'll say. He's very pretty boy LA, which is cool. We love our pretty boys, but.
Do you have a few people you could recommend to him right now?
I think
I'm going to collaborate with, when I'm in Chicago, speaking of which, I'm going to be collaborating with the Jam Podcast. Most likely going to go on the Jam Podcast. I think we secured some time to do it together as well. You guys might remember JJ from the DNC. They're doing a great job.
Princess Weeks is pretty cool. I think if I'm saying like, you know, JD Signifier is pretty rad. There's also Chicano.
JD Signifier. JD. That's funny. Close enough.
Voices. There's also indigenous voices. He's just rad. He's rad. He's big time. He's LA. He's pretty. But you know, get to some low time, dirty, not so homely folks. Get to all of us. But thanks for what you do.
I love Hasan Piker.
Why do you love Hasan Piker?
I like watching his streams while I work because it keeps me company.
Do you have any feedback for him?
He could do better gaming commentary. I feel like he gets a little boring when he plays games.
How did you first discover it?
Oh, I used to be an H3 podcast fan.
When did you defect?
He started being like super negative towards Hasan, and I was like, your arguments don't make any sense. You're incorrect.
I feel like he doesn't like America. I feel like he is constant.
Whoa, brother. Bro's wearing a MASH shirt while saying, I feel like he doesn't like America. Dog, you're wearing a MASH shirt. That's amazing. That's awesome.
Constantly supporting the the anti-American part, like anti-America stuff. He consistently fights against the left, it feels like. He called like Pete Buttigieg like a rat or something just recently.
Recently? Okay, this gotta be a fucking Epstein fan. There's no shot, dude. I call people a rat, la rata, literally, what, 5 years ago at this point? 6 years ago? God damn.
A rat.
Also, Pete Buttigieg is the left.
And so like stuff like that continues to persist throughout his viewing stuff. I don't watch too much like online media, alternative media. I watch more like mainstream stuff. But from what I see from that, that's my opinion.
You don't get it. MASH is now post-ironic and is now a call to patriotism. Yeah, like how the fuck is this guy wearing a MASH t-shirt and is like Hasan hates America? Why, dude? Is it because I think the Vietnam War was bad and wrong? Much to consider here. Bro, you weren't alive when MASH was a thing? I mean, I wasn't either, but like I know what it is. It's just like funny. It's funny to have like Korean War, sorry. It's just like it sounds like it comes across like a bit. Dude saw one 9/11 clip and formed his entire opinion off you of that. I mean, it's fine. It is.
So when you said that he's giving anti-American perspectives, what do you mean by that?
I mean, he's definitely he's against what any party that runs America he's against. So, I mean, in Joe Biden's presidency, he was consistently shitting on the Democrats or...
Wait, this guy says he doesn't follow a lot of online content, but it feels like he's regurgitating some of the most hyper online community's criticisms of me. So I don't really understand. Also, he's talking to Rick, who knows what my opinions are and has known me for years and years.
The party who's running the America, which would be against America, in my opinion. And then, I mean, obviously with Donald Trump, he's against that, which I think a lot of us are, which makes sense. But I think there's more.
Oh, I'm shitting on Donald Trump, but not in like the right way. I'm shitting on Donald Trump in like a anti-American kind of way.
Like, it's hard for me to give you exact examples off the top of my head, just coming out of Lala. But like, I'm sure there's plenty of examples. If I had some time to look something up, I could give you some examples. There are plenty of them out there, and it's a huge topic being talked about right now, as I see it, with his airport disaster, right? He got stopped in the airport and was interrogated. Do you know really how long he was interrogated?
Do you have any feedback?
Okay, yeah, no, he's definitely okay. Yeah, he's a Sex Destiny fan, 100%. Oh yeah, no, he's either a Sex Destiny fan or a Slop Tube fan, 1,000%. This dude is probably in the chat watching right now. The airport disaster that the fucking Department of Homeland Security admitted took place. That was covered. He said he's not extremely online. If you were to ask a bus driver if they tuned into one of the slop tubers that covered it and said he lied about being detained at the airport versus the international press, including every single American news outlet that covered it, I wonder if the bus driver would be aware of me as a person who was detained as a political dissident or as a person who was lying about their detention. Yeah, only one community does this talking point. Exactly. He's like, I'm not very online, but like, remember when I don't even know it was disputed. It's not. It's not a disputed thing. It's only, these people live in their own fucking bubble. They live in their own bubble. They get all the information from Reddit. Yeah, bro, my grandmother knows about your airport story from mainstream. This is when you're existing in this like incredibly tight-knit echo chamber.
For him, that could be more aligned with your politics?
That's a great question. I think like I believe in having like a view of socialism in that side of point and like stuff like that. But I think like they need to be able to, I guess, come a little bit more to the center or more, I guess, right in a way, because they're so far left. to incorporate more views of what I would believe in, I guess personally. Obviously that may not work for him, but that's what he would do for me. He would have to move like, God, I mean, I'm not a huge socialist at all. I believe in like private capital and, you know, companies and firms and stuff like that.
How much private capital does this man have, I wonder?
I believe Hasan doesn't. Hasan has said multiple times that he's like luring in these center to left people to become more and more left. That's why he's doing this.
Yeah, why is this a bad thing? Well, yeah, I am. I want average Democrats to actually advocate, like average Democrat voters, to actually advocate for the changes that they want. That's number one, because these are things that they truly believe in, like socialized medicine, for example. And I want right-wingers to also advocate for socialized medicine and become leftists. Yes, this is what I want. It's not a secret.
I think he said that on multiple things. I looked a little bit into Hasan Piker, but yeah, I think, I don't know what he could do to really help, I guess.
Is there...
I love seeing stuff like this because like it once again reminds me of the profile of the type of person. Like it puts a face to the fucking commentary. Like the Norman or Norman adjacent people that are out in the real world that are willing to go on camera and say these things and like what their worldview looks like. Because this has been what? 3 minutes of just him being like, I don't really like him because I saw clips and I don't really know much about him. But also, here are my favorite clips that I've seen from my favorite content creator, who I will not name because if you Google him, it's going to come up that he is a sex pest, and that makes me embarrassed.
Allow me to interject. Is there something that he said that you thought was too far left?
I think, like, a lot of things are too far left. I mean, like, to re-educate, like, capitalists, like, to, if he was to have his government, he would have to do re-education camps, meaning...
This is your brain on the online debate sphere. If this is all you fucking consume, this is what you're going to come across as in broad daylight, in the real world.
We would send capitalists who don't agree to a camp to re-educate them on how socialism works, and I believe that's a little bit too far left for me.
Locked in. Hell no, fuck that motherfucker. Why? You want to tell him? He a bitch.
I like him because sort of that guy said he sucked, and I don't sort of trust the vibes he is going. Not you, the guy who walks past you. And I like what he stands for. He is doing some good work. I'm not a super huge fan or anything, but from what I've seen, he does some good stuff, and I appreciate that.
I'm not ashamed to admit that I started off, you know, at the right pipeline. I guess I was part of the mix of kids that 2017 like era YouTube about edginess, filthy frame.
Look. That dude is not white. Look, this is what I mean when I say the internet has brought about an incredibly diverse movement of like racialized politics from people who do not even, people who are not even a part of the race that they are propping up. Do you understand? This is what I mean when I say the new alt-right meta is not the same as like the David Duke meta. A lot of people still abide by the old school standards, and they think like the average teenager that is subscribing to the alt-right shit is just simply white. This is not the case anymore. And this doesn't mean that like white supremacy isn't just overwhelmingly defended by white people. Of course, the overwhelming majority of white supremacists are white. Having said that, there are a lot of kids that resemble alt-right politics, that defend alt-right politics without, and alt-right politics is white supremacist politics, but they do that without even realizing that they are falling down this pipeline, okay? Andrew Tate is another example. You got fucking Aiden Ross and all these other people that like are constantly funneling people into the Nick Fuentes of the world. And that audience is not just entirely white. Okay? This is why I always say, like, it's not the old meta any longer. Okay? It's not the old meta any longer. This isn't like to hyper focus on like marginalized people to say that they are the ones who are only upholding white supremacy or anything. I started as a Ben Shapiro fan as a brown Muslim man. Yeah, there are a fuck ton of people in here. There are a fuck ton of people in here who started on that pipeline and moved away from that worldview that don't resemble what you would think would be the average white supremacist. Okay? Straight up.
Think iDubbbz, Max Mofo, but over time things have gotten a lot more bad, and I got out of that sort of era, that edginess, and I came across Hasan through like hate. The socialist take about how like, oh well, he's a socialist, he has money, obviously. I think the running joke is that he lives in a mansion, but I watched him briefly to see what he was about, to see if what the clips online were true. Surprised they were like out of context, so I ended up just sticking around, and I grew awareness and I grew more clarity on situations that I wouldn't have thought about me being myself more nuanced. We love Hasan Piker. And
Hell yeah.
I'm really glad I came across him, even if it was initially for like.
Look, I'm a Mexican man. I started as a lib, got trapped in the right-wing YouTuber funnel, and you pulled my ass out of that shit. Big ups, big dog. This is why I do what I do, okay? This is why a lot of people will be like, oh, dude, you are centering whiteness in your politics or whatever the fuck people are criticizing me over on a daily basis. It's like, yeah, there's a method to this madness, okay? This is the method. This is why I do what I do, so that everyone, no matter what their background is, can come together in this community and fully know that they are, at least to a certain degree, safe. It's not the safest space, okay? It's still an educational space. There's still going to be people here from all different walks of life, from different ideologies here, and even hateful people. But my goal is to try to change their minds, okay? Is this fucking stream ever going to have a good volume mix? What the fuck is this yelling when you're commenting, but the video is actually basically muted? Dog, come the fuck on. No, never.
Hate comments and just hate watch. Now I have in my background on my laptop.
What was the moment that converted you?
I guess everyone depicted him online as like a very hateful individual, like a very like socialist, is very scary-esque vibe.
Barack Hussein Obama, I'm a brown guy who got stuck in an alt-right pipeline, then into the D community. Your honesty and dedicated work has pulled me out of that shit, and I'm forever thankful for that. It also doesn't hurt that, you know, a lot of the takes that I drop in here are right more often than they are wrong, you know?
Yeah, I think October 7th incident really converted me, because there was a lot of not pro-Palestine voices, and I was 100% not aware about the whole issue at all. And so just watching his coverage and his in-depth conversations and interviews that I've had with people, since especially coverage on like the pro-Palestine side is widely suppressed. And I'm glad that a little bit of it now, we're starting to see more coverage of it in a very like positive light. But yeah.
I was far more right before discovering you and before realizing that the only one standing for Palestine and having coherent values were those I was fighting before. I may be hypocritical, but but when I was LGBTQIA+ standing for Palestine, it totally changed my perspective.
Yeah, just I was converted before, but that really like nailed it for me. So yeah.
And what's your message to him if you were watching?
Don't get stun locked a lot. There's a lot of comments. I hope he doesn't get mad at me for this, or if he sees this. But I love your content. Do more IRL stuff. Be out more with IRL content. I love Fear and I love Will, Cutie, and Austin. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
I like him. He's a good man, and he always cites his sources, and he gives the news very well.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
I love Hasan Piker.
Bro, the girly pop nation is alive and well, dude. That's crazy. It was all like fucking cheese dick white dudes that were broy as fuck that were passing by, too scared to actually offer commentary on why they fucking hate me, and just being like, he's a bitch, that's why I don't like him. Except for that one guy who was like, I don't like him, here is the reason, because I saw clips. But it's all the girly pop nation that is like united. That's crazy.
Because we became mutuals on Twitter in like 2014. We've always just been mutuals ever since then. Love your content and Free Palestine.
How did you become mutuals? Do you remember?
Honestly, I don't know.
Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
I think he did like a follow spree. I think I followed him and then he just followed me back. So love your content, King. Keep doing what you're doing.
We love you, Hasan. We love you, Hasan.
Thank you guys.
Who's Hasan Piker?
Twitch streamer and an activist.
I don't know Hasan
Oh,
Piker.
okay.
I love Hasan Piker.
Fill me in.
Let's go.
Oh, he sounds like a cool guy.
Do you know
Hasan
who he is?
Piker. That's a tough last name.
Who is he? He's a Twitch streamer and an activist.
Twitch streamer and activist. What does he activate for?
Palestine.
Advocate for.
Socialist practices.
Socialist practices.
Medicare for all. Money out of politics.
Theoretically, that would be great. Oh, so wait. Is this bait?
No, it's not bait.
Listen to me, dude. I don't know Hasan Piker, but based off what you just told me, it'd be pretty nice if we all had some Medicare. But you know,
W. Hasan Piker.
You know what? Yeah, I like Hasan Piker.
I like Hasan Piker. I think he's hot.
Hasan Piker. I like that he just keeps it real, and I think he tells the truth a lot more than others. He exposes a lot of things that we don't see in mass media or competitors. Plus, he has a great personality, in my opinion.
Has he changed your idea of American politics?
Yeah.
I think he shows a lot of the news. He obviously gives his own opinion, but also, you know, allows the viewers to kind of see for themselves and form their own opinions a little bit.
I like Hasan Piker because I identify with his values a lot. He's no bullshit. He criticizes the Democrats and the Republicans. I mean, I'm no Republican, but I really appreciate his part in the space. That's it. All right.
And how did you first discover him?
During COVID, I just hopped on his stream, I guess. Yeah.
You've been a listener ever since?
Ever since.
Do you have any feedback for him?
No, I don't. No, it's hard to criticize him from where I stand.
I'm the #1 apolitical top centrist streamer, baby. Let's go.
Give him a lot.
Oh shit, you got a sub?
What do we say?
Hasan Piker, we love you.
Piker, we love you so much, bro. I'm so proud of everything that you're doing.
Hasan Piker. Hey, Hasan Piker, I mean, I think we should definitely tax the rich. I mean, Elon Musk. I mean,
Okay.
richest person in the world. I mean, what do you think?
I was not expecting that from this crowd, bro. What the fuck? Dudes wearing jerseys with Oakleys to a fucking festival being like, we gotta fucking tax the rich, big dog. Hell yeah.
I think fuck Hasan Piker.
Wait, what about Hasan Piker? He's cool. You like him?
Yeah, I do.
Why do you like him?
What do you want to see out of American politics?
Out of American politics, I want to see the modern American politics help the people and help.
Like this is expected, okay? The Bradley Martin collabs tapped in that audience.
The general community instead of helping the rich fucks.
I think he does a really great job at introducing like just some very general level leftist ideas to kind of normie people, you know, people who might not otherwise find themselves engaged in politics, kind of realize that they align with the progressive movement a lot more than they might have thought originally, and I think we need more of that.
So what specifically of what he has said would you say has changed your idea of American politics?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think just knowing like my worth as a citizen, you know, specifically and just kind of like for the people and less about kind of the establishment politics, and knowing that I deserve unions and I deserve, you know, just my workers' rights rather than just kind of bowing down to whatever the Democratic establishment tells me. And I think that's gone a long way for me personally and for those in my life, and I just think that's a great message for everybody.
I love Hasan. Hasan's awesome, man.
You do?
He's the shit.
Do you like
Wait,
him?
what did he say?
I love Hasan. This is awesome, man.
You do?
He's the shit.
Oh, he said he's the shit. I thought he said, I love Hasan, man. He's a piece of shit.
Do you like him?
I fucking love Hasan Piker.
Why do you love him?
I just watch him every day, and I think his
Hell
political takes
yeah.
are great.
Which ones? Could you be more specific?
His stances on Palestine and all of that, and like his stance on the Trump administration.
Do you have any feedback for him?
Not really. I think everyone can believe in what they want to believe in. Like, he's very liberal for me, but I do agree with a lot of his takes.
I do like Hasan. I do think he deserves more nuanced takes. Oftentimes, he doesn't concede on things that he might be wrong on.
Like what specifically?
I don't know. I just think he generalizes a lot. I don't like his foreign policy generalizations mostly. But, you know, I do think he gives insightful stuff overall. I do want to say I like him, but he needs to learn to be more palatable. And
That's
maybe
definitely a NATO Andy. 100. That's a NATO Andy right there for sure. It's cool though. I mean, look. We did NATO. I'm a Ryan Ruth fan. You know, I have space in here for NATO Andys, for the AUKUS Jacks. Okay. Yeah, Ryan Ruth's son, dude. Free Ryan Ruth, baby. Till it's spelled backwards. No, there is there's definitely a lot of people who still I know that is with the exception of like what the Palestine conversation has turned into now, but even in the beginning phases, I think a part of the reason why a lot of people were reflexively angry at me for saying what I was saying since October 8th, 2023 was because a lot of people are just like, no, of course, America says this is good, and therefore it's good. You know? Ironically, I came here after October 7th because although I did have a negative opinion of you, though thought you were pro-Russia and a rich hypocrite, all I could see was propaganda everywhere, and I figured that since you were Muslim, you'd have a better opinion, never left since. Jesus Christ. My opinion is not because I'm Muslim. I'll take it, though. Sure. You have a very Muslim opinion. That's crazy.
be more compromising in his positions because oftentimes he does say a lot of outlandish stuff. I will say overall I do like you, Hasan, but like, you know, concede a little bit. A little bit. Okay, that's it.
What kind of sauce does a DJ put in his pizza?
He's a DJ.
Ready? Yeah. Marinara?
What do you get when you cross an elephant and a fish?
What?
If I know.
A lot of people say he's extreme. I disagree. I think that he sees the way the country could go in more of a, like he sees it as a democratic socialist way that it could go as opposed to just straight communism, which I don't see necessarily anything wrong with either way, but he sees it as a gradual thing that we should get more social safety nets to uplift our citizens. You know, we should have just ways that we can equalize things as opposed to the way it is now, the status quo.
What do you like about his politics?
I like how open he is about what's going on not only in America but in the world, and he offers a great point of view to video game nerds. So, yeah, I think he's just a progressive guy who doesn't support the killings of innocent people and wants everyone to live their own life.
Do you have any feedback for him?
No, not at all. No, I don't think so. I like him. I'm like not like he's not like my main person. You know what I mean?
More than half of the criticisms are that you are either a liberal or a reformist. Yeah, you would think that judging by this video, you'd think that like the American vanguard is ready for my command to seize control over the workers' councils that we've already created, you know? And I'm too much of a libtard to like actually say, go ahead.
Who's your main person?
I don't know. I don't think I have a main person.
In news, you're saying?
Oh, in news?
I mean, who is your main person overall?
Ariana Grande.
I love Hasan Piker.
He stands for betterment of the regular people. He's for the people. He is against capitalism, against the rich billionaires. Fuck the billionaires. And I love Hasan.
You like him? Yeah. Why? Because I think he has a lot of good takes. I liked his campaign with Zoran Mamdani. I thought that was really interesting. Yeah.
Do you have any feedback for him?
Come to Chicago.
Yes, we do like Hasan
I
Piker.
love Hasan
Why
Piker.
do you like him /love him?
Well, first of all, he's Turkish and he's smart.
He is.
And then he hangs around with Cenk Uygur.
Yes.
Now I watch him in a podcast and I follow him on Instagram and YouTube. So that's how we watch him. Keep it coming and be strong. Fight for what's right.
Unk. Unk. That was crazy. That was Rick Strom. Lollapalooza reacts to Hasan Piker. All right, go show these people are not special. I love Hasan Piker as well. So, I mean, is that your takeaway? I said W. Go show some love to Rick's video. Such a random video premise. I think he was doing a bunch of other stuff as well. He does these like man on the streets videos. That was the most feel-good content this broadcast has had in a long ass time. Yeah, the 1 year I don't go to Lala. That girl is right. You need to go to Chicago. I'm literally going this weekend. Do you see how many people didn't mention how hot you are, except for that one guy who called you pretty? This just shows that people actually like you for your takes. Incels would die if they see this. I hope incels don't find this video, which I'm sure they will, and they'll swarm it. Oh, Rick's in the chat. He said, hey, chat, thanks for watching. I appreciate everyone watching. Hasan was very well received. We got tons of footage supporting it. There will be more to come. Glad he's built this community and all the folks who are like-minded supporting him. Thanks, y'all. Shouts out Rick. W's in the chat for Rick Strom. But yeah, I will be in Chicago this weekend because for a brief stint because I'm going to the DSA conference. I know Big Joel's got a teardown of Bill Maher as well, and then there's the Mudahar has been a fake engineer for 10 years video. Which I wish there was like a summarization because I don't want to watch like 38 minutes of Mudahar talking about Mudahar. Are you live streaming it? Yeah, I will. There's also the TikTok lady that's in love with her psychiatrist. There's also an insane civil war right now among like 5 right-wing influencer women. I do want to cover this. I do have to cover this. Okay. There's an insane civil war brewing among 5 right-wing influencer women because one of them posted an engagement pic and another had a rude comment about her finger size. Interesting. And now the insults are all along these lines. You got fingered in the middle of a hotel lobby at TPUSA event while everybody watched and there were families around. You brag about having sex with married MAGA dads and doing drugs. You have been completely ran through by both single and married men in the right wing. You call young virgins losers and encourage them to have premarital sex, and you're pro-abortion. This is what kicked off the right-wing influencer women feud for those who asked. Pearl, I guess this is this Pearly thing? Says, hottest right-wing e-girl taken off the market. In parentheses, conservative women will always use their marriage and family to build their brand. Okay. To Sarah Stock. To which Sarah Stock responds with, once you stop getting ran through by black guys, it could happen to you too. Apparently it wasn't about the finger size. It was the diamond size, saying that the diamond is small, not the finger. Sarah Stock is the insane racist that's at every Jubilee debate. The Nazi ladies are infighting once again, which of course is entertaining. If you guys have more info on this, I remember I looked at like some Twitter threads. I feel like I saw some Twitter shit. What is this? I found a 1-minute version of the Mudahar drama slot video, but 1 minute might still be a waste of time. Okay, let's hear it.
38 minutes. Mudahar has allegedly been lying about being an engineer for over a decade. Creator Nick Anders dug through Mudahar's old videos and exposed that Mudahar never finished university. He dropped out after just 1 semester and has no engineering or computer science degree. He showed clips where Mudahar admits it himself. In one video, Mudahar said, "I'm a dropout myself. I've never finished university." And Mudahar also said in another video, "People think I'm like some effing crazy degree holder. It's like, no. I would have been way more in university depth if I went that effing route." He had constantly called himself a computer engineer, cybersecurity expert, and over the years, he's contradicted himself a lot, sometimes saying he was a video engineer. He said in one video, "I'm a video engineer now." Other times, investor or CEO.
Yeah.
But in reality, he's just a self-learned tech guy and a full-time YouTuber who uploads daily. And in Canada, where Mudahar lives, it's allegedly illegal to call yourself an engineer if you're not licensed, which Mudahar allegedly isn't. "I'm a computer engineer." Reminds me of another quote. "I used to work at Blizzard for 7 years.
Oh no. Oh no. Wait. You can't just like lie about being an engineer in Canada? That's kind of crazy that's illegal in Canada. What the fuck? I mean great. That's funny. I mean, there was a time where computer people were getting hired up the ass without degrees. Canada's pretty weird about engineering. They have like a ceremony where you graduate. It's like that for many professions. I would give it a watch. Hasan, he lied about having an engineering job. I heard that he lied about being an engineer. I heard he lied about like his degree. I heard he also, I heard he was like lying about like how much he was working in general. Like it was an impossible amount. Like he was just basically saying that like he was basically presenting this reality that is impossible to exist.
Even that time, he disavowed his longtime friend, Nakstaku. But then he took the video down and apologized. Apparently, he overreacted to a video criticizing him for watching lowly hentai with Nakstaku, and not for anything else.
Wait, you showed porn in those videos?
That's a video I'm still working on, and this video you're about to watch right now is a little appetizer I've cut out of its body of research, because it was getting too bloated as it is. Anyway, despite saying he would quit drama, not only did Mudahar return to drama, he decided
I get watching other people's videos all you're good at. I've never defended or backed the Israeli genocide or innocent
to
Gaza.
join forces with Ethan Klein to go after Hasan Piker. It's an odd choice because Ethan doesn't exactly have the highest opinion of Mudahar.
Do you have the part where Mudahar runs outside with a gun?
I don't, but
I'm like, dude, these people are insane. Boogie's not even the craziest one in that room still. There's a point where Mudahar goes, "Oh shit, is someone stealing my car?" And he runs outside with a gun. And then he comes in 30 seconds later and goes, "Oh no, it's chill, it's just my brother."
Wait, he just walked into a corner of his room that wasn't visible on camera and cocked an airsoft pistol? Wait a minute. These guys hated when I responded to a fucking hater that was doing a death threat to me in kind, though. They farmed that shit into oblivion.
Oh my God. This pseudo badass weird fucking shtick he's doing is not it. And frankly, he's so mean-spirited and nasty, and he has this weird thing where he needs to act like cool and that he's so successful and rich. He tells Boogie, "Dude, why don't you upload more? I upload every day and YouTube's not even my job." I was like, shut the fuck up, bro. I think he thinks his real job is being a day trader. I might be wrong about that, but I mean, that's pretty funny. But like, yes, it is. Shut up, bro. Uploading every day. Ugh, I really got turned off by Mudahar in that one, man. Really did.
So Mudahar is a poser, and he lies about having a job outside of YouTube.
No, he's talking about Mudahar.
Accusations. But
who he's now good friends with.
Who Who has the time to watch through over a decade of videos and streams to check if he's telling a consistent story? I certainly don't, but I know a much faster way of achieving the same end result with only a few hours of effort. I can just search all of his video transcripts at once for certain keywords and timeline the claims he's made.
I play video games and scratch my balls most days when I'm not working. I wake up, I scratch my balls, I do my job, and then I fucking play some video games. I wake up, scratch my balls, play some Mass Effect, make a video.
That's me!
And, like,
I
do
was
some
on
of
this
my
pod!
stock work, and that's it. I wake up, I scratch my balls, and I play some Mass Effect, okay? I wake up every day, I do my job, I scratch my balls, I play around with Linux, some video games, and that's my life, dude.
Before we get into it, isn't this stalking? Isn't this a violation of privacy? No, I am going by information.
When is that gun threat trial the real YouTube lawyer said was going to happen? How are you going to react to that one? Yeah, I don't know. Do those people that like constantly fucking farm drama or go to the drama farms like the slop tubers and shit, do they ever go, hey man, remember when you said this is like your profession, like you're a lawyer, and then like you said that there would be criminal repercussions for this, and then like that never happened? Do they ever fucking call into question the authority that these guys have? Because get your balls checked out, man. Holy shit. I'm big balls.
Mutaha has made public through pieces of media he's voluntarily published on his YouTube channel, or public media appearances he has consented to. I'm also using information from a video that shows his LinkedIn page, which is something he seems to be cool with. He can do whatever he wants in his private life, but if he's claiming to be a doctor or an engineer to make his perspectives more valuable to an audience, validating the truthfulness of these claims about his life become a matter of public interest. If a history channel was receiving undisclosed funding from a foreign state, publishing that information would be in the public interest, even if that knowledge was gained through violations of privacy. Violating someone's privacy to humiliate them by exposing their porn browsing habits would not be in the public interest. But I haven't gone there, and I don't need to. I also completely disavow and denounce any kind of harassment or actual stalking behavior. Based on my findings, Mutaha has consistently claimed that YouTube isn't his job.
Hey, YouTube isn't my job. Thank God my job isn't YouTube. YouTube is not my job. 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 I use YouTube as a hobby. This is not a job for me, okay?
He works a regular 9 to 5.
Like, I work a regular job every day. I go to my office, I work, I come home, I cut together the video that I recorded the night, or 2 nights or whatever before, and I post that on the internet. It is a therapeutic, fun thing for me.
So what is that job?
Oh my God, remember when you were getting flagged for the social battery thing and he doubled down on Twitter after finding out the context, talking about how YouTube isn't his job? You said he was being contrarian for the sake of it? Wait, Mutahar did that? I don't even fucking remember. He jumped on that too? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, Mr. 9 to 5, dude.
If you ask Mutaha's fans, they think he's a cybersecurity expert, an IT professional, a video editor. Ethan said day trader. There seems to be an awful lot of uncertainty about this definitely
Clearly
real
he
job
has level 100 OPSEC and has successfully hidden his true job through multiple VMs.
that Mutaha has. Mutaha's also insisted throughout his career that he is an engineer.
I'm an engineer. I'm a fucking engineer. I'm a goddamn engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm a fucking engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm only an engineer. Okay, I'm an engineer. So I'm an engineer. I'm just an engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm just a fucking engineer. I'm a goddamn engineer. I'm a fucking engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer. As an engineer, being an engineer, I don't have to tell you as an engineer. I'm just a dumb engineer as an engineer. My engineer asked, but as an engineer, so I'm just a fucking dumb fucking engineer. Like I can tell her, like I'm an engineer, but I'm an engineer. As an engineer, I'm an engineer. As somebody that is an engineer, as an engineer. I'm saying I'm the number one engineer as an engineer. As an engineer. All right, as an engineer, I'm just an engineer. Speaking as somebody that is an engineer, I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer.
But there's multiple types of engineers, so what kind of engineer is he?
I'm a fucking computer engineer. I'm a computer engineer. Dude, I'm a fucking computer engineer.
I'm a YouTuber. Why are you asking me?
And I'm just like a computer engineer by default. Like, I'm a fucking computer engineer. I'm a fucking computer engineer. You want to talk about cyber warfare? I'm a computer engineer by trade. I'm a computer engineer. I'm a computer engineer.
I think he's a computer engineer.
I'm a computer engineer. No, I'm a computer engineer, okay? I'm a fucking computer engineer. I'm a computer engineer.
In the United States, people throw around the word engineer like candy, but in Canada, it's a bit more protected, especially in Ontario where Mutaha lives. Now, I do want to give the disclaimer that I'm not a lawyer or a Canadian. I'm just a guy who looks stuff up online, and based on what I've read, it's actually illegal to call yourself an engineer if you are not a licensed engineer. The Ontario Engineering Regulatory Body, Professional Engineers Ontario,
Wait, that's real? That's like an actual... Bro, Canada is fucking nutty, dude. I think he's a computer engineer. Buddy, you're going to want to keep watching the video. I mean, he said it so many times. What would lead you into believing that he's not a real engineer? I think he's calling the people that he's talking to engineer, and he's claiming to be a computer. Here's a clip of him calling you out.
So this was a period when like Hasan Piker, a big popular communist socialist commentator, he made a take where he was like, after streaming for like 12 hours, my batteries get drained. And I was just like, I don't really agree. Like I worked in a fucking 60-hour work week where it was like, bro, you come home from work, it's like, dude, I want to out, right? Like to be a YouTuber and streamer, like a podcaster, bro, we have like the most blessed.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Best job in existence.
Best job I ever had. Best job
You know,
ever had.
you know what my days are like? Like it's literally, and it's thankful to a lot of people that watch me. It's waking up, scratching my fucking ass and going like, damn, I want to talk.
Bro, he's always scratching his balls and his ass. What? Why is his balls and his asshole so scratchy? He just seemingly shoves that in to every conversation, even this 50-second video. Why the fuck's he always scratching his dick and balls, brother?
Talk about some crazy shit today, right? Like that's the best job in existence, right? So
I agree with this, by the way.
I get it. You're streaming for 12 hours a day. You probably don't want to fucking say hi to anybody afterwards, right? But it's like, dude, that is the kind of social optics you probably never want to have.
I like that even when he understood the context of it, he was still clapping.
Aims to take offense to even titles like software engineer being used instead of software developer, but they do make an exception for terms like train engineer,
It's illegal. It's also illegal to call yourself an interior designer in Ontario if you aren't registered with the DDA, which is weirder. What the fuck? Bro, Canada is crazy, dude. I guess like they have that degree of regulation in order to like avoid people conning people. You know what I mean? Oh, ironically enough, it's literally because people like Mutahar claim that they're an engineer and then try to convince people about whatever the fuck they're convincing them about. And I assume the regulation exists specifically to stop that from happening, which is, to my American mind, that sounds so insane. But perhaps that's the reason why we have so many fucking con men in this stupid fucking country where a reality TV star can become the goddamn president by convincing millions of Americans that he's going to run the country like a business. Motherfucker, you got 7 bankruptcies. What do you mean you're going to run the country like a business? We're seeing how he's running the country like Trump Steaks or Trump University or the Trump Casino right now, molesting the money.
broadcast engineer or sound engineer, which are not professional engineers in the same way that a computer engineer or a civil engineer.
Yeah, it's the same in Norway. It prevents comment and forces the state to provide the education. You're all run by comment. Yeah, no, it totally makes sense. I like when you're, as an American, this sounds insane. Okay, at first glance, this sounds insane. And then you realize what America looks like. And you're like, oh, I get why there is regulation around this kind of thing, because we have no protections whatsoever surrounding this. And by the way, a person that would try to implement this as regulatory legislation would get fucking shot. Okay? Like, there is no shot that this could ever be implemented in a country like America. Hell yeah, baby. We're destroying OSHA too. Fuck it. YOLO.
Would be calling yourself a computer engineer to a public audience is like saying that you're a civil engineer or a mechanical engineer. You might as well call yourself a doctor or a therapist. For Mutaha to be a licensed computer engineer, for him to be able to legally call himself a computer engineer or an engineer in general, he would need a 4-year.
Even if you graduate from university, you can't call yourself an engineer until you take an ethics test after enough time in an engineering job. Oh my fucking lord.
Degree, 4 years of training, and to pass the National Professional Practice Exam. If he had just a degree, then he could only call himself a computer engineer graduate. This is where things become a little bit difficult, because Mutaha is apparently not just a computer engineer.
I'm a video engineer now. I think I know how this shit fucking works. Speaking
Okay, I think he was like jokingly saying
engineer,
that.
like if I wasn't a computer science engineer, I wouldn't speak about Elon being an idiot. But as an engineer, yeah, I'm gonna call him a fucking idiot because he does do idiotic statements.
Controversial opinion. I don't think you need to call yourself a computer science engineer to be able to call Elon a fucking idiot. Additionally funny that he chose to slam that in there as a qualifier, but I guess whatever works, you know?
This is why, as a cybersecurity engineer,
a computer engineer is very much a real thing. But a video engineer or a broadcast engineer isn't a real professional engineer. While computer science graduates often work in software development, sometimes called software engineering, computer science isn't an engineering discipline. So computer science engineer doesn't really make sense. Cybersecurity engineer is once again using the word engineer.
Not certain, but I'm sure with the illegal to call yourself X job is about doing so in the context of offering services or signing contracts. Yeah, that makes sense. It's not illegal to just say you're an engineer randomly. However, it may be problematic if he's leveraging his reputation as an engineer to sell a sponsorship. For instance, I'm not a lawyer. Yeah, I think the only way that, I mean, he's just using it as a prop up tool. I don't know if he actually does do that, but he's just using that to like prop up his arguments, to just be like, I'm an engineer and that's why Elon Musk is stupid.
As just a job title.
This is normal outside the US. You can't call yourself an attorney or a lawyer without being admitted to the bar, or a doctor without a degree. Other countries extend this to other jobs, e.g. engineer in Canada, plumber or electrician in Australia.
Mutaha clearly wants the prestige of being perceived as an engineer, given that he's been calling himself an engineer for the past 10 years. And he uses this title to make himself more authoritative.
but I'm an engineer. I know how this stuff is going, so I'm not even speaking out of pocket right here, okay? If you want to disagree with me, feel free, but you're actually wrong. As somebody who is a computer, engineer.
Oh my God, why has he said he's an engineer so much? That's the law in the US too. Come on now. In California, you can say you're an interior decorator, but not interior designer unless you're accredited. That's the same in the US chatter. Someone else said that as well, but I'm willing to, like, I don't think it's I've never heard of anybody like being unironically prosecuted for something like this. In America, you can say you're a fucking doctor. You know, you literally, it might be illegal, but sure as shit, plenty of people lie about it. Look at every chiropractor, for instance. Every single chiropractor does this. They put on the fucking scrubs and then they talk about how fucking vaccines make you autistic and gay. Okay? Virtually every chiropractor in the United States of America has done some version of what I'm talking about, some version of what Mutahar is doing here.
Somebody who understands computer code, for instance, hearing Elon talk about computers and anything code related is actually mind-bogglingly stupid.
It's not clear what kind of an engineer he is. So, what education does he have?
Like, it's a really good explanation of why, like, I picked engineering as, like, the road to go down when I was studying. I'm like...
So, he would have an engineering degree.
I went to university.
I don't think you've mentioned your actual poli-sci degree, even in the context of political commentary, as much as Muta has mentioned his fake engineering degree and certification. Yeah, I don't ever talk about my degree at all. I don't even talk about, like, who gives a shit, you know? Maybe I should. I feel like libs respond to that more. I'm like, I'm I have a degree in this. This is my degree. This is what I've brought it up when people have asked me. Damn. You should sometimes? Yeah, I should be like, I have a poli-sci degree. I have a diploma. I graduated with honors. I'm a political engineer. Once a month? No, with his frequency. I should be doing it with the frequency that he's doing it, which is seemingly every video. This motherfucker's like, as a computer science engineer, I think you should sit down when you're pissing. It's like, you didn't need to qualify that. Why did you have to bring up your fake degree / fake profession to explain something that's utterly irrelevant? He literally said, I'm a political science engineer. I'm a political science major, and as a poli-sci degree holder with honors, by the way, I think Elon Musk is not so smart.
For computer sciences, and that's it. Education background, asking because a lot of CS knowledge. Yeah, well, I did computer engineering when I fucking went to college. That's what I did.
Okay, so at least a computer science degree.
I thought when I got into university for a while, and I dropped out like a semester in because I was like, okay, no.
Oh, he dropped out after a semester.
Like, I'm a dropout myself. I've never finished university, but I'm not going to dog on like school. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to learn to be valuable. Yeah, if you're going to be an engineer, if you're going to be a doctor, a lawyer, if you're going to
Bro, I've spammed your education history and you always ignore me. You're a fucking cum laude, bro. It gives you credibility. Nazi mold fans think you're a college dropout and you have low IQ. I've shut up people in arguments online posting your SS screenshot of your education history. They're Nazi mold fans. Who gives a shit? That's so funny. That's like such a silly appeal to just be like, oh, dude, I graduated with a poli-sci degree with honors. I feel like, who gives a fuck? Yeah, as a political science degree holder, I'm here to tell you that Asmongold is wrong. I don't think you need that. I don't think you need a poli-sci degree to know Asmongold is wrong, man.
be in the STEM field, you need to go to university. Okay.
I think part of the reason why is also because like I'm the only person with just an undergraduate degree in my immediate family, so I'm a little bit degree cucked in comparison to my dad, my mom, both PhDs, and also my brother who has I think 2 masters at this point in engineering. He is a real engineer, by the way, unlike Mudahar. So. Yeah, even Will has a master's in horror. Yeah, I'm a BAS cuck. Bachelor of Arts and Sciences. That's all I got. And for years and years, my in horror, like the movie, like the genre. Law, both parents PhDs, but you're taking care of them, so does it really matter? I mean, yeah, that's why it doesn't matter anymore.
You need to go to university to be an engineer, but Mutahar is a dropout. He has no degree.
Were you a computer science major? Yeah, that's what I went to for college for a little bit, dropped out of it, you know. I feel like there's a weird misconception. People think I'm like some fucking crazy degree holder. It's like, no. No, I would have been way more in fucking university debt if I went down that fucking route.
I sure wonder why people might have that impression.
Is it bad if you don't get a STEM degree? Look, I'm gonna sound biased as fuck, but STEM degrees all the way. I'm gonna sound biased because, you know, as an engineer, like, you know, you want to get the degree that's gonna get you a job, you know, a good job. Not saying other degrees can't, but like, you gotta be smart.
Sometimes he says he didn't always want to be an engineer.
My biggest thing was I didn't really want to be an engineer anyways. Growing up, I didn't really want to do anything. I actually wanted to do law. I didn't go through law. Honestly, I didn't even want to be an engineer when I grew up. Like, I wanted to be a lawyer for the longest times.
Other times he says he's a former engineer.
So, like, being a former engineer, like, I virtualize, like, everything, so I, like, contain shit. And
Even an ex-engineer.
the coolest ways possible. I'm like a fucking ex-engineer.
But here's the thing. He's been saying he used to be an engineer, or that he worked as an engineer, for 10 years.
I wanted to share sort of my engineering background with you. Okay, I worked as a fucking engineer, all right, before I went into this shit. I know this. I also like to mess around with technology. I myself used to be an engineer before I went into the video editing route.
Mutaha started his channel in 2012, the same year he turned 18. By video editing route, he means that he switched careers after his channel began taking off.
And the interesting thing
Maybe he means he's a video editing engineer, which I know is not a real thing, but who knows? Maybe he's just engineering this narrative.
This whole YouTube stuff is it actually made me change my entire career choice. You know, I never really thought of myself as an individual who, I mean, I expressed talents in film production and everything, and you know, I never really threw myself into it. I did stuff on the side even before YouTube as well. But this really changed me, and it made me more passionate in the whole, you know, video production side too. So now that is my field of choice. Now I work as a video editor. For those of you who don't know what I do outside of YouTube, I do that. I work as a video editor for my own post stuff.
All the programming, cybersecurity, penetration testing work he talks about early on are jobs he supposedly did before he did YouTube, and he didn't like doing it.
Before this, I was a depressed individual, and I was going to go through a certain set path in my career and just go through that and move on, right? And there was a point where I really didn't think there was much else. I was going to go through the motions and everything. And then, you know, to cut down on the stress, and I still have stress issues nowadays, but, you know, back then I had a crazy amount of depression and stress issues. And so to counteract that, I decided, you know, why not do YouTube? And so, you know, one night I went onto the Google Create account and did it, and you know, and then we started making videos. I told you guys, I'm a guy who used to code bank applications, really boring shit. Now I'm a dude who cuts stuff together. Alright, who edits stuff, you know, who does stuff for film, TV, all that stuff. And I can't stress to you all how important that is to me. And you all have inspired me to go out and chase that dream. You all inspired me to fucking sit in front of my computer and make a video when I have some off time, and I fucking love doing it.
Baby Mutaha liked to edit videos, and after starting YouTube, he switched careers from computer engineering to film and television, and this is where his actual education comes in.
I worked in film and TV before I still don't have a fancy fucking degree, okay? And there you go, I filmed it, alright? I used my film degree to something.
He calls it a film degree, but it's actually a 2-year broadcasting/videography diploma he got from Humber College between 2013 and 2015. If he went back to studying to get an actual engineering degree, he never mentioned anything about it. Not a single slip. Mutaha was never a real engineer, but he's been calling himself one for a decade because of tech jobs he supposedly had before 2013 or 2012.
Because I never tell people like what I do. Like I never tell people anything, right? Like I don't even tell people I'm not an engineer. I haven't been one for like years, like fucking for eons at this point, right? Like in internet time.
What he calls him being an engineer is something he did for only a little bit.
I can imagine, like, for families, like, I mean, just an Indian family alone, it's like, son, you've got 3 choices for what you're doing, all right? You got 3 character classes, doctor, engineer, or maybe a lawyer, all right? Like, that's it. So, you know, I did one of them for a little bit, and then I just pretty much stuck to, you know, this life now.
Imagine if you worked as a mechanic in high school, and 10 years after quitting that job, you're still introducing yourself as a mechanical engineer. From 2015 to 2020, he claimed to primarily work as a video editor.
That's because I'm a fucking editor in real life anyways, so. Ever since I became a video editor, and that was my job in life, I work as a video editor. You know, that's my job.
By trade, what I do for a living is video editing.
I wasn't always a fucking video editor. Am I a fucking passionate video editor? Do I like my job? Yes, I do. My job is video editing. I'm a video editor by trade. No, I'm video editor. You know, that's how I pay for the strip club and the home.
And initially called himself a video engineer.
I'm a video engineer now. I think I know how this shit fucking works.
It's not a real engineering job, but he was still calling himself an engineer. In 2019, he conflated being a video engineer with being a computer engineer.
I'm a computer engineer, so
I guess, like, I'm trying to understand why he did this. Like, maybe he just didn't give a shit. Like, I ultimately don't think it's like the most consequential thing, but I know this is exactly the type of shit that people who normally watch commentary channels would love as like drama, you know? But I don't even understand why he said it. Cause it unironically, it doesn't matter. Even if he didn't say he was an engineer 1 million times over the course of an entire fucking decade, I think his videos would still do well, you know? Like, I have a degree, which is applicable to what I do, ironically enough. He doesn't. I do, right? And yet there has never been a real moment where I've been like, this person is like if I say Asmongold is dumb or not knowledgeable about the issues he speaks on, it's not because I have a poli-sci degree and he doesn't. It's because he's saying dumb shit. You know what I mean? Like that's what I care about, you know? I don't really care about a guy who is talking about how to, I don't know, do Linux stuff or whatever, in between talking about how he scratches his balls, like if he's a fucking engineer or not. But other dumbasses will reference him as a software guy they heard it from. I just don't think that, I genuinely don't think that this would have, had, if he didn't have this at all in any of his videos, I don't think his career would have taken like a totally different turn, if that makes sense. Asian parents and their relatives pressure, bro. 100% don't underestimate the status of an engineer in South Asian families. I don't know if he did that for his audience. Yeah, but his fucking family knows he's not an engineer, unless he's been lying to them. Imagine Mudahar's family found out that he was fucking lying about being an engineer because they watched commentary YouTube. They watched this guy. They watched Nick Andros and were like, oh my God, you're not an engineer? What the fuck? You better get your ass back to college right now. That's crazy. Dude, I need Mudahar's engineering to help me with these gray bars, dude.
So I really computer a video engineer, whatever you want to call it. I'm one of those people. So
maybe this is what he says at family functions to avoid having to tell them his full-time job is making 5 videos a month about you. I don't think he's made that many videos about me. He does chirp quite a bit, but
again, totally different qualifications. One is an actual professional engineer, the other is a job title. In 2020, Mutahar claimed to be an exceptionally successful day trader.
Now, for those of you who don't know, one of my side hobbies turned basic, general second profession of mine is day trading, swing trading, whatever you want to call it. I like to sit in the mornings, sip my coffee, go on the NASDAQ, see what I can look pre-market, buy, sell, and be done by, 11 or something, and call it a day.
oh God. Oh, this is classic. Oh my God. He's just like, he's picked up all the worst things to lie about too. Oh,
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, it's something that I've been doing for almost a year, give a couple months, and it's definitely a very it's a fun part of my lifestyle. I'm a very mathy guy. I do a lot of calculations in my head. I lose money, but I generally have an 80-85% success rate, and that's just the nature of this stuff.
In 2021, he claimed his job was trading and investing.
my job right now, I just sit around and trade and invest. That's what my job is.
but he was still an engineer or a computer engineer. Apparently his dad calls him an engineer who knows computers.
I'm sitting in the room, it's like, when it comes to computers, do you talk about it with my son? Do you act like an intelligent person? Because my son's a fucking engineer, okay? If I'm wrong about computers, I'm gonna believe what my son...
If he didn't have this many instances where he has just like brought this up voluntarily, this video wouldn't even exist. If he just said it a couple times, like offhandedly, there would be no reason to make this video. But it seems like he said it so much. Why was he saying it so much? And by the way, the family function aspect kind of leans into the suspicion that I had, which is that he probably, is he lying to his family about it? Is that what it is? Bro, imagine one of his cousins shows his parents this. He's like, yeah, Mudahar's been lying about being an engineer this whole time. Did you know that? That's like, chat, is this real?
says, because he's the fucking engineer, not a doctor. Like, fucking insane, dude.
But he also just sits at home and invests money.
I invest, that's my job now. I just sort of sit home and invest money.
Now, if I was ashamed of only being a YouTuber, that is the job I'd be claiming to have. When asked by guests on his podcast about his computer work, he claimed...
Bro is a straight up slop tuber. Why the fuck is he embarrassed about being called a YouTuber? It's not like being a YouTuber is not exactly like the shitty profession it once was, like maybe 10 fucking years ago, right? Nowadays, YouTubers are considered like legit. Saying you're a TikToker is considered silly and stupid. And I'm sure when in the next 10 years, Blorgzorg or whatever the fuck AI boosted platform is the poppin' thing that Gen Alpha is inventing new languages on, is the new meta, people will look back fondly at the TikTokers as like beacons of intelligence. You know what I mean? He wants to be perceived as smart. I guess it stems from, seriously, bro, in the global south, YouTuber is not a real job. Dog, he's in Canada. He's not in the fucking global south. What are you talking about? He is a Canadian who kind of LARPs like he's an American. He speaks mostly to an American audience, it feels like. Yeah, global south, Ontario. It's the most global north you can get.
And it's only a hobby now.
I don't know how much you want to delve into this, but like you do, so do you do computer stuff on the side, or that's your main thing?
I literally just invest money. Like I buy property and I invest, and that's all I do now.
He's a landlord? At that point now you're that big of a baller, Muda?
I wouldn't say it's like baller. It's just like
Do you do programming? I don't know why that took me 3 different ways to ask that.
I do it it's more of a hobbyist thing now for me personally. I'm trying to like work around with consoles at this point, like reverse engineer shit that I have.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So that's what I'm into now. It's just like it all has become like a hobbyist thing for me at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Like just like for me, I look at it, it's like woodworking and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like those woodworking channels. I'm like, oh, this is just like me sitting down for 2 hours, like killing time and like working on a long form project, but not something that I would ever care to ever be bothering doing again, even as a career path. It's just too stressful. Sure. It's like,
yeah, his real job is the most difficult one, which is accumulating capital. No, you don't understand. My job is YouTubing is an easy job. Okay, being an influencer is an easy job. You know what the most difficult job is? Being a fucking landlord, which is what? Just owning property. And refusing to listen to my tenants when they go, please fix the AC. That's the real most difficult job of all.
Boring. Well, compared to anything that we do now, you know?
In 2023, he's calling himself an engineer a lot, just like before. But in March, he claims he just invests money again.
Were you into business before doing YouTube? No. After, like, you know, I worked and then
Aren't these the same guys making fun of private software? Yeah, that's why that's why this guy's cooking them. Because one of the dude, I don't even know enough about the pirate software thing, but like it is crazy how much that's like captivated the attention of so many people online. Because like randomly I'll see someone, what's the thing that they say to like shit on him? I worked at Blizzard for 25 years or something. What is it? Or like I am funny image. Internet, man, streamers literally do nothing and people give them money. Landlords, hold my fucking beer. It's called a solid investment. Property is the best way to grow your wealth. Oh my lord. Did you watch the Meat Canyon on Pirate? No. The Pirate, you know what's crazy? The Pirate software stuff just, I did not, maybe it was because it was like the peak of like Israel's genocide or whatever, but like I didn't even see any of it. And now it's like, now I just see like remnants of it online. I see remnants of it online of people just like randomly posting it under like irrelevant shit. And didn't all of this happen because he ran away from a WoW raid or something? XQC L Omega Law says, I used to work at Axios. Can I spill the tea about how it's gone right-wing MAGA mode? With that username, buddy, you can say whatever you want in this chat, okay? Motherfucker, your name is XQCL Omega Law. What do you mean you worked at Axios? Also, it was always a center-right publication. Leak the fucking secrets about Israel. Give me all the deeds about Barack Ravid, okay? My juicer. Leak the files. Nah, because he kept talking shit about stop killing games movement along that WoW thing. Oh yeah, that's the other thing that people are mad about, I think. It is just funny like how the dominoes fall. For me, my dominoes fell because I bought a house to live in with my family. But I guess there's a dumber way for people to yell at you over like a WoW raid. Don't get mad at me. I just personally, I'm 34. I never played WoW. So to me, it's just like seems like such a funny thing for the entire internet to turn on you and hold on to that anger and resentment. It's not the WoW raid, it's his behavior after. It usually is the behavior after. I'm just saying like the inflection point was the raid. You know what I mean? I get it. Because if he was just like, I fucked up, I'm so stupid, I'm so sorry, this was messed up, and then moved on, I think like there just wouldn't be that much. But it was not a raid, it was just a dungeon. I don't even know the details. Your haters genuinely think socialism would be you moving to Oklahoma and bumming it out? No, they would find another thing to get mad at. My haters have ideological commitments to what they perceive as the best possible economic organization of society that benefits them. And they are genuinely fearful of ever even closing their eyes and entertaining an evolution away from the current economic organization of society. What is this? The top execs hold meetings with the Trump admin regularly. The top reporter has full access to the admin. That's the leak. XQCL Omega Law. That's, I mean, not surprising. But thank you.
It's pretty much like my job. Like I worked and then now I have enough money to like, buy property and like invest, and that's pretty much what I do.
In August, he gave the impression he still worked as an engineer.
All right, as an engineer, if I show up to my office and I fuck up, okay, I don't have a job anymore.
But then he also mentions working at his own company that does asset management and property development.
At our company, like not YouTube, but outside YouTube, like when it comes to our main work, property and everything, like our like asset management, property development, stuff like that.
So before YouTube, Mutahar did the computer, programming, cybersecurity work he thinks entitles him to call himself an engineer. Between 2013 and 2015, he
Bro,
studied
this is a crazy effort post.
his videography diploma.
Just look at
from
this.
2015 to 2020.
Bro busted out the ruler.
He's a video editor, and from 2021 onwards, he's a day trader, investor, and eventually the CEO of his own company that does asset management and property development. He's also calling himself an engineer the whole time. We already know he's not an actual engineer, but is he actually a business owner? Because there's some weird inconsistencies in the things he says about it as well.
As a boss, and I don't know, like, this is gonna sound like kind of
I too am an
but
engineer.
I don't make jokes at the office. I don't make any fucking jokes at an office. I am not this kind of Mutahar, okay? So to explain what kind of person I am, like at the office, I'm just like, how's work? What are we doing? What's the plan for today? Like literally, it's as matter of frank as I can be. I don't partake in jokes. I don't do any of that fucking shit. And if I see fucked up jokes, you know, which I haven't seen, I stop that shit right there. I always have to, like, you always have to be professional at your office. And sometimes you come across as like a deadpan motherfucker, but it's better to be deadpan than, you know, turn your office into like, what I mean is like, I never would have my office turn into like frat house workplace. Like it would never be a frat house.
He would never allow his office to turn into a frat house. But 8 months later,
To be fair, like there is a betting pool in amongst like my office friends, because we do talk about
yeah.
like which gig streamers dying first.
Yeah, and
isn't that pretty fratty? Isn't that a fucked up joke?
And if I see fucked up jokes,
Does he even have an office? Is this real? Is he making that shit up too? Why does he have an office? I feel like a lot of this is just like him trying to it's just him trying to make it seem like he's a more serious person or something. But I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I'm in the office right now. I'm in my office.
you know, which I haven't seen, I stopped that shit right there.
Maybe he just sucks at maintaining a professional culture. Could it be possible that Mutahar has been faking having a job all along? Doing daily uploads while being a CEO 9 to 5 is a pretty busy schedule, as Ethan said. When he was on the Unsubscribed podcast, Mutahar made sure to let everyone know he works 9 to 5 and that he's a very serious businessman.
Legitimately still have a 9 to 5.
Yeah, I have a 9 to 5.
Dude, he works in hours and hours. That's what, like, this is why I respect it. How many subs do you have on YouTube?
I think like 3.4 or 5 million or something. I don't know. I don't know the exact amount.
3.5, like 3.5 million. We'll say that. And you're still doing multiple 9 to 5s where you're running different businesses. You were talking about Q4
yeah, I'm the
being
CEO of our own
busy.
company. Like I'm the CEO of like our own group. We do a lot of like property and like asset investment around where we live. We're getting into construction and everything too. So it's like for us, like my job is a 9 to 5 every day.
You upload how many videos a week?
A day. Like I upload it every day.
Jesus. This is why exactly, and why I always
he really loves bathing in that praise, but it's not enough. He needs.
It's kind of funny because, like, I think I work more than he does. Like, I wake up at 6 a.m. every morning. I don't scratch my balls. I slam a fucking espresso shot. I take a shit. The entire time, I'm like trying to download as much fucking news and information into my brain as possible. I go work out, or I take Kai to the park and I play basketball. And then I'm just live for, well, it used to be 8 to 10 hours a day. Nowadays, more so 7 hours a day. Okay? And then after that, I just fucking watch anime and I pass out. I know. Half day Piker is what they've been calling me. Half day HasanAbi. Fucking part timer. I do like Ted is right. When Ted was like, when Ted clocked me as the most Ashton Hall coded friend he has, he wasn't wrong. I am a little bit Ashton Hall coded in that. Like, I am so Sigma grindset coded in the way that I exist. Dip your face in ice water now. Unk 2-0 for the full days. More like half the Nabi owned. Okay, chill.
To flex more.
Well, that's like the algorithm
It's like,
tell,
what?
right? Like when you're like an engineer and somebody's like, "Man, why does the algorithm keep feeding me?" I'm like, "Bro, what's the last 10 things you watched? Gay porn?" It's probably going to give you the.
As an engineer, I know how the algorithm works. Why did you have to say as an engineer here, man? Like, you can just say that's just how the algorithm works. It feels like he just slams it into everything. What the fuck? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm being biased because Muda has like shit on me so much for fucking no real reason when I was nothing but nice to him always. And he just chose to weirdly become like Destiny's bestie, perhaps at the worst, most inopportune time in Destiny's career. And he also is like aligned with that fucking Israel defending lolly enjoyer VTuber. But like, and I'm watching a video that just like keeps showing that he keeps saying he's an engineer over and over and over again. But like, I don't understand why he just said that he's an engineer. He could have just said like, that's just how the algorithm works. Like, there is no, like, him qualifying that he's an engineer in that conversation does not make any sense, bro. I'm an engineer, and that's why I think hot dogs are sandwiches. As an engineer, I think like he just, as an engineer, I believe a taco could be considered a hot dog. Why did you say that? You didn't have to say that. You could have just said the take without saying that, you know, you believe the other thing. I don't fucking know.
11 videos. I'm just saying.
Driving there, we were talking about cybersecurity because that's what you went to school for. You're like, homeboy's very smart. That was, you do actually business, and then YouTube is a
YouTube is always
thing.
like the secondary side gig. It's
Then he brags
I don't
about
think
his
YouTube is
charitable
his secondary side
donations,
gig. I don't know
and
why
we
he
see behind
says
the
that.
curtain how uninformed Mutaha actually is.
like for me, it's like the receipts. If I could tabulate them up every year, you know, like like during COVID, I probably gave away $200,000 of charity, and it was like out of my personal accounts. I don't write any of this off for taxes because I don't believe in writing off charity for taxes. I think it's a pretty shitty thing to do.
Writing off charitable donations is a shitty thing to do. How? Why? All that means is that the money you donated is tax exempt. It means you can donate more money to charity, as Brandon Herrera says.
It's a pretty shitty thing to do. Well, for me, it's like
the more money you can write off, the more money you can keep from the government and spend it better, you know, putting it toward more charity.
The money that I
How can you be the CEO of a company, a serious businessman who knows his shit, but you don't understand?
200 grand is tiny, by the way. I'm just saying. For all these guys, again, another thing I don't fucking regularly boast about is my charitable contributions.
And basic accounting.
You want to talk about social battery? Like 7 is when I get up. I got to be in meetings every fucking day. My work day doesn't end until like 4 p.m. That's when I get like a chance to open up the Premiere Pro project file for the video, and I get to work on that, and then I get to upload that a day later. Like, I don't believe in days off. Like, I literally can't believe in a day off. Like, I'm always like jittery because I'm like, I want to do work. Like, I really do like enjoy doing work. Like, any day that I don't feel like I do my job, fucking cry about it. I'm like, this fucking sucks.
He works till 4 p.m. every day and cannot take a day off. However, he seemed pretty happy to take a day off to watch a video game commercial from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. on a Thursday.
I love to read comment sections in videos. That is probably the best part of doing YouTube content creation, is reading the comment sections of what a video has to offer. You know, as a content creator...
That's definitely a lie. That's bullshit. No YouTuber does this. No, that's absolutely a fucking lie. It's impossible. Like, the only way you can actually do something close to that is if you're Twitch streaming and you have chat up all the time. Like, no influencer is gonna put themselves to that fucking brain rot, and it's not healthy. It's not even productive.
The coolest thing is, like, when you see like 1,000 comments on a video, because I'm somebody that likes lurking internet forums and just reading internet discourse, right? Especially when it comes to topics I enjoy. So when you read 1,000 comments, you're like, all right, shit, let me line up and get ready, boys. Let me read that shit all day.
This guy has a wife, he's a CEO, he works 9 to 5, and he uploads daily. How do you have the time to read YouTube comments from random people? Check this out.
You should be an upstanding, good citizen, okay? I wake up, I do my job, I come home.
Many of the instances where Mutaha says YouTube isn't his job are from videos where he rants about how unstable YouTube is as a job because of their never-ending policy changes. These things supposedly don't impact him. He does YouTube to relax, but he's always obviously upset in these videos. He consistently paints himself as a hard worker.
It sounds like you worked really hard in high school. You're talking about taking night classes, doing community service, like side jobs on the side, like.
Yeah, no, it's blurred. I'll help you understand.
He has this insane work ethic, but he's also curious about how Destiny can get so many things done.
I noticed that you do like a lot of canvassing, like you actually go out of your way. You've launched your own like podcast with like other people, the bridges, and it's like, what is next really? Like, how do you kind of manage all that too? That's the other big thing that I kind of wanted to come into, because it's like, it really feels like you're a one-man show, but you're doing like a lot of
Yeah, how do you slam so much sex pest behavior into your day-to-day activities? Glaze, brother. Holy fuck.
And you're managing it pretty well.
Destiny's too lazy to cook for himself. He's not the workaholic with an excessively tight schedule he can never pull back. If Mutaha's stories about himself are true, he should not be impressed by Destiny at all. Mutaha also often claims that he's an immigrant and equates that to him being poor or his family being poor. He will say his father had to go through medical school twice, not recognizing the privilege of being able to go through it even once. You don't need to come up with all these hardships you've been through. Everyone can already see your life is a struggle. You're not white, and you still can't say the N-word. He's got this other laugh about not buying anything expensive.
Very rarely am I trying to pay full price for any of this computer crap. You don't need to, all right? I don't overspend my money on crazy computer chairs. I think whatever I can get at Costco fits me fine enough. As far as my peripherals go, I have some SteelSeries headsets, keyboards, and a Logitech mouse, which I think is really awesome. If anything, I overspend on my monitors.
He's so frugal, but he also owns a luxury diving watch worth almost 10 grand. If you have an easy life because you were born to a rich family, just enjoy it. If you're rich, just enjoy being rich. Improve your production value. Get some acoustic treatment. Get some monitor arms. Show your audience that if you...
True. I mean, this is definitely like, I don't know, launder your t-shirts. How many watches you got? I got an Apple Watch. I do not have an expensive watch. I'm not a big watch guy. I don't really fuck with that.
Work hard and succeed in life, you can have nice things. Why not? So
Bitch, Apple Watches are expensive. Apple Watches are expensive, but these guys are talking about something entirely different. Like, they're talking about like watches that are like 10 grand, 20 grand. You know what I mean? Like, they're literally talking about like not even 10 grand, 20 grand. They're talking about like actually fucking Like they're talking about Patek Philippe, Rolly, shit like that. Like more than that. Yeah, it's like 50 to 100 grand.
Ethan Klein writes all along.
I upload every day and YouTube's not even my job. I was like, shut the fuck up, bro. But like, yes it is. Shut up, bro.
I'm not going to claim that Mutaha has absolutely no jobs beyond YouTube, even though the things he says about his business are very vague and inconsistent. However, he has
I thought someone gifted you a Rolex? No. Someone gave me a free Rolex hat that I wear a lot, or I used to wear a lot. I haven't really worn it that much. I haven't worn a I have a Rolex hat that someone gave me. I love that hat.
Been lying about being an engineer for a decade, benefiting from the prestige, the authority, and the credibility that comes with that label. You don't call yourself an engineer dozens of times without specifying you're talking about programming jobs you did 10 years ago. He's clearly mostly just a self-taught tech enthusiast, not an engineer. He's seen as a cybersecurity expert or as a cybersecurity engineer, as he called himself.
This is why, as a cybersecurity engineer...
But when he assisted Nuxtaku in tracking down the V-Shoujo swatter, he fell for a basic social engineering trick, where the swatter, who was a minor, pretended to be one of Nux's fans who knew the swatter in real life, and fed them a bunch of bogus information.
I appreciate the random fan who was in that Discord server that actually contacted me and reached out to me about this stuff. Oh my god.
I can't get over that this is what this fucking freak sounds like. Like every time I hear his voice for the first time, it feels like I'm listening to it for the first time ever. Why do all your ops sound like that for real? Mm-hmm. He looks like a dweeb in IRL. I don't know what he looks like IRL, but I don't want to know. Lest you forget. Oh, don't do this.
Feeding vodka to poison cats, tossing the puss over.
Wait, hold on. Where's the Dr. Disrespect part? Isn't it like right here?
Type 5.
Wait, hold on.
Get on this shit. Buy their pets, PETA. Get on this shit. So you're a Twitch thought, nasty greedy witch thought, tier 3 grabbing bitch thought, pimping out your simp thought. I'm the Chad type.
He's the Chad type. I'm gonna kill myself. Stop.
Not gonna backstab type 5 and streaming red type 1 candy mad type. Twitch is hentai. Duh. Twitch is hentai.
The best part is when he demands Dr. Disrespect get unbanned.
Dr. Disrespect.
Yeah. I am an artist from Israel and this is my music. This is my art.
Respect. I'm a big advocate of absolute and true gender equality.
I am an artist. I am a music artist from Israel and this is my art. I'm a starving child, starving to death, and this is the very last thing I ever have to see. Goodbye. You really are a terrorist? Yeah, it's true.
You guys are legends, honestly.
V-Shoujo's cybersecurity expert knew this was bullshit. The cybersecurity engineer did not. Mutaha doesn't do drama content anymore because it's all needless negativity, and YouTube isn't his job. However, he still weighed in on the pirate software drama after videos about it began going mega viral. What insight is Mutahar, the computer engineer who knows
actually looks
all
like
of this
this.
shit, going to weigh in with?
Loadsy
Right
looking
now, as a video
motherfucker.
editor, I do more engineering now, so back-end
Wait, he actually looks like this? Asani actually looks like this? Loadsy looking motherfucker? This is not, there's no shot that's him. No, he doesn't. That's some Swedish guy wearing his merch. The voice doesn't fit that. And also, that dude looks like a normal guy.
programming for effects work. I'm working on a new codec for video right now for H.265, so we can actually transmit better video quality at higher resolutions. I'm actually doing something which I want to sell to Microsoft at some point later on. So I've been designing AI toolset that basically you can inject, hopefully, into like video tools, and this is gonna be like video games or whatever, right? So it's like, let's say that Microsoft backwards compatibility, right? So I had this tool idea. This is kind of what I got going in my head. So I have this idea, and I hope to one day sell it to Microsoft, right? So what I do is, since I have a really good video background, right? I've been designing neural stuff around it. So what I want to do one day is, you know how Microsoft has backwards compatibility, right? So would it be really fun if I could design a way that Microsoft could take the textures in their video games, right? So they could take the textures mapped in their video games and find a way to AI upgrade them. So like basically use a fucking photo AI, like basically use an artificial intelligence that can scan across, you know, all these textures and just fucking upscale them to like 4K, 8K, whatever they want to go to, and make games look better without needing, you know, developers to make it better, right? That could be an idea for me. It sounds simple on paper. Obviously, it's very, very, very fucking time consuming to make it even as effective as you want.
He knows how to program video encoders. He knows graphics APIs and AI tools in 2019. What does he know in 2020?
Wait, hold up. Didn't he just describe what NVIDIA did? That's literally DLSS. Wait, did he actually do that before DLSS existed? Did he invent DLSS? Dude, he's a fucking genius, dude. Yeah, he sold it. He sold it to NVIDIA. He's a trillionaire now.
25. What can he add?
One of the code bases that we're looking at over here is this falling particle. Now, there's a lot of numbers that are being dropped in here, and one of the things that you'll tend to see in Pirate Software's code is magic number abuse.
Nothing unique, nothing new, nothing that Coding Jesus didn't say in his video, which Mutahar keeps mentioning.
There's nothing wrong with having shit code, right? There's nothing wrong with being bad at it. I'm not a fucking great coder either. So I'm actually doing something which I want to sell to Microsoft at some point later on, but I'm also not claiming to be this crazy fucking guru hacker expert in the world.
Yeah, for the past 10 years you've been claiming to be an engineer, a computer engineer, a computer science engineer, a cybersecurity engineer. You fuck with code.
Dude, I'm a fucking computer engineer.
Okay, I'm choosing to believe him. After 31 minutes, maybe he is all those things. Have you thought about that? Yeah. Have you thought about that?
YouTuber, why are you asking me?
You do programming as a hobby, but when it comes to showing your knowledge, you only know the basics. Now you're here judging someone for inflating their credentials. At least Pirate Software's lies didn't break the law. At least he actually worked at Blizzard for 7 years.
again, when you have an ego, you gotta be able to match it with the skill. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that skill is all the way there. Unless that skill is making a whole lot of spaghetti code. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
Man, what a great way to end a video. Let's check out some of those comments. We love reading the comments from regular commenters like Mr. Obvious. I wonder what he's into.
Mr. Obvious says, my feel win, I might as well be all for. And then we see some lolly here featuring some underage characters. Here's 2 more drawings of underage characters posted by Mr. Obvious. Kinda strange, isn't it?
Who is this? What is going on here? Stop here, maybe? I'm confused. What? This video took a weird turn. Also, why is everyone in the lolly? What the hell is going on? Looks like he's critiquing the audience now.
Mr. Obvious says boys heart emoji, and then underneath that we can see a photo of an underage girl who is pulling anal beads out of her anus using her feet. That's quite the talent.
Oh!
Oh.
Let me line up and get ready, boys. Let me read that shit all day.
So, that was my appetizer for my upcoming video. Given his inconsistent stories, Mutahar is either lying about his job and business, or he tells really pathetic made-up stories about them to sound more interesting. Once again, I am not a lawyer. It might not be illegal for Mutahar to lie about being an engineer, but by any reasonable definition, he is a total fraud. He has no computer engineering degree, or even a computer science degree, but he still presents himself as an engineer, a computer engineer, or a computer science engineer. He is not trained in this field, and he is not employed at these roles. He is a self-taught hobbyist, a dilettante, not an engineer. Despite admitting that he hasn't been an engineer in years, not that he ever was, he continues to introduce himself as one, letting his audience's imagination run wild and conclude him to be far more qualified than he actually is. It does not matter that he seldom admits to being a former engineer or that he hasn't been an engineer in years. The bigger picture that he's painting to his audience is that he is a licensed, actively practicing engineer, which, based on his own statements, isn't true and can.
God damn, this is a real hater watching all those videos. I think he just like scripted it. This dude helped you with your Steam Deck? Bro, he's a Steam Deck engineer. He is. That's a real thing. He did help me with that way back in the day. Are you, listen, guys, as you know, I'm a poli-sci engineer, a political science engineer. And as a political science engineer, I have to say Mutahar did help me with my Steam Deck. And in our private correspondence, he did not say he was a licensed Steam Deck engineer. So did he ever apologize about Gaza? No. Yeah, just from one engineer to the other, you know, from one scientist to the other, he helped me with that. Friend of the show confirmed. What is this?
Hello, Nux.
Oh, what the fuck? What the fucking fuck? When is this from? Oh, dude, 2021. Jesus Christ. I don't think people knew what he was getting up to back then. It fucking hit me with a jump scare. Like, no, not Anthony Padilla. I mean, at that point, I went on their podcast. I didn't know shit about the fucking the Israel lolly enjoyer. Oh yeah, by the way, Speaking of like real drama slop with real world implications, former CNN anchor Chris Cuomo shares fake AI video of AOC giving a speech in Congress about Sydney Sweeney's jeans ad. After deleting the post, Cuomo replied to AOC pointing out the fake with, "You are correct, but it really does sound like you. Nothing about Hamas or burning Jews' cars, but Sweeney jeans ad deserved time on the floor of Congress. What happened to this party? Fight for small business, not for small culture wars." Okay? And the funniest thing is, he posted an Instagram reel, and the Instagram reel is ChatGPT memes plus AI art in parentheses at meme runner GPT Instagram reel. So as in, he saw an Instagram reel with an AI video of AOC, and he just fucking blasted this on the timeline to do this big call out post. AOC responded and said, "This is a deep fake, dude. Please use your critical thinking skills. At this point, you're just reposting Facebook memes and calling it journalism." To which Chris Cuomo replied with, "You are correct. That was a deep fake, but it really does sound like you. Thank you for correcting. But now to the central claim. Show me you calling on Hamas to surrender or addressing the bombing of a car in St. Louis belonging to the IDF American soldier, ... dude, question mark." What a fucking insane world that we live in, where this guy got paid millions of dollars to be a top political commentator at CNN, Clinton News Network. That is fucking crazy. IDF American is a wild statement. I'm going to assume you were trying to reply to me, but burp this tweet into the ether instead. You seem to struggle with knowing how to write an apology. Do you need help? Maybe you should call someone. Oh my God. This is fucking insane, dude. Hi, Chris. I'm calling from Sagachay County Jail. Your nephew was just arrested and needs $100,000 for bail. Please provide me with your credit card number. Otherwise, he will be staying the night here. That's fucking funny. Bro, that shit might work, though. That's actually... He's such a fucking boomer, dude. Oh, I saw this too. AI slop-wise. Former CNN host Jim Acosta released a fake AI interview with Parkland shooting victim Joaquin Oliver. The AI Joaquin was made by his parents to deliver a powerful message on gun violence. Joaquin is going to start having followers. He's going to start uploading videos. This is just the beginning. We need to shut the fucking internet down like ASAP. No, I'm serious. Butlerian jihad now. Butlerian jihad every day. No, we have gone too far. It's over. It's fucking already over. It's too late to salvage the situation. You got to watch it and see how much it does not sound like her.
Sydney Sweeney looks like an Aryan goddess.
Bro! What the fuck?
And the American Eagle Jeans campaign is blatant Nazi propaganda. I mean, fuck. Watching that sultry little temptress.
What? Are you fucking serious? Bro, this is like a wellness check is needed for Chris Cuomo. How does he put his fucking pants on in the morning? If you fall for this, you should not be allowed to drive a vehicle, okay? You should no longer be allowed to operate a vehicle. Are you fucking kidding me? Take his fucking driver's license away right now. Chris Cuomo went to Yale. Oh my Lord, this is so fucked.
Squeeze into a Canadian tuxedo, 3 sizes too small, with her bouncy little fun bags on the screen.
He literally, wait, this makes his retaliation even more insane. You are correct, that was a deepfake, but it really does sound like you. Dog, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on, man? What is going on, man? What is happening, man? Like, nothing about Hamas or people burning Jews' cars. What does that even mean? People burning Jews' cars? This man worked for CNN.
Staring at you, piercing through the core of your soul with those ocean blue eyes that could resurrect the Fuhrer from his grave in Argentina, is something that should alarm every American citizen, because in America,
like, her mouth is like, it's not even like good AI. It's not even good AI. As in like her mouth just keeps like moving weirdly. Like, what is the script is so fucking stupid.
beauty is not defined.
Like, the person who made this did not actually intend for people to be duped by this. The person who made this thought that they were making a joke. It's a shitty joke. It's like classic boomer guy thinking like, lol, I'm gonna do this like Nazi ass fucking speech. And their intention was not that like a formerly prominent media figure would pick this up as a real thing. No, the watermark was put on after. Oh my God, this watermark. Oh my God. Oh my God, I didn't even notice. It says Clonos.io parody 100% made with AI on the video. Dog, I'm sorry. You are so fucking stupid. You are such a dumb fuck, Chris Cuomo. Holy shit. Oh my God, you are so fucking stupid. You literally need a wellness check. Oh my God, you need to manually tell yourself that you need to fucking keep breathing in order not to fucking forget. Austin Ox is fucking with you, right? That's not the vid he posted. It's not the same video Cuomo posted. Where's the original video? Where is the OG video? It is, right? Yeah, this is it. Yeah, this
Sydney
is
Sweeney looks like an Aryan goddess.
Why are you guys doing this? Why are you guys trying to fucking bait me? It is the video. Look. Because I saw this screenshot.
And
no, the watermark is there, Clonos.io. No, this watermark, the AI video, is the one that Austin Ox put on the video, dumbasses, so that dumb fucks like Chris Cuomo will at least not avoid this one. He posted the AI cross on top of it so that people don't fucking fall for it. He's doing the ethical thing here, which is to show that this is like not a real video. But when the chatter was talking about that, I was saying like, no, the AI video thing was placed there by Austin Ox. But this watermark is insane because this watermark is in the original video. Clonos.io parody 100% made with AI is in the fucking original video. Dude, the comments. This has to be AI, right? This just sounds like pure jealousy, but she's beautiful 100 times more beautiful than you. Beauty comes in all flavors, and Sydney is gorgeous white girl. Let it be. Sit down, woman. If they put Salma Hayek and said she has good genes, we wouldn't be having this madness. So sit down. Keep it up, AOC. We love how much damage you're doing to the DNC. Out of touch on all counts. These aren't bots, brother. These are actual fucking boomers. Oh my God, we're so cooked. Oh my God, we're so fucking cooked. Some of them are bots, but there are real old people on Instagram that genuinely watch shit like this and think it's real. Oh my God, we're so fucking cooked. Oh my God, it's over. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, it's so bad. Oh my fucking God. I mean, they are, I guess, bots, technically. This guy always sounds like he's auditioning to escape extradition in Tel Aviv. I bet you did something awful when you worked at a real TV network and not the shit they play in taxis. Oh my God. Oh my God. Not the shit they play in taxis is so funny. Fucking News Nation, bro. Hey, chill. That's Adam Friedland's #1 broadcast. I'm gonna tell you. Dude, he has lost his fucking mind. Chris Cuomo has totally lost the plot. Like, he is so extra insane. But then again, it seems like a lot of people are just fucking stupid. So I don't even know. Maybe that is the method. Maybe that's the new meta. Maybe that's what we're supposed to be doing nowadays. Yeah, his brother losing, I think, bricked his brain even harder. I was going to get to the next generation of progressive pundits is here by the New Republic, but I didn't have time today because I'm tired. And I'm going to spend some time with my mom. I love you guys. But I'll be back tomorrow as always, okay? Hope you guys enjoyed it. Good night to all. Peace, everybody. And we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online talent show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so